Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Bigshot Boss by Kat Carmine, narrated by Kendall Taylor and Rock Engel. 1. Hannah. This is a nice chair. You should buy it. It comes in 6 colors. Did I mention you should buy it? I groan and stab the backspace key, erasing every lame word I'd just written. I rub my temples and stare at the once again blank document on my screen. I'm supposed to be writing marketing copy for a wingback chair, outlining in exquisite detail its curved mahogany arms, its tall tufted back, the way its classic features are all so at odds with its modern fabric, blah, blah, blah. It's a beautiful chair, there's no denying that. But the words just aren't coming today. Which is unfortunate, since as a junior copywriter, my whole job consists of, well, writing marketing copy, which sort of requires words to come. I look out over the low cubicle wall. The other writers and section editors in our area of the marketing department are all hard at work. I can hear their keyboards clacking away while I just sit here, completely brain dead. Last night, on the other hand, the words had flowed like water. No, something sexier than water, like warm chocolate sauce, like molten wax. I blush just remembering the barrage of dirty words that had flowed from my fingertips. I sneak a quick look around to make sure everyone is still hard at work, and then click over to my personal email, checking to see if he's replied yet. Nothing. Damn. Be patient, I tell myself. He always replies, even if he's slow sometimes. And most importantly, he always makes it worth the wait. Just then, our boss, Charlene, claps her hands loudly, drawing me out of my sweet anticipation. People gather round. No one audibly groans, but the painful sound of chairs slowly being dragged away from desks says all we don't need to. Time for another one of Charlene's oh-so-motivational pep talks. People, she says again, making sure she has our full attention. This is it. We are now officially less than a month away from Go Day. Go Day. If I have to hear that word one more time, I'm going to shoot someone, possibly myself. I glance over at Sloane, my one work friend, and, as if reading my mind, she rolls her eyes and mimes shooting herself in the head. I suppress a giggle and try to focus on what Charlene is saying. This is not just any catalog we're working on, she says, preening in front of us. This is our September Vogue. A few people shift in their seats. One person yawns dramatically. We've heard this same speech at least once a week for the last 2 months, so it's starting to lose a bit of its effectiveness. Charlene is the head of the catalog team in the marketing department of Loft & Barn, a global home furnishings company, which means we're her minions, a fact that she absolutely delights in. For the next month, I expect your full dedication, commitment, and professionalism. Wear your comfy pants, she adds, trying to crack a joke. Nobody laughs. Jim, one of the section editors, puts up his hand. Do we have the rest of the photos yet? This is pretty much the only piece of information that would make this meeting relevant. Charlene tucks her bleached white blonde hair behind her ears. Well, not yet, but... What about the product list, at least? No, not as such, but... Jim sighs and folds his arms. They've never been this late before. What's going on? I read in the Post that they're closing some of the retail stores. There's a nervous murmuring among our group. Jim is older than most of us and has worked here longer than any of us, including Charlene. Somehow he always seems to know what's going on around here way before the rest of us do. The store closures have nothing to do with us, Charlene says, barely keeping the exasperation out of her voice. It's a natural evolution as more of our business moves online. Jim folds his arms, still looking skeptical. So our jobs are safe? Jim is clearly not going to let this go. Of course they are, she huffs. The catalog is the cornerstone of our marketing strategy, as you know. If Charlene were to ever have custom t-shirts made, they would no doubt say, catalogs, the cornerstone of our marketing strategy. It's her favorite thing to tell us. I think she likes the ego boost of running the marketing team's most high-profile initiative. She isn't totally wrong either. We do 3 catalogs a year, and the fall catalog, the one we're working on now, is the biggest piece of marketing we do. I'm pretty sure we must blow half our entire year's marketing budget on printing and mailing the damn things. I mean, who even prints catalogs these days? Loft and Barn, that's who. And anyway, Charlene continues, Trent and Luke have called a meeting for tomorrow specifically to talk about the fall catalog. We'll all be going up to the 30th floor to join them. I can't help but notice how she smooths her hair down when she utters the brothers' names. Sloane and I sneak another glance at each other, grinning. Charlene is a reasonably attractive older woman, but she's been single her whole life, as far as we know. And it's obvious to pretty much the whole office that she has it bad for the company's founders, Trent and Luke Whitaker. Good. I'll ask them then. Jim crosses his arms. I have to stifle a giggle. That will get her going. Sure enough, Charlene looks appalled. You will do no such thing. This is a meeting for them to provide us with information, not to bother them with our grievances. I swear to God, if you make our department look bad. Jim rolls his eyes, even though it's clear he has no real intention of actually asking a question at the meeting. Everyone knows these meetings aren't really for staff. They're exclusively a chance for the Whitaker brothers to remind us who runs this company and who we answer to, not an opportunity for actual information to be exchanged. In these meetings, we're to be seen and not heard. In other words, they're a complete waste of our time. Well, not a complete waste. The brothers do make for some pretty tasty eye candy, but that's it. Charlene seems to be done with her motivational speech, so we all drag our chairs back to our desks. Sloane catches my eye again. Coffee? She mouths, and dramatically mimes chugging an invisible drink. I nod. I take one more quick peek at my email. But still no reply. Damn. Maybe he won't respond until tonight. Sometimes he gets busy at work during the day, and I don't hear from him until late in the evening. Be patient, I remind myself. There's a coffee shop in the lobby of our building, but Sloane and I decide to go outside and walk to the one down the street. I need some fresh air, she says with a sigh. Charlene's speeches are making that whole office feel stale. I laugh and push the broad glass door open. It's July now, and the Chicago humidity hits me like a brick wall. So much for fresh air. We get to the coffee shop and ordered iced Americanos, and then decide to find seats so that we don't have to go back to the office just yet. That stuff Jim was talking about. Do you think there's any truth to that? I ask. I don't have to expand on what I'm referring to. Sloane shrugs. Well, it's probably true that they're closing a few stores. I don't think it's worth getting bent out of shape about, though. Jim just likes to have something to stress out about. I let go of a little ball of tension I hadn't even realized I was holding on to. I absolutely can't afford to lose this job, not with my sister to support. But more than that, I don't want to lose it. After years of working in retail, finally breaking into a marketing job was a dream come true for me. I had dreamed of working in PR forever. I'd even gone to school for it for a couple of years. until our parents died, and I had to drop out to help care for my sister. So losing this job is just... I can't even think about it. I trust Sloane's judgment, though. Even though I've only been working here since the beginning of the year, we became fast friends, and she's been great about giving me the lowdown on all the office gossip and the different personalities we work with. Plus, she's gorgeous and hilarious. I might have a teeny tiny girl crush on her. I can't believe we still don't have the photos yet, Sloane vents. God, this summer is going to suck. What the fuck is taking them so long? I take a sip of my drink, savoring the cold deliciousness. Sloane had already warned me that the worst thing about the fall catalog is that it kills your summer. Long hours, overtime, way too many of Charlene's not-so-peppy pep talks. I'm sort of secretly looking forward to it, though. Maybe the brothers are too busy admiring themselves in the mirror to get any work done, I offer. Sloane snorts. That wouldn't surprise me, although more likely they're too busy banging cheap bimbos who gush over how hot they are to get any work done. Hey now, I joke. They're talented men. Who says they can't do both? Sloane grins. Good point. She slurps her coffee. So, which one do you think is hotter? The brothers? I can already feel my cheeks turning pink. Oh, I don't know. Come on. Don't pretend you haven't thought about it. Personally, I'm a fan of Luke. Just think about what he could do with those hands. She closes her eyes and groans dramatically. That's true, I concede. Luke is the designer of the duo, and people say he still crafts every prototype in the collection by hand. I don't know if that's true or not, but he certainly looks the part. He shows up to corporate meetings rocking flannel shirts and Timberlands, and he has the rugged handsomeness of someone who spends a lot of time outdoors. He's not the one who really gets my motor running, though. I think Trent is pretty cute, I finally admit. Although cute is the understatement of the century. There's just something about his expensive suits and the way his muscular body almost rips through them that totally does it for me. Pretty cute, Sloane mocks, as if reading my thoughts. That's an understatement. The man is sex on a stick. I almost spit out a mouthful of coffee. I love how Sloane always just says what she's thinking. Sometimes I wish I could be more like her. The only time I have that kind of confidence is when I'm online, hiding behind a username. Then I'm the queen of smut. Speaking of which, I sneak a glance down at my phone and hold back a sigh when I see I still don't have any new email. He'll reply, I reassure myself. He always does. Sloane glances down at her own phone and groans. I guess we should get back, she says glumly. We head out of the coffee shop together and make our way back to the offices of Loft and Barn. And I steel myself for a long afternoon of writer's block. 2. Hannah. Anybody home? I drop my purse at the front door and kick off my shoes. I'm barely a heels person at the best of times, and after a long workday, even these little kitten heels practically kill me. Where else would I be? Allie's voice comes from the living room, where I find her watching the Home and Garden channel. I lean over and kiss the top of her head. I don't know. Thought you might have a hot date. Allie snorts. Right, like that's going to happen. Well, that makes 2 of us. Allie's stretched out on the couch, so I take the armchair across from her. Her wheelchair is next to the couch, so that she could reach it easily when she wants to get up. How are you feeling today? She shrugs. Fine. Yeah? I prod. She probably wouldn't tell me the truth anyway, but I still have to ask. I'm fine, Hannah. Did you eat lunch? Yes. What did you have? I hate having to baby my older sister this way, but sometimes she gets depressed and stops taking care of herself. Once that happens, she's in a downward spiral and it gets harder to get her back. Easier to catch things early and nip them in the bud. Allie sighs. A tuna sandwich. She doesn't take her eyes off the television. Really? Because I'm pretty sure I used the last can of tuna the other day when I made that casserole. She finally turns to look at me. Her eyes narrowed. Fine. I guess it was a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Now I know she's lying because she's staring me down as if she's just daring me to question her. I decide to let it go this time. I don't want another fight. Well, I'm going to make some pasta for dinner. Do you want some? We can open that bottle of red wine. Sure, whatever. She's already back to staring at the television, and I know there's no point in trying to pursue the conversation any further. Allie is older than me by 2 years, but half the time I feel more like her mother than her sister. It's hard on me, but I can't exactly complain. After all, she's the one with multiple sclerosis. She was diagnosed with MS almost 10 years ago now. For a while, it didn't seem to affect her too badly. But about 5 years ago, she started to get a lot of weakness in her legs. It eventually escalated to the point that she needed the chair to get around. She's still got enough strength and mobility that she can get herself in and out of the chair, and she can still move her legs a little, but I know she finds it limiting to not be able to get around like she used to. She used to have a job, but she quit when she started to need the chair. She was a PA at a television studio, and it was too physically demanding. These days, she doesn't see anyone but me, and she doesn't have any real hobbies except watching decorating shows and pinning stuff we can't afford on her home decor Pinterest boards. She's actually the one who found the job posting for my job at Loft and Barn. She's always on their website, so she had noticed when they posted the marketing opening. She knows marketing is my dream. But to be honest, I think she sometimes feels a little jealous that I get to work for one of her favorite companies, so I try not to talk about it too much with her. I set a pot of water to boil for the pasta, and then crack open the bottle of wine and pour 2 glasses. I bring Allie hers and then come back into the kitchen to start the sauce. By the time dinner is ready, I've polished off my first glass of wine and half of another. Do you want to eat in the kitchen? I ask Allie, poking my head around the corner. She shakes her head. Can you just put it on the coffee table? I'm not really hungry right now. I notice she hasn't touched her wine either. I bring her a bowl of pasta and set it on the table in front of her. You sure you're feeling okay? I ask. I'm fine, Hannah, she says with a sigh. Then she forces a smile. I appreciate the concern, though. Just a bit tired. Okay, well, tell me if anything changes. I will. I go back into the kitchen and try not to sigh too loudly. Allie and I have a complicated relationship, like so many sisters do. But the roles that have been forced upon us have made it even more difficult. I eat quickly, and then wash my bowl and put the pots to soak. I top up my wine glass and, after popping my head in the living room to check on Allie one more time, finally retreat to my bedroom. I only have one thing on my mind right now: checking my email. As soon as I close my door, I grab my phone and scroll through it. To my disappointment, though, I still have nothing new. Maybe this is it. Maybe he's finally gotten tired of just emailing. I knew it was bound to happen eventually. A man like that must have women throwing themselves at him all day long. I still can't believe he's let our email correspondence go on as long as it has. He had messaged me on a site called Love Mail about a month ago. I don't even know why I'd made a profile there. Despite the innocent name, everyone knows it's mostly used for hookups. The vast majority of people don't even use photos of their faces. Just select, body parts. It was totally unlike me to even go on that site. Never mind post a picture and write up a little description. But after one too many glasses of wine one night, and an overwhelming feeling of loneliness, and, horniness, there I was, posting a risque photo of my ample cleavage and describing myself as a sweet vixen up for anything. What a joke. And now, Mr. Bigshot had obviously seen through it and moved on to someone who's actually up for anything. I sigh and flop down on the bed. Well, it was fun while it lasted. More than fun, actually. He brought out a side of me I didn't know existed. A very, very naughty side. A side that made my cheeks flush and my pussy wet. A side that, I have to admit, I'm really going to miss. But this is for the best, I guess. After all, that Hannah, the love mail Hannah, isn't real. The real Hannah is a good girl who takes care of her sister and dates nice boys and has normal sex. Nothing wrong with that. Not that I even date nice boys or have normal sex these days. I haven't dated anyone since Matt. And look how that ended. Thinking about Matt makes me shudder in embarrassment, and I realize that ending my correspondence with Mr. Bigshot is definitely for the best. I should just put this whole business out of my mind completely. I crack open my laptop and am just queuing up Netflix when my phone pings. My breath catches as I reach for it, and then warmth floods my body as I see the words on my screen. You have one new love mail message.
3. Love mail. From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to sweetvixen at lovemail.com. Subject: Can you help? I'm sorry this email is finding its way to you so late in the day. I wanted to write something out earlier, but I couldn't even look at your last message without getting a little, problem. Actually, not so little, if you know what I mean. Winky face. I have only you to thank. Blame for that, Miss Vixen? Do your parents know you have a mouth like that? And where did you learn about these naughty activities? I'll be honest. I actually had to Google one thing you mentioned, and all I can say is that I'll have to send our IT department a very expensive bottle of whiskey and apology if they ever look at my search history. In fact, I think I might need some very expensive whiskey myself. How's your day today? I wonder if you thought about me as much as I thought about you. Sitting in a meeting with a client today, I found myself daydreaming about your mouth. That sweet, fuckable mouth. I pictured you under the desk in front of me, silently unzipping me, taking me into your mouth, swirling your tongue around my dick, licking my balls. I bet you know what you're doing in that department, don't you? I bet you love to suck cock. Thinking about you is the best distraction. It's borderline ridiculous how much I look forward to your emails. Mr. Bigshot.
From sweetvixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: Oh, I can help. Well, Mr. Bigshot, always a pleasure to hear from you. A man I don't mind waiting for. It's very naughty of you to think about me sucking you off during a client meeting, especially because you should know by now that there's no way you'd be able to keep quiet during such an event. The way I'd work your cock with my tongue would leave you panting. That's the Sweet Vixen guarantee, trademarked. I confess, I spent a lot of time thinking about you today, too. Actually, I spent a lot of time thinking about chairs, don't ask. But my mind refused to focus. All I could think about was you, sitting in that chair, smiling so sexy, beckoning me to come to you, and then me climbing into your lap, lifting my skirt, moving my panties to the side, sliding down onto your hard cock, riding you until we both came, until we saw fireworks, fucking you in a $4,000 chair. So that was my day, in a nutshell. Sweet V.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: I need that chair. Are you trying to torture me? I'm Googling cures for blue balls right now. I'm not even joking. You are forcing me to take matters into my own hands, when I'd much rather be taking you into my own hands. It's been a month now. A month of teasing and flirting, and an amount of self-love that's making me feel like I'm 13 years old again. I didn't like being a teenager, Sweet. I'm a man, a very hot-blooded man, a man who wants to fuck you until you forget your own name. Meet me. Let me do all those things to you for real. I even have the perfect chair. See attached.
4. Hannah. Deep breaths. Don't freak out, Hannah. Do not freak out. I try to drink my orange juice. Allie is staring at me across the breakfast table like I've lost my mind, so I don't think I'm doing a very good job of keeping my freak out in check. You okay? She asks, eyebrows raised. Mm-hmm, I murmur non-committally as I finish drinking my juice. I don't know why this is coming as a surprise. Of course he would want to meet. Of course he would. Like he said in his email, he's a hot-blooded man. He isn't going to be satisfied with emails forever. To be honest, I'm shocked he went a whole month. I had to have gotten at least 30 emails from him in that time, and most of them were dirty. But a lot of them were sweet, too. We'd opened up to each other. We talked about families, relationships. I knew about his brothers, his ex-fiancé. He knew about my sister's MS, our parents' death. Of course, there's the naughty stuff, too. Oh, is there naughty stuff? Stuff that makes my cheeks flame to remember. I'd written him things that I would never in 1,000 years be able to say to someone in person. And I like how free it makes me feel. Like someone other than boring old Hannah Cole. And don't even get me started on the photos I've sent him. Dear God. I take a bite of my toast and try to swallow, but it sticks in my throat. I can't meet him. I can't. If I do, he'll see just how different the real me is from the persona I'd created. Sweet Vixen. Even the name makes me snort with laughter. I might as well have chosen Laker cheerleader for how truthful it is. Are you sure you're okay? Allie asks again. You look a bit feverish. I'm fine. Honest. I laugh to show her just how fine I am, but it comes out high-pitched and just a bit manic-sounding. Allie raises her eyebrows again. We've spent enough time together that she knows I'm lying through my teeth, just like I knew she was lying about how she was feeling yesterday. But we also know each other well enough to know when not to push. This is one of those times. I clear our plates from the table and squeeze her arm as I walk by. I'll be back after work. Of course you will, she says, grinning a bit ruefully. Where else would you go? That's your life, work, and here. It's my turn to raise my eyebrows. Sometimes my sister is a little too perceptive. Love you, Owls, I say, shaking it off and grabbing my bag. Love you too, Hands, she replies. Then, with a half-smile, she adds, "Be good." Sloane stops me before I can even make it to my cubicle. "What's wrong?" She looks me up and down. Why does everyone keep asking me that? Let's see. Could it be the oh-so-sexy sheen of sweat covering your face? It's hot out. How about the fact that you're wearing 2 different earrings? My hands fly to my ears. Shit. I was a little distracted this morning. I see that. Tell Mama what's going on. I hesitate. I'm not ready to give Sloane all the gory details of my online fantasy life. But then again, it might be nice to get some objective advice. Coffee later? I suggest. You betcha. I spend the rest of the morning staring at that damn chair photo Mr. Bigshot had sent me last night. If I thought my distraction was bad before, today, it's nearly insurmountable. All I can think about is him. Fucking him on that chair the way I described to him in my email. It turns out to be a very long morning. When Sloane finally gives me the signal, I'm more than ready for a coffee, and I'm ready to spill to someone about what's on my mind. I met this guy online, I blurt out as soon as we get in the elevator. Nothing wrong with that, she says, shrugging. Lots of people meet online these days. What's he like? Wonderful, sweet and charming, and so sexy. Great. So, what's the problem? He wants to meet. Sloane turns to me, mouth agape. You haven't met him yet? She hisses. No. We get out of the elevator. Sloane links her arm through mine. Oh, honey, that's the cardinal rule of online dating. Meet as soon as possible. Otherwise, you get attached to a person who may or may not even be real. Why do you think those swiping dating apps are so popular? No heartache. She pauses. You've seen a picture of him at least, right? Not of his face, I admit, then look away sheepish. Sloane clutches her heart in mock horror. Oh, sweet Jesus. Hannah, what if he's a hideous troll? I shake my head. I may not have seen his face, but no one with a body like that could be a troll. That broad chest, those sculpted abs, the sexy tattoos, that thick, straight, perfect cock. Oh, yes, I've seen everything. Well, everything except his face. But there's no way any part of this man's body is anything but perfection. I didn't mean to let it go on this long, I plead with Sloane as we wait in line for our coffee. I just got invested in our messages. I started looking forward to them, and then neither of us had mentioned meeting, and it just kind of went on like that. And now you like him. Yeah. And you're afraid to meet him and be disappointed. Yeah. I don't mention that I'm more afraid he's going to be disappointed in me. Well, there's only one thing to do. Don't say it. You have to meet him, rip off the Band-Aid. What if I like the Band-Aid? Too bad. Open that baby up and let the air in. Are we still talking about dating? I think so. I wasn't sure. Stop trying to change the subject. The smartest thing you can do right now is find out whether this guy is a dud or not. I bite my lip. The coffee line is long, and there are still at least 4 people in front of us. Sloane? I hesitate, then just blurt it out. What if I'm the one who's a dud? I hate myself almost immediately for asking the question. Sloane and I have only known each other a few months, and already I'm dumping a lifetime's worth of insecurities on her. Very smooth, Hannah. Way to win friends and influence people. But Sloane just squeezes my arm. Lady, you are not a dud. You're smart and funny and cute. Any guy would be lucky to have you. Her words give me a momentary warm glow, until I remembered just how explicit my emails with Mr. Bigshot have gotten. He isn't expecting smart and funny and cute. He's going to be expecting, well, a sweet vixen, which I most definitely am not. What am I going to do? 5. Hannah. Sloan and I get back to the office just in time for the staff meeting. The loft and barn offices don't have a boardroom big enough for everyone in the company, so meetings are broadcast over video conference. Each month, they rotate which department gets to join the Whitakers in the actual boardroom. This month, joy of joys, it's marketing. The group of us files upstairs. Though us plebes work on the 18th floor, the executive offices are up on 30. It takes 3 elevators to get all of us up there. And Charlene stands in the 18th floor lobby the whole time, directing us in like an anxious air traffic controller. Come on, she hisses, making some elaborate arm gesture that I'm pretty sure means snakes on a plane in sign language. I cram into an elevator with Sloan, Jim, and a few other people from our section. We get to the 30th floor and head to the boardroom. Nobody talks. No one likes going to these meetings in person. At least when you're logging on over video, you can get some work done or surf the internet while the meeting drones on. When you're in the boardroom, you actually have to look alert and pay attention. Oh well. At least it means getting to see the Whitaker brothers up close and personal. It's standing room only in the boardroom, so I find a spot at the back, between Jim and Sloan. We amuse ourselves by taking bets on how many times Charlene will smooth her hair down during this meeting. She is, of course, right up at the front of the room, where the brothers won't be able to miss her. It isn't long before the murmuring in the room quiets. I strain to see above the people ahead of me. Is it? Oh, yes. There he is. Trent Whitaker, also known as Sex on a Stick. The man might be a tyrant, but the Lord has blessed him well in other departments. 6 foot something and built like a caged animal. He filled out a suit the way most men could only dream of doing. Dark hair, dark eyes, a perpetual 6 o'clock shadow that you just want to feel rubbing up between your inner thighs. Whew! Maybe there's a sweet vixen in me yet. I look away as Trent starts talking, too embarrassed now to look at him. Just being in the same room with him is enough to make my panties feel uncomfortably damp. Thank you to everyone for being here today. His deep voice carries through the room. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Trent Whitaker. There's polite laughter in the room, as if there's anyone here who doesn't know him. Hello to all of you out there in video land, and welcome today to our marketing team, who are joining us up here on 30. The polite laughing turns into polite clapping. I'm sure half the people tuning in online have already stopped watching. But here in the room, his very presence is keeping my whole body at full attention. Lust is coiling inside my gut. I blink a few times, trying to vanish the mental image of him throwing me down on the boardroom table and taking me as hard and fast as he wants. This is crazy, I think, as a flush covers my skin. I seriously need to get out more. My brother Luke has asked me to pass on his regards today. Trent's voice is like butter, melting over us. He wanted to be here, but he's busy with the new collection, and, well, we wouldn't want to interrupt a genius hard at work, would we? Everyone laughs politely again. I try to distract myself from the rich timbre of Trent's deep voice by looking around the room. I take in the wave of gray and black suits, the neatly coiffed hair. Even Charlene, who normally doesn't dress up, is wearing a smart charcoal blazer. I look down at my own yellow sundress, suddenly aware of how out of place I must look. I wrap my white cardigan tighter around me, glad that I'm at the very back of the room. We're well on track for this season, and Luke is in the final stages of finishing this year's flagship pieces. Trent flashes a 1,000-megawatt smile. Now, I know normally we would already have the pieces finalized by now, and you would have the photos and the catalog would be well underway. But I promise you, Luke and I are both working as hard as we can to get everything ready for you. He pauses to take a sip of water out of a glass sitting on the boardroom table. His throat bobs as he swallows once, twice, 3 times. No one in the room breathes a word in the silence, and Trent seems perfectly at ease with all eyes focused on him. It's going to be a busy couple of months, he finally says, setting the glass down and looking slowly around the room. So I'm here to ask you a small favor. We need you. In the coming weeks, as the photos and product lists start to come in, we need you to push hard, all hands on deck. There's going to be some overtime. There are going to be some weekends. But if we all pull together, we can make this fall collection, and of course, the fall catalog, the best that Loft and Barn has ever seen. No one dares to groan out loud, but the temperature in the room drops perceptibly. I pull my little cardigan tighter around me. So that's what this meeting is about. Buttering us up to work a bunch of overtime. A hand shoots up in the front row. Surprise registers across Trent's face, though only for a second. He's quick enough to plaster on another winning smile. A question. Yes? Are we going to get overtime for all this extra evening and weekend work? There's a noticeable shift in the room. It's the question everyone here wants to ask, but I can't believe anyone actually dared to do it. Trent's eyes darken, somehow making him appear even more sexy and commanding. Let me turn that around and ask you a question. Do you have a family? Yes? Good. Great. And when one of your kids is sick, do you get overtime to take care of them? No. The man in the front row who'd asked the question folds his arms. Right. You take care of them because you love them. But that doesn't... Here at Loft and Barn, we're a family. We take care of each other. You, me, all our friends in marketing and out there in Videoland. We're all in this together. Taking care of each other. The man in the front rubs his chin nervously. But that's the thing. See, I actually do have kids, and I need... Trent cuts him off. Perhaps you aren't understanding me. This is a very simple problem with a very simple solution. Either you work the overtime, or you find a new job. The same goes for everyone else in this room. God, he's an asshole. Yet for half a red-hot second, I find myself wishing that smoldering gaze was directed at me. Eyes flashing, bodies burning, hearts beating. Sloane leans over. I bet that guy in the front is wishing he'd kept his mouth shut, she whispers to Jim and I. Jim rolls his eyes. Next time my kid's sick, I'm going to bring him in and let him puke all over Trent Whitaker's $6,000 suit. Then we'll see how much he likes family. I snort. Loudly. Oh, God, too loudly. The room gets quiet. Trent stops talking. Is there a problem at the back? Anything anyone would like to share with the group? You could have heard a pin drop in that boardroom. My stomach rocks back and forth, as if I'm on a very tiny boat during a very big storm. If things get any worse, I'll be the one puking on Trent's $6,000 suit. A minute ago, I had wanted to feel his eyes on me, all over me. And now I'm terrified as those same eyes scan the crowd. I try to keep my gaze level and not meet his glare, but it's no use. I feel the exact second his eyes land on me. My skin starts to burn, my legs shake. My breath goes ragged. He's focused so intently on me that it's as if we're the only 2 people in the room, in the universe. I can't help but stare back at him. My lips part. My nipples go embarrassingly hard, and I tug at my cardigan again, wishing to God I was the type who wore button-down shirts and formal blazers. Our eyes are still locked, like a beam of electricity is connecting us. Finally, Trent Whitaker snaps his folio closed. I let out a breath I didn't even realize I was holding. Right. That's all we have time for today. He strides out of the room without looking back. The gray-haired woman I recognize as his secretary scurries after him. People begin filing out of the room quietly. Everyone is morose about the overtime, but the real grumbling won't start until we've gotten away from the 30th floor. As soon as the elevator door closes, though, Jim bangs his fist against his head. No overtime. Weekends and evenings, all because I'm supposed to love this company the way I love my sick kid. Sloan pats his arm. Don't worry, buddy. Trent's right there in the trenches with us, slaving away in his $6,000 suit. Sarcasm drips from her voice. We all shut up when the elevator door pings open again, and we see Charlene standing there. Great meeting, right, team? Really inspirational, as always. Let's show Trent we can make this the best season ever. She claps her hands together, smiling. Do you know what the holdup with the collection is? Jim asks. Sloan and I hover behind him, not wanting to miss it if there's going to be a showdown. Well, not as such, no, but the Whitakers are so very busy, as you know. I'm sure they're just working on making it even more perfect than usual. Jim is shaking his head. There's something going on, he says darkly. I don't know what it is, but it ain't good. Well, we aren't going to get anywhere with that attitude, are we? Charlene trills. You heard Trent. We're going to make this the best catalog yet. I try not to roll my eyes. How can one person be so out of touch? Then again, I'm just as bad as she is. Trent had basically threatened to fire the whole bunch of us, and all I could think about was what his ripped chest must look like underneath that suit. Maybe I'm just as deluded as Charlene. Or maybe I just really need to get laid. I think again of Mr. Bigshot, of his invitation to meet. Could I shuffle back to my desk, lost in thought. I can't get Trent Whitaker's dark blazing eyes out of my head. But I have something even better. I have a Mr. Bigshot. I pull up the Love Mail app before I can change my mind. After all, I deserve to have a little fun, don't I?
6. Trent. I stare out the window of my office, focusing on the panoramic view of the city skyline and trying not to lose my damn mind. What do you mean you're not coming? I squeeze the tumbler of scotch I'm holding, willing myself not to break the glass. Silence on the other end of the phone. Luke, we agreed that it was important to do this meeting together. The teams need to see a united front. Another long silence. I'm about to ask whether he's even still on the line when I hear rustling over the speakerphone. I'm working, he says. Are you really working, or are you pouting? I'm working. He sounds genuinely insulted, which actually might be a good sign. I thought that was more important than a meeting. I sigh. It is important, I admit. But so is this. Yeah, well, I'm not interested in facing those people and telling them why we don't have a collection yet. And whose fault is that? I bark. People are getting restless, Luke. They want to know why the photos aren't ready. Shipping is fielding calls every fucking day from stores and designers, wondering when they're going to be able to start placing orders. I got a whole marketing team sitting there with their thumbs up their asses, just waiting around for shit to put in the catalog. If you would let me design the things I want to design, maybe we wouldn't be in this position. I sigh. We've had this conversation so many times now, I could practically have it by myself. You know we have to scale it back, Luke. Simplify. We can't compete with the IKEAs of the world if you keep doing these ornate pieces that cost a fucking fortune to produce. We need cheap and cheerful. Mass appeal. That's the direction this company needs to go in. We've been over this 1,000 times. Yeah, and I still don't agree. You don't have to agree. That's why I'm the CEO, and you're just what, Trent? His voice is angry now, and I realize I shouldn't have said that. I didn't mean just anything, Luke. You're the designer and the chief creative, and I respect your work incredibly. You know that. I also know you can rise to a challenge when you need to. You just have to look at this new direction as a challenge to meet. There's silence on the other end of the line. As far as Luke is concerned, this conversation is over. I'll come out and see you after work. How's that? Maybe we can take a look at what you've got so far. Still no answer. Bye, Luke. I hit the button to disconnect the call. There are days that being the CEO is the absolute last thing I want to be doing. Today is one of them. I briefly consider throwing it all away, taking the route our brother Jace had and running away to New York to work as a bartender. Or maybe I can move to California and become a surfing instructor. The fact that I have no idea how to surf seems irrelevant. I've always wanted to learn. The only thing stopping me was a lack of free time, which I'd have in abundance if I took up the life of a beach bum. I sigh and down the rest of my scotch. Who am I kidding? Loft and barn is my life, my baby, my proudest accomplishment. I spent my whole life building it up. Luke and I both have, together. He's the creative side, I'm the business side. It's worked well, at least up until now. For the first time since we opened our doors 10 years ago, Luke and I are in disagreement about the direction of the company. And while Luke gets to hide away in his workshop, I'm stuck out here, fending off the vultures who are just waiting for us to fail. I look at my watch. Shit, time for that damn meeting. I have no idea yet what I'm going to say to them. I somehow have to convince them that everything is fine, and sell them on the fact that they're going to have to work twice as hard once we get all the product designs landed, so that we can actually still get everything out on time. I smile at the ghost of my reflection in the window. This is a face you can trust, isn't it? I smile wider, 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 until I look like a wolf about to devour a small child. Mr. Whitaker? I turn, and there's Lottie, my secretary. They're ready for you in the conference room. I'll be right there. The room is already packed to the gills. I squeeze my way past a few people, smiling and nodding, greeting a few who I actually know by name. I don't recognize most of the people in the room, though. I look down at the meeting note Lottie loaded up on my tablet. Marketing is in the room today, with everyone else tuning in by video. Great. Face-to-face with the catalog cave dwellers. Hi, everyone. Great to see you all. I plaster a grin across my face. Wow, great energy in the room today. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Trent Whitaker. I turn the grin up a couple of watts and get a few laughs from the resident ass-kissers. I go through my spiel. Luke wanted to be here, but he's busy working. The collection is coming along great. Nothing at all to worry about. Life here is exciting. So exciting, in fact, that you're all going to have to work a whole bunch of overtime over the next few weeks. Blah, blah, blah. I'm just about to wrap it up when some asshole in the front row puts up his hand. I glance over to Lottie. No one is supposed to ask questions in these meetings. It wastes time. But she just shrugs, and I can't ignore him now without looking like an asshole. Yeah, go ahead. I memorize his face. I'm pretty sure he works in media buying. Unsurprisingly, he asks about overtime. I should have known that was coming, and I kick myself for not having cut him off when I had the chance. I can't say I blame him for asking. If I was on that side of the table, it would be the first thing I'd want to know, too. Except now I'm on this side of things, and there is no way I'm committing to overtime when I don't even know if we're going to have a collection this year. So I give him a look. the one that stops most people cold. "Let me ask you something," I say, leaning close so he can feel my presence. "Do you have a family?" I give what I think is a damn good speech, but I can tell the guy in the front row isn't buying it. And then I hear laughter from the back of the room. I look up, scanning the crowd. I don't know exactly who it came from, though it sounded like it was a woman. I stare them all down, trying to elicit a guilty look out of one of them, but most of them won't even meet my eye. They all look away, and as I scan the crowd, they all start to blend together. Gray suits, black suits, heads down. All except that sweet peach in the back with the yellow dress. I'd make a comment about appropriate workplace attire, but damn if that dress isn't making my dick twitch. She won't quite meet my eye, but I let mine rove all over her, taking in her shoulder-length chestnut hair, her plump lips, the way her tits are barely held in by that flimsy little dress. Damn. If all of marketing looked like that, I'd have them up here for all my meetings. But maybe I'll just settle for her. She finally looks up, and our eyes lock. An electric current zips between us, and I have a sudden image of being alone in the conference room with her, bending her over the table and lifting up that little dress. I bet she has a perfect little ass, just the right amount of padding to slam up against. "Right," I snap my folio closed. "That's all we have time for today. I have to get out of here before I have an embarrassing problem on my hands." I go back to my office and think about having another scotch. Day drinking is one of the great perks about being the CEO. Except I had told Luke I'd come out to the country to see him, and I planned to drive myself since my driver is taking a well-earned day off. I sit down at my desk with the intention of getting some work done before I call it a day, but almost automatically, I find myself logging into Love Mail. I'm still hoping for a response from Sweet Vixen, but there's nothing there. A twinge of disappointment courses through me. I had finally suggested meeting up, and to be honest, I have no idea why I waited so long to do it. I've met tons of women on this site, but we typically only exchange a couple of messages and a photo or two before meeting up. That's the only way to do it. I could probably use one of the swiping dating apps to make it even more efficient, but I'm not one of those guys who gets off on fucking vapid women. I like to know a woman can string 2 sentences together before I take her to bed. That's why I had let my correspondence with Sweet Vixen go on for so long. That woman can do more than put together a sentence. Her emails are sweet, sexy, dirty. So fucking dirty. I hate to admit it, but she has me on the hook. The messages we've exchanged have been like a month of extended foreplay, and I know it's going to make things that much more intense when we finally fuck. And make no mistake, I will be fucking her. Because enough is enough. I want to meet her now. I flick through the site for a few minutes, glancing at other profiles. Maybe I should start contacting other women. Get the next one lined up now to save time. I click on a profile. An icy blonde with huge tits. Totally my usual type. I look at the message icon, but I close out of the window without clicking it. Maybe I'll just wait another day or so. There's no harm in seeing how things play out with Sweet Vixen after all.
7. Love Mail. From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: Can you make it go away? Today was a day from hell. Not like 7th circle hell, but maybe 5th level, with the wrathful and the sullen. Professional tip from me to you. Never take a job working for a borderline psychopath. Might you have any suggestions for stress relief? Winky face.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: I know ways to help with that. I most definitely have some suggestions for that. I am, in fact, a professional stress reliever. My tongue is covered by some health insurance policies. But I'm sorry to hear about the bad day and the bad boss. This is why I like working for myself. No psychopaths to contend with. Of course, the problem with being your own boss is that you have all these people dependent on you for their livelihood and looking to you for inspiration. It sounds fun, but in reality, it's a lot of pressure, especially when things aren't going well. Of course, it comes with its perks. Having a corner office with a view of the city and a massive mahogany desk that's perfect for fucking sweet little vixens is just one of many. Mr. B. P.S. Have you thought about my offer?
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: That's the kind of stress relief I need. Interesting. I'll be sure to call my benefits department tomorrow to inquire about our coverage for oral sex. I wonder what the deductible would be on that. SV. P.S. Yes, I've thought about it. And yes, I'll meet you. 8. Hannah. So, is tonight the big night? Sloane leans over my cubicle, a big grin on her face. Can you keep your voice down? I haven't even been in the office 20 minutes, and she's already harassing me about my date with Mr. Bigshot. What, you don't want anyone knowing you have a date tonight? Sloane, I plead, looking around to see if anyone heard her. Jim glances over at us, but then looks away, apparently uninterested in our antics. Come on, I want details. It's been a lifetime since I went on a date. I need to live vicariously. I don't mind talking about it, just not in front of the whole office. I'm the newest one on the team, and people are still getting to know me. The last thing I want to do is develop a reputation as anything less than serious. Despite my distaste for Charlene, this is basically my dream job, and I intend to rock it. Sloane pouts. Fine. Coffee later, then. She leans over to look at the time on my computer monitor. We'll go at 10 o'clock sharp. I need caffeine and gossip. Fine, I agree, laughing. I'm pretty sure she wouldn't let me say no, even if I wanted to. I work as diligently as I can for the next hour, even though my mind is having a hard time focusing on the words in front of me. My stomach is already knotted in anticipation of tonight. When Sloane pops her head into my cubicle again, I'm actually grateful for the distraction. Let's go, she says, but I'm already hopping out of my chair. As soon as the elevator door closes behind us, Sloane is on me. Are you going to sleep with him? Sloane! I act appalled, although the idea has definitely occurred to me. In fact, it's been the only thing running through my mind for the last few days, ever since I agreed to the date. Would I sleep with him? Would he even want to once he met me? Come on, Sloane says, checking her reflection in the mirrored wall of the elevator and tucking a stray strand of wavy blonde hair behind her ear. You're a modern woman. You're allowed to have sex on the first date. I know. I don't want to disappoint him. Psh, men are never disappointed about getting to have sex. Ha! If only she knew. It's just that I think he's probably more experienced than I am. I hesitate. I've only ever been with one guy, I admit. The ex-boyfriend? Sloane has heard me mention him a few times. Matt, yeah. I take a deep breath. I don't think he thought I was very good at it. We step outside. Sloane squints, but I don't know if it's at me or at the harsh sunlight. We both pull on our sunglasses. Good at what? It. I hiss the word, praying she won't make me say it. Sloane stops dead in her tracks. Oh, sweet Jesus, what makes you think that? I hesitate, but then finally spit it out. He told me. He what? Sloane sputters in disbelief. If I wasn't so mortified, it might actually be funny. Instead, I nod pathetically. It was part of why we broke up, I whisper. He said I had no imagination, no passion. It's humiliating to admit, almost as humiliating as it was to hear those words coming out of Matt's mouth, and that had nearly broken me. I'd met him just after getting out of college, and he'd seemed like the perfect guy, very sweet and handsome enough, and with a good job in finance. Exactly the kind of guy I always thought my parents would have wanted me to end up with someday. But as the months went on, he seemed to get more and more annoyed with the things I did. He'd complain about the time I spent with Allie, the nights I had to work late. We stopped going on dates, then we stopped having sex, then he stopped calling altogether. When I finally managed to get him to agree to meet with me, he told me impatiently that I bored him and that he could never love someone who was so inherently dull. I had cried for a month. And eventually I had to admit that it wasn't because I was all that terribly sad about Matt. He was a bit boring too when you got right down to it. I cried because I was afraid he was right. That I was fundamentally boring. That I had no passion. That I would never stir a man the way other women could. Sloane hands me my coffee. Look, honey, relationships take two people to work and two people to fail. If you weren't passionate, it's because he didn't make you feel passionate. I'm glad I have my sunglasses on so she can't see the grateful tears welling up in my eyes. It feels good to finally tell someone about Matt. I don't know if I necessarily believe her, but it feels good to put it out there into the world. Get some air on it. Now, Sloane says, once we're out of the coffee shop again, I think you're lucky to be rid of that loser. I think what you really need is to get back on the horse. And I think your internet lover is just the way to do that. I can't help but laugh. Oh, God, don't call him my internet lover. That sounds so gross. Fine. Your online boyfriend, your cyber hunk. Oh, I know. Your digital dreamboat. Please just stop talking. Sloane elbows me as she laughs. I'm sorry. I'll be serious. And I seriously think you should stop worrying and just get yours. Even if it doesn't work out long-term with this guy, it'll be good to get your confidence back. Maybe, I allow, thinking about her words. Maybe. Can I do that, though? Just let go for a night? I have no idea. But I have a feeling I'm going to find out, one way or another. After all, Mr. Bigshot doesn't seem like the type to take no for an answer. That evening, I spend a ridiculous amount of time getting ready. We had made plans to meet at L'Amour, a French restaurant on the east side. I model about 8 different outfits for Allie, and even though she insists each one is fine, I still end up changing 3 more times. I finally settle on a simple black sheath dress with a thin gold belt. Remembering my conversation with Sloane, I take the extra time to shave my legs, just in case. I'm not presuming anything, but just in case. Once I've done my makeup and spritzed a soft perfume behind my ears, I lean over to give Allie a kiss goodbye. Have an amazing time, she says. Text me if you need anything, and if you're going to be late. She winks and I groan. Why is everyone assuming I'm just going to fall into bed with this guy? I take a cab to the restaurant so I won't have to navigate the train in these heels, which are about 3 inches higher than anything I've worn before. When the driver pulls up in front of L'Amour, I take a deep breath. The cab driver is watching me in the rearview mirror. "Can I ask you something?" I ask, before I get out. "Sure." "Do I look like a boring person to you?" He rolls his eyes. "Lady, I don't know. I drive a cab." "Right," I say, embarrassed. I start to get out of the car. "Hey," he says, leaning over. "You've got nice legs. I'll give you that." He's smiling. "Thanks." I shake my head as I get out of the cab. What is wrong with me? This date has gotten into my head in a way that is seriously starting to scare me. I want to say that Mr. Bigshot is just a little online fling, but the truth is, I enjoy his messages. They're sweet and sexy and funny. He's sweet and sexy and funny. And in a perfect world, he's someone I could develop real feelings for. But there's only one way to find out for sure. I take another deep breath and pull open the heavy wooden door of the restaurant. The hostess, a beautiful dark-skinned woman in an ivory satin dress, gives me a cool smile. "I have a reservation under LM?" "For Love Mail," he'd explained. "Of course, your other party is already here." I suck in my breath. This is really happening. The hostess turns on her heel and starts to walk back into the restaurant. I scurry to keep up. The restaurant is dark and crowded, and my eyes rove wildly around the room, trying to find a table with a single man, trying to figure out which one might be him. Then I stop. Freeze. The hostess keeps walking, but I can't move a muscle. The rest of the room seems to fade away, until all I can hear is my own heartbeat, thudding in my ears. And the only thing I can see is him. Mr. Bigshot. Only that isn't how I know him. I know him as Trent Whitaker.
9. Trent. I stand in front of my closet, a room larger than my childhood bedroom, and stare down the array of expensive, perfectly tailored jackets, hoping inspiration will strike. The Hugo Boss suit? The Armani? Or should I go more casual with jeans and a blazer? Which would she like better? I want to give myself a shake. This is ridiculous. Since when do I worry about which of my clothes a woman will like better? Except I know the answer to that. Not since Laura. I shake my head. She's the last person I want to think about tonight. Tonight is about finally getting to bang the woman who's been teasing me all month long. The sweet vixen who's invaded my every waking thought. No more, no less. Then why the fuck am I stressing over what suit to wear? I grab the slim-cut black Calvin Klein and stride out of the walk-in closet. Who's stressing? I'm not stressing. I'm going to wear this suit, and I'm going to look damn good in it, and that's the end of it. I still have time before I had to leave, so I grab a beer out of the fridge, just to take the edge off. I take a long swig, cursing myself again for letting this correspondence drag on for as long as it has. Never again. I'm going to get this sweet vixen out of my system, and then it's back to my regularly scheduled programming. Find a hot woman online, one who has more than 2 brain cells to rub together, take her to dinner, take her home, never see her again. That system has been working for me just fine for the last 5 years, and I see no reason to change things up now. I scan the penthouse apartment with a critical eye, trying to imagine how it would appear to a woman. No porn accidentally lying around, no remnants of ex-girlfriends. But of course, the apartment is spotless, thanks to Agata, my cleaning lady. It's also a virtual showcase for the history of loft and barn. I have all of Luke's best pieces here. The rich espresso leather Chesterfield from 3 years ago. the walnut nesting tables from our second year in business, the pedestal table, and the wingback chairs. Most of this stuff isn't even available anymore and will be considered collector's items. I would probably get 10 times what we originally sold them for. Or I could, if I wasn't so attached to them. I'm damn proud of the company Luke and I have built, and my brother is the most visionary man I know. I hate that I'm crippling his vision by taking the company in this new, more mainstream direction. I finish off my beer and say another silent prayer that he's able to pull something together soon. We have to knock it out of the park with this collection. I can already feel Laura's glee at being able to pan us, and there's no way I'm going to let that happen. By the time I dump my empty bottle in the recycling bin, I'm more than ready to get out of the house, and more than ready to finally meet my sweet vixen. I text Ted, my driver, to let him know to bring the car around, then check my reflection in the mirror one more time and hit the elevator. Lemoore is bustling, as it always is. It's impossible to get a reservation here, unless, of course, you're me, in which case it's only slightly less impossible. I wanted to go all out tonight. Again, something I can't really explain. I just feel like I have to impress sweet vixen. Sure that I can wine and dine her as well as any man. That I'm more than just a filthy mouth and a stiff cock. Though I'm definitely both of those things, too. I'm a little early getting to the restaurant, so I'm not surprised to find that she hasn't arrived yet. The hostess shows me to my table, and it doesn't escape my attention how she wriggles her hips in front of me as we walk through the restaurant. She's very attractive. Dark skin and a slinky white dress, and normally I'd be all over that. But today, it does nothing to stir me. There's only one woman on my mind right now, and one woman I want on my cock tonight. I order a bottle of Beaujolais and ask for 2 glasses. Sweet Vixen has mentioned once that she liked fruity reds, so I hope she'll enjoy this one. I realize that I still don't know her real name yet. I find myself wondering what it will be. Something worldly and sexy, no doubt. Alexandra, perhaps? Or Celeste? Francesca. When the wine arrives, I taste a sample and then have the server pour me a glass, which I savor slowly while I wait. I take out my phone and start going through my endless stream of work emails to kill time until she gets there. Eventually, I get caught up in what I'm doing and barely notice how much time has passed. I'm flying through my emails, ticking things off my to-do list, and then I stop. I don't know why. Something makes me look up. That's when I see her. Sweet Vixen. I don't know how I know it's her, but I do, as sure as I know my own name. She hasn't noticed me yet, so I watch her as she follows the hostess toward my table. She doesn't look anything like what I expected, or like my usual type. I usually date blondes, tall and sleek. This girl is short, even with the 5-inch heels she's toddling on. She's curvy and soft in all the right places, and she has dark chestnut hair that's pulled back off her face. She's beautiful. She isn't exotic or worldly looking, not the Francesca or Isabella I was picturing. Instead, she's beautiful the way your first love is beautiful. She's the girl next door, the high school sweetheart. She's the girl you marry. The thought hits me like a ton of bricks, and I have to shake my head. When I look up, she's staring at me. She's stopped, maybe 10 feet away from my table, and she's looking at me with such an expression of stricken horror that I almost laugh. That is, until she turns around and runs out of the restaurant. I mean, she can't quite run in those heels, but she walks at the fastest clip she can manage. I try to get up and go after her, but the tables are wedged so close together that I almost crash into the couple seated next to me. I throw out an apology, but by the time I get out of the restaurant, she's gone. I stand out there, surveying the busy street, but she's nowhere to be seen. Somehow, my sweet vixen has just vanished. I don't go home right away. Instead, I stay and drink the fucking $500 bottle of wine I ordered. I look around the bar and think about picking up another woman while I'm here, but the truth is, I don't want another woman. I want her. Seeing her tonight has only reinforced how much I want her. She isn't the woman I've been picturing, but somehow that makes it even better. To be perfectly honest, I probably wouldn't have noticed this woman if I'd seen her on the street. But knowing she wrote those nasty emails, that she took those pictures, is driving me crazy. By the time I get home, I'm drunk, pissed, and horny. A triple threat. I flip open my laptop so hard the screen almost snaps off, and then I load up Love Mail. I find her messages and search for one that has photo attachments. I find a good one right away. Not surprising, when there are so many to choose from. This one is a picture of her leaning over a bed, naked ass facing the camera. I can just make out her pink pussy lips peeking through between her soft thighs. My cock is already rock hard, and I'm reaching down with one hand to undo my zipper and unleash it. I grip my dick in my fist and stroke slowly as I look at her picture. It was a hot picture to begin with, and now that I've seen the face that goes with it, I like it even more. I jerk my cock slowly as I read the message she'd sent with this photo, all about letting me bend her over my desk and take it from behind. Sweet Jesus. I can already picture how sweet she'd be, the soft little mewling noises she'd make. My dick throbs in my fist as I stroke it harder, faster. I imagine sliding into her tight pussy, the way she'd feel wrapped around me. So warm, so wet, so tight, so perfect. I look at her picture again and imagine smacking those soft cheeks, the way they'd turn bright pink under my palm, the way she'd cry out, the way I'd reach around and thumb her clit, the way she'd clench her pussy around me even tighter. My fist is working furiously now, and it only takes a couple more strokes before I'm bucking my hips and shooting hot ropes of cum right onto my desk. I'm shocked by how much there is. It seems to just keep coming out of me, wave after wave. When it's over, I expect to feel better, but I don't. I still feel frustrated. I don't want my hand. I want her. I pull up our most recent string of correspondence and fire off a message to her before I can change my mind.
10. Hannah. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. I bolt out of the restaurant as fast as I can. This can't be happening. It just can't be. Mr. Bigshot is my boss. My boss's boss. My boss's boss's boss. As soon as I throw open the door to the restaurant, I see a cab. I launch myself into the back seat. Go! I scream at the driver. He glances in the rearview mirror, and I realize it's the same man who dropped me off. He's futzing with something on his phone and looking at me with a confused expression on his face. Didn't I just drop you off? Yes, but please, can you just drive? I need to get out of here. He starts the car and tips his cap. You got it, lady. I guess the legs didn't cut it? The legs? Oh, I almost laugh, but it's mostly with delirium. He had told me I had nice legs earlier. I think about Trent's reaction in the restaurant, the way he shook his head in horror when he saw me. No, the legs didn't cut it, I murmur. The tears that have been pooling in my eyes finally make their way down my cheeks, and I turn away, watching the Chicago streets go by as he drives. Trent Whitaker, what are the odds? I don't know if I'm upset because I'm humiliated about everything I wrote to him, or because I'm terrified about losing my job. Probably a little of both. This is a freaking nightmare. I don't feel any better by the time we get to my apartment. If anything, I feel worse. Bile claws its way up my throat as I wait for the driver to run my credit card. I absolutely can't afford to lose this job. We have a bit of insurance left from our parents' death, but that all goes to cover Allie's medications and care. We need my paycheck to cover our rent and the rest of our living expenses. Getting that job at Loft and Barn after years of working crappy retail jobs had felt like a dream come true. Now, this. Trent Whitaker. I shake my head, laughing bitterly. This is so typical. For once in my life, I do something wild. Something not boring. And look what happens. This is why I should just stick to my little life and not try to do stuff that's going to disrupt it. I ride the elevator up to our apartment, dreading running into Allie. I'm hoping she'll already be in bed, but when I check the time, I realize it isn't even 9 o'clock yet. So, unlikely. I open the door quietly and try to creep towards my bedroom, but my sister is the queen of supersonic hearing. Anne, is that you? I hear her voice call out from the living room. I take a deep breath and then poke my head around the corner. Yeah, it's me. I force a smile. You're home early. I didn't expect you for at least another couple of hours. Yeah, well, I twist my fingers around my little black clutch. How'd it go? She's smiling, her face hopeful. I realized she was almost as excited about this date as I was. Blech, I say. I slump down onto the couch at her feet. It was kind of a bust. I force myself to laugh as if it's no big deal. She hoists herself up on the couch and mutes the television, even though Property Brothers is on and she's obsessed with that show. What happened? She demands. Was he a dog? I don't know, I shrug. He never showed. What? Her voice goes up 2 octaves. You're kidding! I shake my head sadly. I'm almost impressed at how easily the lie came out. Nope, I sat there for a while, but nothing. That bastard, she seethes. Yes, he definitely is a bastard. That just might be the most disappointing part of all this. How could Mr. Bigshot, the sweet, funny, crazy, sexy man I'd been corresponding with for a month, be Trent Whitaker? The arrogant, bossy prick who runs our company. It just doesn't make any sense. Did he message you? Allie is asking. Maybe something came up? No. I shake my head, but a wave of fear washes through me. I realize I haven't checked my messages since I ran out of the restaurant. Oh God, I could already be fired. I could have a message from him telling me not to bother coming in tomorrow. He's probably already been in touch with his lawyer and our HR rep. A man that wealthy and successful isn't going to take this lightly. To him, I'm nothing more than a potential lawsuit. Unless the thought creeps up into my consciousness. Unless he didn't recognize me. I think about the way his gaze had landed on me during the company-wide meeting the other day. That moment had been seared into my soul, and I was sure he'd remember it. But maybe I'm deluding myself. Maybe he has no idea who the fuck I am. That would be disappointing, but still preferable to getting fired. Now all I can think about is checking my messages. I clutch the little black purse I'd brought to the restaurant with me. The one I had thought looked so chic with my little black dress. I think I'm going to go to bed, I say to Allie, faking a yawn. I'm beat. Come on, it's still early. We could have hot chocolate and watch a movie or something. I shake my head. That's sweet Al's, but I just want to crash. I don't want you moping in there, she scolds, somewhat teasingly. Whoever this guy is, he's not worth feeling bad over. Ha! If only she knew. But instead, I smile and pat her calf. I promise I'm not. I'm just tired. Can you believe I actually shaved my legs tonight? What a waste. I laugh and roll my eyes. I'll see you in the morning. I get up and force myself to walk normally to my bedroom. Once I'm inside, I close the door and lean against it, breathing heavily. I surf to Love Mail, desperate to see what, if anything, it holds. I open up the app and see the red flashing envelope icon. My legs start to tremble. You have one new Love Mail message.
11. Love Mail. From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: WTF? I saw you tonight. I know it was you that ran out of that restaurant. What gives? I've been called a lot of things in my life, but ugly isn't one of them. So why the disappearing act? I know you feel what I feel. This heat between us. I wanted you the second I saw you tonight. You were so fucking beautiful. Oh, yes. I wanted to peel that little black dress right off you. Leave the heels on, of course. And fuck you 6 ways sideways. Right there in the restaurant. Right in front of everyone. I'm not sure what happened tonight, but I promise you this. We will meet again. And when we do, I'm gonna make you do every single dirty thing you ever promised me. All of them, Sweet Vixen. You have my word. Still yours, Mr. B.
12. Hannah. The next morning, I slink into the office, trying to creep past Sloane's desk as quietly as I tried to get past Allie last night. And it works about equally as well. She pops her head up over the cubicle wall. There you are! Come on, I'm dying to know. How did it go? She's grinning in a way that lights up her whole face, and I'd almost be touched if it weren't for the fact that I totally don't want to talk about it. It didn't, I say, continuing on past her desk and hoping that'll be the end of it. But she's already up and following me. What do you mean it didn't? I mean, he was a no-show. I dump my purse in the drawer on my desk and flick the button to turn on my monitor. Sloane gasps. That bastard! That seems to be the common sentiment, yes. Did he message you? Explain himself? I shake my head, although I'm already remembering Mr. Bigshot, Trent's words. He still wants me. He wants to find me. He wants to make me do everything I described to him. I swallow. I can feel my cheeks already flushing. What? Sloane studies my face, her blue eyes piercing into me. What aren't you telling me? I force myself not to laugh. There's, oh, so much I'm not telling her. Nothing, I say instead. I'm just kind of bummed, that's all. Her face softens. I know. I'm sorry he turned out to suck. I'm not going to say I told you so, but next time, no messaging for a month before meeting, okay? Oh, trust me, I've learned my lesson. There will definitely be no more messaging. Definitely. Right? I mean, probably. I haven't replied to his message, and last night I told myself I wouldn't. That I should let this whole thing die. I normally wouldn't ghost on someone. I mean, that's just rude. But in this case, it seems like the most humane way to handle the situation. That way, neither Trent nor I have to have any awkward conversations. Plus, that whole thing about not wanting to get fired. I flop down into my desk chair and wiggle my mouse until my computer comes to life. "Any new photos in yet?" I ask, trying to change the subject. Sloane shakes her head. "Nothing." She rolls her eyes. "We still don't even have half the content yet. We normally have it all by now. This is getting ridiculous." "Yeah, totally." She starts on her usual rant about all the overtime we're going to have to work, and I'm glad to have her off and running on a new topic. The more she talks about the catalog, the less she's going to ask about my date. Eventually, she wanders back to her own desk, still ranting, and I turn to my computer, letting out a big sigh. Sloane is the best work BFF I could hope for, but sometimes she's a little too perceptive for her own good. I have to be super careful not to let slip what really happened last night. I load up my work email and quickly scan through my messages. Nothing important. Good. For some reason, I still have this niggling fear that I'm going to get called into HR today. I remind myself again that Trent Whitaker doesn't even know who I am. I suppose I should be insulted about that. I mean, he looked straight at me in that meeting. Then again, he has hundreds of employees, and I'm just one mousy brunette among dozens. I don't exactly stand out. If I was a beautiful blonde bombshell like Sloane, things might be different. But I'm not. I'm just me. Hannah. Plain and short. I let out another sigh and get to work. I've been rewriting the same damn chair description for about a week now. Partly because I don't really have much else to do, and partly because I can't think about that chair without thinking about my emails to Mr. Bigshot. Fucking him in that chair, that's what I told him I wanted to do. My cheeks flame for the 1,000th time, thinking in embarrassment of all the things I wrote to him. The pictures I sent him. Oh, God. The pictures. That might actually be the worst part. I mean, you couldn't see my face in any of them, but still, just knowing that I had sent my CEO the lady equivalent of dick pics is mortifying. But then I think again of his email to me yesterday. That he still wanted to do all those things to me. In fact, that he was going to make me do all those things. The thought sends a dark thrill coursing through me. My boss is arrogant and crass, but goddamn, do his words make me shiver. The thought of Trent Whitaker holding me face down on his desk while he rams his cock into my clenching pussy. The thought of giving Trent Whitaker a blowjob under the table while he's with a client. The thought of Trent Whitaker going down on me in the back of his SUV. I squirm in my seat, then reach up to fan my face a little. I glance around to see if anyone's watching me, and accidentally catch Sloane's eye. She furrows her brow, looking at me with curiosity. "Is it hot in here?" I pretend to laugh. She shakes her head. "No." "Must be just me, then." I realize I sound a tad manic, so I cut my losses and just turn back to my computer. Get it together, Hannah, I chide myself. Remember all that stuff about not wanting to get fired? Acting like a maniac in the workplace is probably not a good route if one wants to remain gainfully employed. Only I can't resist pulling out my phone and clicking open the Love Mail app one more time. I scan his email again, and the same familiar feelings of longing run through me. How can Mr. Bigshot be the same prick who runs our company? And how come the arrogance of his last email only makes me want him even more? God, how I would love to just be able to do everything he said, just give myself over to him. After my experience with Matt, I can only imagine that someone like Trent would be on a whole other level. The things he could make me feel. Of course, I realize with a sinking feeling, if I gave myself over to him, he'd realize just how unlike Sweet Vixen I really am. That I'm shy and inexperienced when I'm not hiding behind my computer. That my own ex-boyfriend once fell asleep during sex with me. Ugh, no. I have to end this. Now. I take a deep breath and look at his email one last time. I should reply, just to let him know I can't do this. Tell him not to look for me, not to try to figure out who I am. He'll respect that. I'm sure of it. I just wish I was sure I wanted him to. I take one last deep, steadying breath, glance over my cubicle to make sure Sloane is busy elsewhere, and then I click the bright red reply button. 13. Love Mail. From sweetvixen@lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. I did come to the restaurant last night. But the sight of you sitting there, so sexy and delicious, made me realize I can't do this. You're going to break my heart. Please don't try to find me.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: That's not the part of your body I'm interested in. Fuck that, darling. We've all had our hearts broken. No hearts necessary here. Just good old-fashioned fucking.
From sweetvixen@lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: Please. You can't keep saying things like that to me. I'm weak, and I'm trying to be strong.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: I can say please, too. I want you strong. I want you weak. I want you all the ways I can have you. I'm saying please here, Sweet Vixen. I don't beg very often. Say yes, and I can promise you that after one night with me, you'll be the one doing the begging. 14. Trent. I pace back and forth in my office. How early is too early to open the scotch? I glance at the old mahogany clock that hangs on the wall. Another one of Luke's designs. Apparently, it's not even 10 o'clock yet, which I suppose even I have to admit it's too early for day drinking. Although if I didn't have that meeting with the head of distribution later, I would probably just fuck off for the day and go home. I still can't get last night out of my head. Sweet Vixen, whoever she is ruining my life. Even after jerking off twice last night, and once more this morning, she's still all I can think about. Why do I want her so bad? I have women practically falling at my feet. I can go to any bar in this city and find someone more than willing to fall into bed with me. Hell, it doesn't even have to be a bed. Half of them would be willing to get down right in the bar bathroom, or in the back of my car. I could go out right now at 10 in the morning and find someone to fuck. The problem is, I don't want any of them. I want her. It's driving me crazy. I check my love mail messages again, but I still don't have anything new. Not since I'd gone against my better judgment and actually said please. And that's not a word I use lightly. The temperature of my blood raises by another few degrees as I stare at the empty messages icon. I still don't understand why she ran. I mean, I'm a good-looking guy. That's not being arrogant. It's just the truth. The Whitakers have good genes. Me, Luke, and Jace all look like our dad, and he was imposing as fuck. Strong jaw, aristocratic nose, deep, soulful brown eyes. Well, Jace has Mom's blue eyes, but that's the only way we differ. Even when Dad died, despite the ravages of cancer, He was still a silver fox, charming the nurses right up until the end. It was just the Whitaker way. So why in the hell did she run off when she saw me? It doesn't make any sense. I scrolled through our emails. An entire month's worth. There was lots of dirty talk, but there was so much other stuff in there, too. I had told her things I hadn't told anyone before. How hard it was losing Dad. How much I regretted the falling out Luke and I had had with our brother Jace. How much I missed him since he'd moved to New York. I'd even told her about Lara. Not all the gory details, obviously. Even Luke didn't know those. I fully intended to take that story to the grave. Yet I'd told Sweet Vixen parts of it, at least. About how I'd been engaged, and it had ended, leaving me with a broken heart and a deep mistrust of marriage. She'd said she understood, that she had her own broken heart. Something about a guy who worked in finance, who sounded like a real dick, if you ask me. I refreshed the Love Mail app. Still no messages from her. I had dashed that first email off last night in a fit of anger, drunkenness, and horniness. But I still meant every word of it. She might be telling me not to try to find her, but the way she had looked at me last night, with equal parts fear and desire, told me otherwise. That's why I still have every intention of finding her. And when I do, I'm gonna make her mine. She's promised me too many things. Too many delicious, dirty things. When I saw her last night, that sweet, innocent face, that curvy body, those fuckable lips, I just knew I had to have her. I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to find her yet, but I am a man of many means. I'll find a way. Suddenly, I realized something. I have an entire damn IT department at my disposal. I fall into my desk chair and pull up the company directory. I don't intend to bother Lottie with this. She's a little too much like an aunt to me, and I wouldn't exactly want an aunt knowing what I'm up to. So I find the number for IT myself and ring them up. IT support, Lena speaking. Fuck, it's a woman. Of course it is. Hi, Lena. This is Trent Whitaker speaking. There's a scrambling, and then a crash on the other end of the line. Lena? Sorry, sir. She sounds breathless. I dropped the phone for a second. I resist the urge to chuckle. All good now? Yes, sir. What can I help you with? Can you trace an email? An email? Yes. If I have a few emails, are you able to trace where or who they were sent from? I hear her gnawing on something. Her own lip, maybe. Might be able to. It depends on a lot of things. What the device was, whether any encryption was used. We could probably at least get the IP and figure out the general area it was coming from. Okay, great. That's great. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to send you a couple of messages. I need you to, discreetly, see what you can find out about who sent them. Sure. Yes, sir. I can definitely do that for you. I can hear the nervous excitement in her voice, as if this is a Mission Impossible covert op. She probably thinks I'm going to send her some spy emails or something. Thank you, Lena. What address should I send them to? She gives me an email address, and I thank her and hang up the phone. I comb through my emails, trying to find a couple of messages that don't have anything dirty in them. They're few and far between, but I manage to find a few that won't scandalize poor Lena. I send them off to her with a personal note of thanks. Once I've done that, I glance at the clock and realize I still have another 10 minutes or so before my meeting with distribution. I've already wasted enough of this morning, so I use that time to fire off a quick email to Luke. I try to keep my tone light. No pressure, just checking in to see how the designs are going. I don't know why I bother. We've been over this so many times, and he knows I'm waiting. If he had made any progress, I would have heard from him by now. Just as I send off the email, Lottie raps on the door. She hands me a plastic folio of notes. For your meeting with distribution, they have questions about the collection. Don't we all? I mutter. Lottie raises her eyebrows, but I wave off her unasked question. I'll do my best, I say, exiting my office, but I have the feeling nobody's going to be happy with me today. By the time I get back from my meeting, I'm wiped. 2 hours of telling them I still don't know when the collection is going to be ready. They would ask a question, I would give them my stock answer. They would ask another question, I would give them the same answer. They would tell me how hard I was making their job, I would give them the same answer. After a while, it turned into a little game for me. How many times could I give them that answer before they'd finally give up? Turns out the answer is exactly 1 hour and 53 minutes. I could have wrapped the meeting up earlier, but it actually started to entertain me. And I could use some work-related entertainment these days. I head back up to my office and find Lottie's left my lunch on my desk. Bless that woman. I'm just about to dig into the corned beef sandwich from the deli down the street when the phone rings. I wipe my hands off on the napkin and then hit the speakerphone button. Trent Whitaker. Mr. Whitaker, it's Lena. Lena Yu from IT? Yes, Lena. Do you have something already? I do. That's great. Spit it out, girl, I want to say. Well, sir, the call is coming from inside the house? I'm sorry? I sit forward in my chair, trying to understand what she's telling me. Lena coughs lightly. Sorry, I mean, it came from here, from our servers. I shake my head, still not quite comprehending. What does that mean, Lena? In non-tech speak, please. It means that whoever sent those emails works for Loft and Barn. At her words, everything clicks into place. It's like finding a single missing puzzle piece and suddenly being able to see the whole picture. That's why Sweet Vixen had run last night. She recognized me. I sit forward in my chair, excited now. Can you find out which department it came from? I can almost hear Lena smiling on the other end of the line. I can do better than that. I can tell you exactly who sent it.
15. Hannah. Gather round, everyone. Charlene is standing in front of our desks, clapping her hands to get our attention. We all drag our chairs into the center of the room for yet another meeting. When she's satisfied that she has our complete attention, Charlene smiles beatifically down at us. I have wonderful news, she announces. We have more photos. Miracle. For once, this meeting might not be a total waste of time. I actually feel a twinge of excitement at maybe, possibly getting to write about something that isn't those stupid wingback chairs. We have everything we need for the soft furnishing section, so I'd like to see that completed by the end of the week. Soft furnishings? Seriously? Soft furnishings is the easiest section of the catalog. It's just curtains and throw pillows and rugs and stuff. It isn't even designed by the Whitakers. It's all outsourced. So this is hardly the coup that Charlene is making it out to be. Jim, as usual, puts up his hand. What about living rooms? We're still waiting. Bedrooms? Still waiting. Jim sighs. Those are the linchpins of the catalog. I'm aware of that, Charlene huffs. I'm sure Luke and Trent have it under control. Trent has personally assured me that it's all coming together. She emphasizes the word personally and pats her hair when she says it. I catch Sloane's eye and we both snicker. Once Charlene finally dismisses us, Sloane grabs her chair and we walk back to our desks together. Can you believe this? I need a drink. Coffee? I ask, but she shakes her head. Something stronger. Feel like going out after work? There's a great martini bar around the corner. Martinis with Sloane. That sounds like exactly what I need right now. I smile gratefully at her. I would love that, actually. I go back to my desk and fire up my computer again. Just one new email. I glance quickly at the name of the sender. Lottie Granger. It takes me a second before I realize that Lottie Granger is Trent Whitaker's secretary. I frantically click on the email and realize it's a calendar invite. All it says is, discussion. And it's scheduled for today at 4 o'clock. Icy fear fills my veins. No. Okay, maybe it's not what I think. Maybe it's a marketing thing. He wants to talk about the catalog. I wander back over to Sloane's desk, trying to look nonchalant. Do you know what that 4 o'clock meeting with Trent Whitaker is about? Her brow furrows. What meeting? Did you not just get an invite from Lottie? She glances at her computer screen and then shakes her head. Nope. Why, did you? Panic races through me. No, I lie. Then I realize how stupid lying is. Well, yeah, I admit. But it must be a mistake. I'll ask Charlene about it. Okay. Sloane is looking at me curiously again, so I force myself to give her a smile before I turn and walk back to my desk on shaky legs. This is a disaster. I can't be in the same room with Trent right now. What if he recognizes me? Or worse, what if he's already figured out who I am and he's calling me up there to fire me? I try to tell myself that's impossible. If he didn't recognize me last night, there's no way he's already worked out who I am. No, it has to be a work-related discussion, doesn't it? Maybe I'm overreacting. Just because Sloane didn't get the invite doesn't mean nobody else did. Maybe Charlene got the invite, too. I glance over towards her office. The door is open and she's sitting at her desk, clicking away at her keyboard. I get up and walk over to her office. My legs are still shaking, and I feel another wave of nausea as I knock on her door. She glances up at me. Hello, Hannah. What can I do for you? I lean against the doorframe. I was just wondering, I hesitate, then spit it out. Do you know anything about this 4 o'clock meeting with Trent Whitaker? Her eyes narrow, and she leans forward, pushing her breasts up against her keyboard. What meeting? She barks. I don't know. I just got an invite for 4 p.m. I thought it was something to do with the catalog. Charlene eyes me suspiciously. We don't have a catalog meeting today. Her tone is crisp. What did you do? What did I do? Yes, she repeats. What did you do? He wouldn't be calling you to his office if you hadn't done something wrong, though I don't know why I wouldn't be notified if one of my staff was being disciplined. Now I can't tell if she's pissed at me or at Trent. I didn't do anything, I insist. I obviously don't mention the fact that I basically wrote porn to our CEO, although now that's all I can think about. I'll call Lottie, she says, holding up one finger while she picks up the phone, and sort this out. She dials a number, and I wait while she explains the situation to Trent's secretary. Yes, she's saying. I see. Of course. Thank you for letting me know. My stomach sinks lower and lower with every word. This doesn't sound good. When Charlene hangs up the phone, she shakes her head. Lottie didn't know what it was about, but she said Trent insisted you attend this meeting on your own. Now she's really looking at me suspiciously. I can feel her gaze still lingering on me as I make my way slowly back to my desk. And I can feel her glare as I slump into my seat. I'm running out of options here. Maybe I can go home sick, fake a heart attack, proactively quit so that at least I don't give him the satisfaction of firing me. But even though I'm dreading this meeting with almost every fiber of my being, there's a tiny part of me that's curious. that wants to see him, that wants to feel those gorgeous, intense eyes on me again, even if it's quickly followed by him telling me to pack my things. At a few minutes to 4, I head to the elevator. I take my purse with me, just in case I'm about to be escorted out of the building. I can once again feel Charlene's eyes on me the whole time I wait for the elevator. The ride up to the 30th floor is the longest of my life. My palms are sweating, my knees weak. I pop a breath mint just to get rid of the nervous sour taste in my mouth. When the elevator doors ping open, I step out of the elevator nervously. Sure, everyone on this floor knows I don't belong up here. And they're right. I've never actually been anywhere on the 30th floor except the main conference room, so I blindly make my way down the hall, looking for Trent's office. It's Lottie that I find first. She's sitting behind a grand mahogany desk and delicately peeling an orange. I can smell the sweet, bitter citrus as soon as I approach. "Hi, I'm Hannah Cole. I have a meeting with Trent at 4. I hate how childish and nervous my voice sounds, but I can't help it. "Yes, Miss Cole. He's expecting you. Through that door, and then it's the office on the left." "Thank you." I push open the heavy frosted glass door she had pointed to and let it fall closed behind me. There are 2 offices back here, one at either end of the hall. I see Trent's name on one and Luke's on the other. I turn toward Trent's office. The door is closed and I knock lightly. I say a Hail Mary prayer that maybe he's already gone for the day. Instead, his deep voice rings out from inside his office. "Come in." I push open the second door and step inside. I see him right away, sitting behind his desk, his laptop open in front of him. He looks up at me, and a hint of a smile twists up the corner of his perfect lips. It looks strangely incongruous with the darkness in his eyes, with the smoldering way he looks at me. God, why does he have to be so gorgeous? He's removed his suit jacket and is wearing just a crisp white button-down and a navy and yellow striped tie. His broad muscles threaten to bust through the slim-cut shirt at any moment. They ripple as he puts his elbows up on his desk and steeples his fingers together. Trent Whitaker's half-grin twists into a full-blown smirk as he watches me standing nervously at his door. "Hello, sweet vixen," he says.
16. Trent. I can't believe I finally have her in front of me. Sweet Vixen. Also known as Hannah Cole, a junior copywriter in my very own marketing department. At least I know she's qualified for her job. That woman could sell water to a drowning man if she wanted to. She looks as beautiful as she did the other night. Her chestnut hair is down around her shoulders, and she's wearing another one of those sundresses, like the one she was wearing in the company meeting the other day. This one's purple, with some kind of little navy birds printed on it. I still can't believe I hadn't recognized her. As soon as Lena told me the emails came from someone who worked in marketing, I realized why my sweet vixen looked so familiar that night at Lemoore. To think that she had been under my nose this whole time. All the time we wasted on email, when I could have been fucking her in my office all along. Well, I'm more than ready to make up for lost time. She still hasn't said anything, and is hovering near my office door as if she might bolt at any minute. "Sit," I tell her, but she doesn't move. "How did you know it was me?" she finally asks. I noticed the tremble in her voice right away. "I had IT track your IP address. I had no idea they would actually be able to find you so easily. Lucky for me, you used a work computer for at least one email." I can almost see the wheels turning behind her eyes, the moment she realizes she's sealed her own fate. "Are you going to fire me?" The tremble in her voice is worse now. She's gripping the doorknob as if it's the only thing holding her up. "No," I say adamantly. "God, no." She loosens her grip on the handle, and I'm taken aback. I feel bad that this is what she's been worrying about. "No, Hannah," I say again, enjoying the feel of her name on my lips and the way her eyes blaze when I say it. "That's not what this is about. I want to see you again." "No," her answer comes out fast, faster than I would like. I don't like her being this decisive, at least when it's about not seeing me again. "Why not?" I demand. "You're my boss." "So what?" "So I know you're not stupid, Mr. Whitaker. It would never work." The sound of her calling me Mr. Whitaker does a number on me. I can already feel blood rushing to my cock, and I'm glad I'm sitting behind this massive desk so that she can't tell what kind of effect she has on me. I get the funny feeling that she has no fucking idea how sexy she is. "Now, Hannah," I tell her instead, "you know I'm not talking about a relationship." "Then what?" "Sit." I snap the command at her, and she finally listens, letting go of the door and taking slow, tentative steps over towards my desk. She sits in the chair opposite me. Now that we're eye to eye, I take a moment to finally admire how beautiful she is. Her perfect pink lips, the dark lashes that surround her deep, soulful eyes, those rosy little cheeks. I've always gone for icy blondes, but Hannah is making me realize what I've been missing out on all this time. Everything about her is warm and sexy and inviting. Once she's settled in the chair, I turn back to my computer. I already have the messages queued up, and I start reading out loud to her. "All I could think about today was you, your amazing body, your perfect cock, the way it would feel to have you bend me over your desk, rip my panties aside, and push your huge cock all the way up inside me. No foreplay, no pretense, just you, taking everything you want from me. I can already imagine how it would feel to have you inside me, the way you would stretch me, fill me, satisfy me, the way I would clench my pussy around your cock so that I was nice and tight for you." I glance up at her, and her face is a shade of scarlet I've never seen on a person before. But there's something else in her face, too. Something I know very well. It's the look of naked lust. Lips parted, pupils dilated, her chest heaving. I can even see the way her nipples pucker the front of her dress. She wants me as much as I want her. What do you say, Hannah? There's a desk right here. Ready to act out your fantasies? Instead of answering, she jumps out of her chair, bolts for the door. She's fast, but I'm faster. I get to the door at the same time as she does, and I pin her up against it before she can twist the knob. I'm pressed up against her back, and I know that she can feel my erection digging into her ass, that she now knows the effect her emails, her very presence, have on me. I sweep aside her hair, exposing the back of her neck. I graze my lips along the smooth skin there and relish the way she quivers underneath me. I can feel her breathing. Hell, I can hear her breathing in short, sharp pants. I kiss her again, and then run my tongue slowly down her neck until I get to the edge of this silly little cardigan she's wearing. I move my hands down onto her shoulders and start pushing the sweater aside to reveal her bare shoulders. Her sweet, bare shoulders. I let my tongue glide there, too, right up along the straps of her dress. She still has her hand on the doorknob. She could leave any time she wants to. That door opens out into the hallway, so all she has to do is turn the knob and push, and she could slip out of my embrace. I would let her go if she did that. I would respect her wishes. But she doesn't, and I know what she really wants, even if she won't admit it to herself yet. I turn her around so that she's looking at me. Her pink lips are open, and I can only think about devouring them. But I force myself to take a moment to study her face again, to memorize this moment. I tilt her head, and then I take her mouth with mine. It's everything I imagined it would be. Soft, hot, erotic. I force my tongue past her lips, exploring her mouth, sweeping along the side of her tongue. When her arms snake around my waist, I pull her closer. She presses her hot little body against me, burrowing into me. My cock strains inside my suit pants. All I can think about is that email I just read to her, the one she wrote me only a few short days ago. God, how I want to make those words a reality. Bend her over my desk and fuck her tight pussy until she's screaming my name. As if she can read my mind, Hannah suddenly breaks off the kiss and pulls away. She stares at me for a minute, as if she doesn't quite understand what just happened. Then she reaches behind her, feels around until she finds the knob, and throws the door open. She's gone a second later, and I'm alone in my office, hard, horny, and frustrated once again.
17. Hannah. The elevator ride is the longest of my life. I slump against the mirrored wall and try to get my breathing under control. Had that really just happened? Had I really just let him kiss me that way? And had I really just kissed him back? This is wrong. God, this is so wrong. Yet, being in his arms, it had felt amazing. Better than amazing. It had felt like everything I'd ever imagined being with Mr. Bigshot would feel like. His lips were incredible. His hands, the way I could feel his dick pressing against me. But it was more than just his body. It was the way he made me feel. Like I was the sexiest damn woman on the planet. Like he only had eyes for me. Which is crazy. Trent Whitaker probably has women throwing themselves at him 24/7. I'm nothing in the grand scheme of things. Just a temporary distraction for a man who's used to getting what he wants. The elevator door pings open, and I step back into the safety of the 18th floor. I breathe a sigh of relief, but it's short-lived. Charlene is waiting for me. "Come into my office, please." I slowly follow her across the floor to her office. Sloane catches my eye and raises her eyebrows, but I just shrug and shake my head. I feel her eyes on me the entire time, though, until I'm in Charlene's office and she's closed the door behind us. "I assume since you're back here that you weren't fired." "No, I wasn't." She leans forward, as if she's expecting more of an answer. "Well," she says finally, huffing the word out impatiently. "What did he want?" I scramble for an answer. I can't exactly tell her that what he wanted was to tell me how much he wanted to bend me over his desk and fuck me. I'm not sure that would go over well with any manager, and given Charlene's not-so-secret crush on the brothers, I'm half afraid she'd try to scratch my eyes out or something. "Nothing," I finally say. "Great answer, Hannah. He just wanted to talk about chairs, some things he wanted included in the copy." Charlene purses her lips. "He should be speaking to me about that." "I can't help it that he asked for me," I say defensively. "What was I supposed to do? Decline the meeting?" "No, but next time you tell him that you are merely a junior copywriter, and that your manager is happy to discuss copy or anything else with him." Anything else? I almost laugh. I can think of a few things Charlene would probably love to discuss with Trent. If only she knew exactly what we'd really talked about up there. Okay. I managed to keep a straight face for the rest of our meeting, and when she's satisfied that there's nothing untoward going on, she finally dismisses me. Sloane is at my desk at 5 o'clock sharp. "Come on," she says. She picks up the purse I'd thrown on my desk and hands it to me. "Let's get going." "Where are we going?" "Martinis, remember?" "Right, I'd totally forgotten about that." Sloane's forehead creases. "You're not bailing, are you? Don't tell me you're bailing, Hannah." She puts her hands on her hips. "I'm not bailing," I say. It just slipped my mind. Let's go. After all, maybe martinis with Sloane is exactly what I need to get my mind off Mr. Bigshot. As soon as we're settled into a booth at Bitter, Sloane orders us 2 double dirty martinis. I've never been a fan of regular martinis. I only ever get the kind that tastes more like candy than alcohol. But today seems like as good a day as any to start stepping out of my comfort zone. After all, what happened up on 30 is entirely outside my comfort zone. Once we have our drinks, Sloane tips her glass against mine and then takes a long swallow. "Okay, Missy, spill." "Spill what?" I ask innocently as I take a sip of my martini. I'm surprised to find it's not half bad. I take another sip. Sloane is squinting at me again. "What did Trent Whitaker want to talk to you about? People don't exactly get called to his office for no reason, you know." I blush, hoping she can't tell in the dim light of the bar. "He just wanted to talk about some copy for the chair section in the catalog. And he invited you, just a random copywriter, to talk about the catalog?" I can tell by the incredulity in her voice that she isn't buying one word of this. What else can I tell her, though? Certainly not the truth. I shrug. "I don't know what to tell you, Sloane. That's what happened." I take another sip of my martini and realize I've already downed half of it. Better slow down. "How did he even know you were the one working on chairs right now?" "Because I sent him an email where I described myself fucking him on it." I almost giggle as the answer pops into my head, but I force myself to keep a straight face. I don't know. Honestly, the whole thing was bizarre. I've never been a terribly good liar, and Sloane is clearly too savvy for my amateur attempts. I can tell she doesn't believe me, but she can prod all she wants. I'm not going to change my story. I can't let anyone at the office know what happened today. Even if Trent doesn't fire me, people in my department, especially Charlene, would be pissed if they found out the truth. "Anyway, come on. We're out for drinks. I don't want to talk about work," I tell her. "Let's talk about something fun. Are you seeing anyone right now?" Sloane grudgingly lets the Trent Whitaker thing go, and soon she's regaling me with a blush-worthy tale of banging her upstairs neighbor. I can only shake my head and laugh as she tells me the story. If I was as ballsy and confident as Sloane, I probably never would have even had to go on Love Mail in the first place. We order another round of double dirty martinis when our first drinks are gone, and then we order another round after that. By the time we're ready to leave, I'm pretty much hammered. Sloane and I split a cab since we live in the same general direction. I give her a hug before I climb out of the taxi. "What's that for?" she asks, surprised. "I don't know," I shrug, a little embarrassed. "I don't have a lot of girlfriends. This was fun." She smiles, her red lips curving upwards. "Hey, anytime you need girl talk, I'm here. It's basically my favorite subject." We say our goodbyes and I head into my building. When I reach the apartment, I find Allie in her chair in the kitchen. There's the smell of roasted garlic and toasted sesame seeds. "I made stir-fry," Allie announces. "Amazing," I say. My stomach growls. "I'm starving. Also, a little drunk." Allie laughs. "I figured you'd gone out. I guess it'll be just water for you." She nudges one of the empty wine glasses at me, and I take it and fill it up under the tap. I chug a glass gratefully. Note to self: 3 double martinis on a work night is about 2 double martinis too many. I serve up 2 plates of stir-fry, and Allie and I both pull up to the little table in our kitchen. It's just barely big enough for 2, but that's fine for us, since we virtually never have guests. I take a bite and let my eyes roll back in my head. This is so good. I found the recipe for the sauce on Pinterest. Definitely a keeper. We eat in silence for a while. I have no intention of telling her about Trent. Like, none at all. But I don't know if it's the martinis or the fact that she's in such a good mood and we're eating together like normal sisters. But suddenly, I'm overcome with the desire to tell her everything. "You remember last night?" Allie stares at me. "Of course I remember last night. It was less than 24 hours ago." I laugh. "I mean, do you remember last night? How I said my date never showed?" "Yeah." "I kinda lied." "What do you mean?" "He showed, but, well, it turned out he was someone I recognized. I freaked and ran off." Now Allie's interest is definitely piqued. She leans forward in her chair. "Who was it?" she asked breathlessly. "My boss. Actually, our CEO." Then I'm telling her everything, how he managed to track me down, how he'd called me up to the 30th floor, how he'd kissed me in his office. I don't know what kind of reaction I'm expecting, but Allie looks downright horrified. "You can't see him again," she admonishes. I hesitate, but then I take a resigned bite of rice. "I know. I'm serious, Hannah. What would happen if you got fired?" "I know," I say again. "We can't afford this place without your salary. What would we do if we had to move? It's not like I can just live anywhere. My chair doesn't fit well in those tiny apartments. You know that." Allie is freaking out now, and I put my hand over hers to try to calm her down. "That's not going to happen, sweetie," I assure her. But part of me knows she's 100% right. Rent isn't cheap in Chicago, and ours is even worse because we needed to get a place that was wheelchair accessible, both the building and the unit itself. That wasn't easy to find. And we'd still had to make some accommodations to this place, like having supports installed in the bathroom so that she could get herself in and out of the tub or off the toilet. Moving just isn't a viable option for us, and it would be impossible if I lost my income. I need to keep my job at Loft and Barn. That's the main priority here. How could I have let myself forget that? I finish my dinner quickly after that and tell Allie to leave the dishes so that I can do them. She goes into the living room, and I pour myself another glass of water. I load the dishwasher and then go to my room, closing the door behind me. I take a moment to catch my breath. I have got to get my shit together. No more Mr. Bigshot, and no more Trent Whitaker. Back to being a good girl. But even as I think that, I'm already opening up the Love Mail app, just to check, just one last time. When I see the message icon flashing red, I suck in my breath. I have a message. From Mr. Bigshot.
18. Love Mail. From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. To Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: Naughty Vixen. Why are you torturing me? Kiss me like you're drowning, and then run? Not very nice. Now, I happen to remember a certain fantasy about a boardroom. Meet me tomorrow at 3 p.m. in boardroom 5B, and I'll help you act it out.
From sweetvixen@lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot @lovemail.com. Subject: Bad Boss. Are you going to fire me if I say no?
From Mr. Bigshot @lovemail.com to sweetvixen @lovemail.com. Subject: Bad man. Great boss. Of course not. I'm appalled that you would even need to ask me that.
From sweetvixen@lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot @lovemail.com. Subject: I don't do bad. Are you going to fire me if I say yes?
From Mr. Bigshot @lovemail.com to sweetvixen @lovemail.com. Subject: Oh, but you do. Now you're just talking crazy. If you say yes, I might have to promote you.
From sweetvixen@lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot @lovemail.com. Subject: You're nothing but trouble. I don't think that would go over well with Charlene.
From Mr. Bigshot @lovemail.com to sweetvixen @lovemail.com. Subject: Now I'm just lost. Who's Charlene?
From sweetvixen@lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot @lovemail.com. Subject: My boss.
From Mr. Bigshot @lovemail.com to sweetvixen @lovemail.com. Subject: I thought I was your boss. I'm drawing a blank. The blonde lady who always smells like pastrami?
From sweetvixen@lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot @lovemail.com. Subject: You're everyone's boss. The one and only.
From Mr. Bigshot @lovemail.com to sweetvixen @lovemail.com. Subject: Good point. I'll fire her.
From sweetvixen@lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot @lovemail.com. Subject: No. Stop it. Don't fire anyone.
From Mr. Bigshot @lovemail.com to sweetvixen @lovemail.com. Subject: This is the boss speaking, remember. So you'll meet me.
From sweetvixen@lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot @lovemail.com. Subject: Is this negotiation 101? I'll think about it, but only because I'm still a little bit tipsy right now. And when I'm tipsy, I'm prone to bad ideas, apparently.
From Mr. Bigshot @lovemail.com to sweetvixen @lovemail.com. Subject: I like to think of it as negotiation triple X. Good. I'll be waiting. P.S. I think I like tipsy Hannah.
19. Hannah. I stare at my computer monitor and realize that I've been completely zoned out for the last 20 minutes. We're supposed to be finishing up the soft furnishings section, so I have dozens of pictures of throw pillows open on my screen. But I haven't been able to write a single word so far. Mr. Bigshot, Trent Whitaker, has gotten all up inside my head, and now I can't get him out. I keep running his invitation through my head. He wants me to meet him in the boardroom at 3 p.m. But he isn't serious, right? That was just dirty talk, a tease. Yet, Something tells me that Trent doesn't joke around about this kind of thing, that he's never just talk, that if I were to go up there at 3 p.m., which I'm not, but if I did, I would find him sitting there waiting for me, just as he promised. That thought alone is enough to drive me half wild. Trent waiting for me. For me! I can't help but flash back to the way he'd kissed me in his office, the way I could feel his rock-hard cock pressing up against me. Just thinking about him, and it is making me wet, and I squirm in my seat. The truth is, I want him. God help me, but I do. I've wanted him since the night I saw him at L'Amour. Before that even, if we're being honest, and now that I've had a taste, I only want him more. And it's flattering to think that he wants me too. I can't imagine I'm anything like the women he usually dates. I'm sure they're probably all powerful, confident women with perfect bodies. Women with experience, who know how to please a man. God, Trent is going to be sorely disappointed when he realizes how woefully inexperienced I am. I shake my head. Why am I even thinking about this? I'm not going, so he's never going to find out anything about how good or bad I am in bed. End of story. I go find Sloane and drag her out for a coffee. I keep the conversation light, and we mostly bitch about the catalog, but it feels good to just talk and think about something, anything else. By the time we get back to the office, I'm feeling a bit better. I can do this. I can be strong. I'm putting him out of my head, and that's the end of the story. Of course, I suppose I should tell him that in person. As soon as the idea enters my mind, I latch onto it. I definitely owe him an in-person explanation. After all, last night I'd basically implied that I was going to show up. It would be rude of me not to go and explain my decision. Just before 3 p.m., I lock my computer and grab my purse. Just going to run a quick errand, I tell Sloane, in case anyone is looking for me. She's already grabbing her own purse off her desk. I'll come with you. I could use the fresh air. Shit. Actually, I'm just going outside to make a phone call. My sister's doctor wants to speak with me about something. Sloane's face turns concerned, and I instantly feel bad about the lie. Shit, sorry. I hope everything's okay. Feel free to come by and talk later if you want to. Thanks. I appreciate that. Jerk, 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 I think to myself as I walk to the elevator. I am such a jerk, jerk, jerk. But my stomach does a flip-flop as soon as I'm alone in the elevator. I can't believe I'm about to see Trent. To tell him I can't see him again, I remind myself. But I'm not entirely sure I'm listening. I suddenly wonder if this isn't an incredibly terrible idea. I find boardroom 5B easily. It's on the 30th floor, right across from the bank of elevators. It has an entire wall of windows facing the hallway, but the blinds are drawn and the door is closed. Is Trent already in there? Should I knock? I hover outside the door for a moment, my hand resting on the doorknob, but not turning it. I don't hear anyone inside. Maybe this whole thing is just an elaborate prank, I suddenly think. The thought sends a wave of nausea through me, but it's believable enough. It certainly makes more sense than the idea of Trent Whitaker trying to seduce me. But now the need to know is too great. I take a deep breath and twist the knob, pulling the door open. And there he is. Trent Whitaker, sitting in one of the dozen executive chairs that's clustered around the table. He's working away on a tablet, but he looks up when he hears the door. His face breaks open into a smile when he sees me. I have a moment of hesitation, only one. And then I step into the boardroom, and closed the door behind me. 20. Hannah. The door clicks closed behind me. It sounds as loud as a gunshot in the silent boardroom. Trent looks at me, and all thoughts fly out of my mind. He looks so sexy sitting there, relaxed, confident, powerful. I can picture him looking exactly like this during negotiations in this same boardroom, and I realize I would never want to come up against this man. What was I thinking coming up here to try to explain that to him in person? I clear my throat, but don't step any closer. I hover at the door, the same way I had back in his office yesterday. Trent is looking at me expectantly. There's a half smirk on his lips that's driving me crazy, as if he knows how unsure I'm feeling right now, and he's enjoying watching me squirm. I take a deep breath and try to steel myself. I just came to tell you that I can't do this, I say, the words all tumbling out at once. His smirk deepens. He leans back in his chair and looks me up and down in a way that makes me shiver. Then how about this? You don't have to do anything, he says. What do you mean? I ask, cautious. Somehow I didn't expect him to relent this easily. He leans back further in his chair and folds his hands behind his head. Let me do everything, he says. You don't have to do anything, as you say. Just let me convince you. My legs threaten to give out from under me, and I'm glad I still have the door to hang on to. I don't answer him. Just stare at him and try to swallow. Hannah. Come. His entire demeanor changes, and he swivels in his chair so that he's facing me. His tone leaves no room for argument, and I find myself suddenly crossing the room towards him, my legs moving on their own volition. When I'm standing in front of him, he reaches out and puts his hands on my hips. I barely have time to react to his touch before he's lifting me up off my feet and popping me onto the table in front of him. My dress rides up a little, and I can feel the cold, smooth surface of the table under the backs of my thighs. Trent hasn't moved. He's still sitting in that chair, now positioned right in front of my knees. He's looking up at me with the most deliciously sexy smirk, and I realize I am completely, 100% in over my head. I take a deep breath and try to calm my racing heart, as Trent takes one of my ankles and lifts it up over his shoulder. He turns his head so that he's facing my leg, and then plants a kiss on the inside of my ankle. It's soft and tender, and the sudden intimacy of it makes me gasp. What are you... My question trails off as he keeps kissing my leg, moving slowly up the inside of my calf, kissing the tender spot just behind my knee, letting his lips graze my inner thigh. As he moves further and further up my leg, my body tenses more and more. There is an ache, a wanting, that runs straight from the pit of my stomach to the heat of my pussy. Trent, I say, surprised at how breathless and unlike me my voice sounds. I'm very good at what I do, Hannah, he says, his eyes glinting. I want to show you just how good. I can already feel my pussy dampening at his words, and as he kisses his way further up my thigh, it becomes more like a drenching. If he touches my panties, he'll know right away how badly I want this. I watch intently as he makes his way higher. His lips against the soft skin of my inner thigh are driving me crazy. And when he uses his tongue to make a lazy, wet trail, I can't help it. I scoot my ass closer to the edge of the table. Trent looks up at me and chuckles. I'm just getting started, sweet. Be patient. He grabs my other leg and puts that over his other shoulder, and then begins the whole process again, kissing his way down from my ankle, past my knee, up my thigh. With both my ankles over his shoulders, it throws off my equilibrium, and I have to lean my hands on the table behind me to keep my balance. When he's kissed all the way up my thigh, Trent pauses. He pulls the chair a little closer and leans in so close that I can feel his breath hot against my core. Did you know I love eating pussy, sweet? His words are a low rumble between my legs. All I can do is look at him and shake my head lightly. I do. This is going to be even more fun for me than it is for you. And trust me, it's going to be very, very fun for you. Without warning, he reaches up and grabs onto my panties. He yanks them down so hard that I can hear them rip as they slide out from under my ass. He shimmies them out from underneath me, and then slowly lifts my ankles off his shoulders, one at a time, so that he can remove my panties completely. He throws the limp fabric down on the table beside me, and then pulls his chair back in. His face is just inches from my naked pussy now. I want to hide my face, but the intense way he's looking at me has me too rapt to look away. The man seriously looks like he's about to dig into an exquisite 7-course meal. I shiver in anticipation. My heartbeat is off the charts as I watch him inch closer and closer towards my core. Trent slides his arms under my thighs and then wraps his hands over the top of my legs, using his leverage to pull my thighs further apart so that I'm completely spread for him. Then he yanks me forward so that my ass is right on the edge of the table, inches away from his face. My clit is throbbing. My pussy is aching. I need him to touch me. God, I need it so bad. Trent, I whisper. Hannah, he murmurs back. And then he's leaning forward and taking the softest, most tentative taste of me. I quiver at the feel of his tongue on me, so soft and warm and wet. It slides lightly along my slit and flicks gently at my lips. When he reaches my clit, he runs the most exquisitely gentle circle around it. My whole body burns with lust. I watch him as he lets his tongue dance lightly across me. And then I notice a shadow pass by the window behind him. Oh, God. I realize just how close we are to the rest of the office. For a second, he had made me forget that we were in a boardroom right across from the elevators, in fact, where anyone could hear us, where anyone could accidentally walk in on us. Though that thought scares the crap out of me, it somehow does nothing to dampen my lust. The way Trent is caressing my crest with his tongue is making all rationale thought fly straight out of my head. All I want is this. Him. Now. I realize that I'm whimpering as Trent works my pussy. He's gripping my thighs, keeping them forced apart, and as I start to shake, he ups the intensity. He sucks my clit inside his mouth entirely, and the pressure drives me wild. My pussy clenches, and I want to feel something inside me so badly. His dick, or his fingers, or his tongue. As if he can read my mind, Trent lets go of my clit and trails his mouth lower to circle his tongue along my entrance. My hips buck towards him, but he holds me in place with his muscular arms. He stiffens his tongue and plunges it past my entrance. I squirm underneath him, but his grip on me is solid. He flicks his tongue around, and my pussy pulses against him. I realize I'm moaning, and I think again of the people who must be passing by in the hallway just on the other side of that window. There's nothing I can do about it, though. What Trent is doing to me is activating some primal part of me, a part that just wants to scream and swear and moan. The orgasm is on me before I even realize it's coming. Trent moves his whole mouth over my pussy, flicking his tongue back and forth roughly over my clit, and then it's happening. The pleasure crashing over me, as strong and sudden as an ocean wave. I try to stay quiet, but I can't help the moans that are escaping from my throat. Trent doesn't let up, even when he can feel me shaking underneath him. In fact, my orgasm only spurs him to work harder, tonguing me with a frantic energy that drives my climax deeper and farther. By the time the aftershocks wear off, my whole body feels depleted. Trent gives me a final kiss, his lips soft against my clit. And then he stands up and leans over me. I smile up at him, still a bit delirious.
We're not done,
he snaps. He pushes me onto the conference table so that I can feel the smooth surface under my back. Then he grabs me by the hips and pulls me closer to him, so that my soaking wet pussy is rubbing against the front of his suit pants. I can feel his erection pressing against me, and, oh God, it somehow makes me want him even more, as if that's even possible. He grinds his hips against me, and I wonder vaguely if he realizes that I'm probably soaking his pants. Trent slips his hand in between us and finds my pussy with his fingers. His hand on me feels totally different than his tongue, rougher and harder. And I shimmy closer, wanting more. He leans over me, resting his other arm on the table beside me. His chest is pressed against mine, and his breath is warm on my face, and his eyes bore into me.
I'm not going to fuck you today, sweet,
he says. His voice is gruff with desire.
Even though I want to, and even though I know you want me to. But I want you to get a taste of what it's going to feel like when I do.
He uses the hand that's between us to find my entrance, and then he thrusts 2 fingers roughly inside me. The shock of it makes me arch and buck, and I feel his thighs press harder against me as he leans deeper into me. I get lost in his face, in his touch, as he fucks me with his fingers and moves his body against mine. He leans forward and grazes his lips against my skin. I finally reach up, grabbing his neck and pulling his face closer to me, kissing him harder. I part my lips and then find my tongue with his, letting them crash together the same way our bodies are crashing together down below. Trent keeps plowing his fingers into me, and then he uses his thumb to stroke my clit. The sensation sends my whole body into a spasm. My muscles tense, my mind blanks. All I can do is hold on to the back of his neck, focus on his face, and say his name over and over. Trent, oh God, Trent, oh God, Trent. I'm screaming by now, or at least I think I am. And he's still finger-fucking me, moving his thumb over my clit, relentless and demanding, until he's taken every single thing I have. When he stops, I'm limp. I lie there on the conference room table and do nothing but breathe and blink. It's like coming to the shore after being in the middle of a tsunami. Trent grazes his mouth against mine one more time, sucks my bottom lip briefly between his,
and then stands up. He straightens his tie. "That's one down," he says, with a wicked gleam in his eye. "One down? My brain is still not quite functional." "One of your fantasies down, remember? Me eating you out in the conference room? But don't worry, Hannah. We have so many more to go through." With that, he grabs my panties off the desk, shoves them in his pocket, and strolls out of the boardroom. I lay there dazed for another minute, trying to figure out what the fuck just happened. Then I realize I'm lying on the table of the conference room with my soaked pussy completely exposed. I hurriedly hop off the table and tug my dress down. I pull a little compact mirror out of my purse and try my best to straighten my hair and make myself look presentable. I can see silhouettes outside the window as people roam the hallway. Oh, God, I try to remember how loud I was. Did anyone hear me? This is mortifying. And yet, wow. Mortifying or not, what Trent just did to me in this room is one for the record books. I mean, wow. There are no words. There's only the way my body feels like a wet noodle, the way my clit still buzzes with sensation. When I feel halfway human again, I take a deep breath and pull open the door. There are a half a dozen people waiting in the hallway outside the door, all holding laptops or notebooks. Finished with the room, a smartly dressed woman standing outside asks smugly, "We have it booked for a meeting." "Yes, sorry," I mutter. My face flames bright red. How long have they been standing out here? I scurry over to the elevator as fast as I can and don't look at them as they file into the room. I jam the elevator button and say a silent prayer of thanks when it arrives right before any of them can discover the giant wet spot I no doubt left on the conference table.
21. Love Mail. From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: strawberries, sandalwood, summertime. Those are the things you taste like. Fucking incredible.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: stop. Or don't stop. I don't know anymore.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: don't overthink it. Come on. Didn't I do a good job? I've been told I have a very talented tongue.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: oh God. You did a very good job.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: smiley face. That's what I thought, given the way you screamed my name. So since you enjoyed yourself, and I enjoyed myself, I see no reason why we shouldn't move on to the next item. Getting you off today got me so hard and horny. I think it took 6 hours for my erection to come down. I was seriously considering calling my doctor. I wanted to jerk off so bad, but I wouldn't let myself. I want you to be the one to take care of me. I want to feel those sweet lips of yours wrapped around my cock. Come to my office tomorrow at 3:45 p.m. Do not be late. 22. Trent. All I can think about is Hannah. All night long, my cock aches. My balls churn. I want to jack off so badly, especially when I picture her beautiful pussy, the way she'd squirmed underneath me, the way she'd mewed like a kitten when I'd fucked her with my fingers. Jesus, she had no fucking clue what she did to me. She would see soon, though. I couldn't wait to have her in my office, to make her take care of this problem she's caused me. Already the thought of her mouth on me is sending waves of anticipatory pleasure through me. The day passes at a snail's pace. I'm distracted during meetings, useless at decision-making, and I even snap at Lottie when she tells me that I now have a conference call to conduct over lunch. I'm like a man obsessed, possessed. I somehow managed to make it through the rest of the afternoon, until right around 3, when my direct line rings. I pick it up because there aren't many people who know this number, mostly family and a few VIP clients. Hello? Hello, stranger. Fuck. And Lara. What do you want? My voice is brusque. I want her off the phone as soon as possible. I hate talking to her at the best of times, and I hate it more when it interrupts my delicious fantasies about Hannah. Just calling to chat. Right. Honest. How are you? I'm great, Lara. Thanks so much for asking. I let the sarcasm drip through loud and clear. I'm just trying to be nice, since I know you aren't going to like the real reason I'm calling. I sit up straighter in my chair. Like I said, I never liked talking to Lara, but now I'm intrigued, and on guard, about what she could possibly want. Just spit it out. Fine, she huffs again. Word on the street is that Loft and Barn is in trouble. An icy fury fills my veins. Trouble? I laugh. That's absurd. Lara laughs back, but hers is an artfully practiced tinkle. Come on, Trent. You know I'll find out. I always get the story. Lara works at Design Times, the biggest and most widely read style magazine in the country. In fact, she was the one who first helped put Loft and Barn on the map. It was how we met, actually, when she came out to cover our very first product launch. I'm very familiar with the lengths you'll go to get a story, I say bitterly through gritted teeth. But there's no story here. You're barking up the wrong tree, darling. Huh. Lara pauses, and there's a silence on the other end of the line. I'm tempted to hang up, but something makes me keep the phone pressed to my ear. That's so weird, she drawls, because just the other day I met the sweetest woman. She works in the textiles industry. You'd really love her. Anyway, she told me that Loft and Barn canceled, I don't know, half of their fabric orders for this season. Isn't that strange? Hardly, I snort. Fabric, Lara? That's your angle? There's a silence on the other end of the line. Want to at least give me a quote on that? She finally prods. Lara, I wouldn't give you a life jacket if you were drowning in a pile of your own bullshit. I hang up the phone. I can feel the blood rushing through my temples. My whole body throbs with anger and irritation. I hate talking to Lara. All it does is remind me of how she played me. But the worst part of all of this? She's right. The company is in trouble. Loft and Barn does amazing work. I still believe that. I'll always believe that. Luke is a goddamn visionary, and his pieces are the ultimate combination of trendy and classic. And for the longest time, that was enough. Now, though, it's getting harder and harder to compete with the big box stores, with the IKEAs and the Wayfairs of the world. The retail business is slowing down, and our online business isn't picking up fast enough to make up the difference. The worst part is that the entire success of the company is on my shoulders. Luke isn't interested in the business side of things. All he wants to do is design and build furniture. Unfortunately, that's part of the problem. His custom pieces are difficult, expensive, and time-consuming to reproduce, which means our profit margins shrink. Ironically, the nicer the piece, the less we make on it. We expanded into soft furnishings, curtains, rugs, pillows and shit, a couple of years ago, and that helped for a while. Those things are cheap and easy to mass-produce, plus they help to get people into the stores. But the temporary bump they've given us is shrinking, and so are our margins. I've tried talking to Luke about scaling back on some of the custom pieces, but he shuts down every time I bring it up. He doesn't think we should cheapen our business that way. I don't disagree, but he isn't the one who has to look our employees in the eye at these meetings. They depend on Loft and Barn for their livelihoods, and knowing that the more the company struggles, the more people we might have to let go is not exactly a thought I relish. There's a knock on my office door, and it shakes me out of the negative thoughts I'm dwelling on. I glance at the time. 3:45. I grin. Right on time. "Come in," I say, and watch as the door opens slowly. And then there she is. My Hannah, my sweet. "Come in," I say again, and she steps fully into my office and closes the door behind her. "Good girl." "Hi," she says, and her voice is so soft and hesitant that it makes me want to scoop her up into my arms and cover her with kisses. I love how her shyness is so at odds with the dirty persona she projects online, the one I know is buried in there somewhere. Speaking of her online persona, I turn to my monitor. I already have the email queued up, since I've been rereading it all day. "Today, all I could think about was your cock," I read. I glance up and see her skin already turning pink. I hide a smile and turn back to the screen. "I thought about crawling underneath your desk and unzipping you and letting your hard, heavy cock spill out into my hands. I thought about stroking your shaft, about tasting you, about running my tongue around your huge head." Hannah is slumped against the door now, and her chest is heaving up and down as she pants. She's embarrassed, but turned on. It renders her helpless. I love the effect it has on her, the way it dilates her pupils, the way it colors her in a shade of pink that runs from her cheeks all the way down her chest, to where the soft swell of her tits is just visible over the edge of her dress. I can already feel my dick starting to stiffen. "What do you think?" I swing my chair around. "Ready for the next fantasy?" She trails off, licks her lips, swallows. "That's all this is, right? Just sex? Just the fantasy?" I narrow my eyes. "Of course. What else would it be?" She nods slowly, and then I watch in amazement as she takes a few tentative steps towards me. That's my good girl. My dick is getting even harder as she gets closer. I want to feel her hands on me, her sweet lips. When she's close enough, I reach out and grab her hand, tugging her the last couple of steps so that she's standing between my knees. "I've thought about this for so long," I tell her. My voice is hoarse. It's almost embarrassing, the effect she's having on me. And she hasn't even touched me yet. She pauses, and then licks her lips again. I'm not really sure what I'm doing. I don't know if she means in general or right at this moment. It's not rocket science, sweet, I tell her. Just do what feels good to you. I figure that answer will satisfy in either case. She takes a deep breath and nods, and then drops to her knees in front of me. Jesus, the sight of her there, kneeling between my legs, her dark brown hair loose around her shoulders, her pink lips parted. It's already enough to make a grown man cry. When she reaches out a tentative hand and rubs my bulge through my suit pants, it almost kills me. Fuck. My head lolls back, and I'm just closing my eyes when the phone rings. Fuck, I say again, but this time for a different reason. I glance at the call display and see that it's Lottie. She usually knows not to interrupt me when I'm in my office with someone, so I can only assume it's important. I'm so sorry, I tell Hannah as I give her the 1-minute sign. I pick up the phone. What? I can't keep the snap out of my voice, and I feel a little bad for a moment. I'm definitely going to owe Lottie a bottle of wine or something after this week. I'm sorry, Mr. Whitaker, but Kenny Bradworth from shipping is here. He says he has an urgent matter that can't wait. God damn it. I hate Kenny to begin with, but I hate him even more in this moment. I glance down at the beautiful creature perched between my knees, and I want to tell Lottie to tell him to fuck right off. But if he says the matter is urgent, I probably need to deal with it right away. For all his terrible qualities, being prone to exaggeration isn't one of them. Fine. Tell him to give me 2 minutes. That should give Hannah time to sneak into Luke's office. Yes, sir. I hang up the phone and glance down at Hannah, then lift her chin so that I can look into her beautiful brown eyes. I'm so sorry, I say. I think this should only take a couple of minutes. We can reschedule, or you can pop into Luke's office until he's gone, if you'd like. It's up to you. Hannah is still on her knees in front of me, and I can see her face twisting as she considers her options. But then she does something that surprises the shit out of me. Out of both of us, I think. She glances at the space under my desk and raises her eyebrows. Wasn't this one of your fantasies? She murmurs. Her sudden brazenness floors me and turns me on even more. You don't have to do anything you don't want to, Hannah, I assure her. What she's suggesting is, I know, she whispers, and then she's crawling under my desk right as Kenny Bradworth knocks on the door.
23. Hannah. I don't know what has come over me. Somehow, being in Trent's office, kneeling between his legs, seeing the bulge that was clearly visible under his suit pants, has apparently turned me into a crazy person. Because what I had just suggested, what I'm about to do, is crazy. But ever since he did those things to me in the conference room, those unspeakable things that still make my legs shake whenever I remember them, I can only think about one thing. His cock. I need to see it. I need to touch it, to taste it. I've thought about him so many times, have fantasized about this so many times, that I can't let it end without experiencing it just once. And I'm pretty sure that if I walk out of his office now, I'll never come back. So before my common sense can take over, I crawl under the desk. Luckily, it's a huge desk with a full back, so I'm not visible to Kenny Bradworth, and there's enough room for me to maneuver around a little bit. Not a lot, but enough. I stay on my knees but bend forward a little bit, and Trent pulls his chair up carefully in front of me. I hear the door open, and Trent and the other man greet each other.
I hear the scrape of the chair as Kenny sits in one of the guest chairs across from Trent's desk. I realize I'm holding my breath, and I try to let it out as quietly as I can. Trent's legs are spread pretty wide under the desk, and I lean in a little closer so that I'm only inches from his cock. I reach one tentative hand out and slowly let my fingers graze against it. Trent twitches a bit in the chair, and I pull my hand back right away. Maybe this is too much. But Trent pulls his chair in closer and tilts his pelvis up a bit, giving me easier access. I can't help the wicked smile that crosses my lips. Somehow knowing how badly he wants this, and how vulnerable he is in this moment, is turning me on almost as much as what he did to me in the conference room yesterday. I reach my hand out again and run my fingers along the outline of his cock. This time, I'm a little more firm about it, and soon I'm using my whole palm to rub him through his pants. I can hear them talking. Something about overseas shipping. Trent's voice sounds a little huskier than usual, but otherwise he still seems remarkably composed. That only spurs me on more. I reach my other hand up, balancing on my knees with my arms on his thighs, and find his zipper. I pull it down slowly so that it doesn't make a sound, and then I let my hand slip past the fabric. I can feel the heat emanating off him. I find the slit in his boxer briefs, and then I slip my hand past that fabric as well. And then there's nothing between us anymore. And I wrap my hand around his cock at last. Trent's cock twitches as soon as I touch it, and he makes a strangled noise that he quickly covers up with a cough. I bite off another smile. I like having this effect on him. I lift his balls out of the briefs so I can have easier access to those, too. His cock is amazingly thick, and I can't even come close to closing my fingers around him, but I grip him as well as I can and move my hand slowly up and down the length of his shaft. His hips buck a little, and he shifts them down another couple of inches. He still seamlessly keeps up his end of the conversation with Kenny. As I stroke his massive cock, I have a moment of incredulity. I can't believe I'm doing this, jerking my boss off under his desk while he meets with a client. This is the stuff of fantasies. Literally, it was the kind of thing Trent and I described to each other, back when I never believed we would actually do any of them. And now here I am, doing this, with him. But somehow, rather than scaring me, the thought makes me want to do it even more. I want to taste him. I lean my head forward and reach my tongue out tentatively. I flick the head of his cock lightly, and he squirms in his seat. I lick him again. I savor the salty, musky taste of his skin. I lick my way around the head, coating him with my saliva, making sure he can feel my warm tongue all over him. He squirms in his seat again, and his thigh muscles tense under my forearms. I've never felt like I was very good at giving head, and I'm sure my ex would agree with that assessment. But right now, I feel like anything I do is going to drive Trent crazy. That's a heady, powerful feeling. I grip my hand at the base of his cock and run my tongue along the full length of his shaft over and over, coating all sides of it. And then I move down and do the same thing to his balls. I cover the entire sack with my tongue, and then I slowly suck one of his balls into my mouth. Even his balls are huge. Just one fills my mouth completely. I suck on it for a moment before doing the same with the other one. Trent is squirming for real now, and I wonder devilishly what his guest must be thinking. When I'm done with his balls, I pull his cock downward a little bit,
and take the whole head into my mouth. Trent gasps and then covers it up with another cough, one that draws out even further as I take him deeper in my mouth. When he finally gets himself under control, he resumes the conversation, but I can hear the way his voice shakes. His legs are tense and trembling. I move my head up and down the length of his shaft as well as I can, given the cramped quarters. I use my other hand to tug gently on his balls, rubbing my thumb over the spot where they connect to the base of his cock. With every stroke of my mouth, every twist of my tongue, the thrill and wrongness of what we're doing hits me, over and over. This is so bad. It's wrong. It's mortifying. And yet it's so fucking hot. I feel like a completely different person as I take him into my mouth, as I feel his cock graze the back of my throat. Makes me want to do an even better job of it, so I suck him hard and let saliva pool over him so that he can slip in and out of my mouth better. I don't care, Trent is saying, and I wonder if Kenny hears what I do. The way his voice is hoarse and strangled. I'm not signing off on that. I think that's the end of this discussion. Fine. There's a scraping sound as the chair moves again, and I realize the man is finally leaving. But I don't consider this matter resolved. I consider it very close to being finished. Trent practically sputters out the words. And I'll ask you to leave now. There's a general grumbling from the other side of the desk, but then finally, I hear the sweet sound of the office door opening and closing again. Oh, fuck. Trent finally lets go at that exact second. My mouth is still wrapped around him, and I can feel his hot cum shooting into my mouth. It takes me by surprise, but I react instinctively, swallowing it down in great greedy gulps. There's more of it than I expected. It just keeps coming, filling my mouth. And the more I swallow and suck, the more there seems to be. Trent has his hands in my hair, and he's bucking his hips against me, thrusting his cock into my mouth as he comes. He's saying my name over and over again, too, and it turns me on to hear him say it. Hannah has never exactly seemed like the name of a goddess. But on Trent's lips, it sounds like sex itself. Finally, he starts to slow his thrusts, and the waves of his orgasm die down. I slowly pull my mouth off him, but keep running my tongue around the tip, wanting to get every last drop of his pleasure. When it's over, I finally look up at him. I feel shy all of a sudden, the reality of what we just did crashing over me like a ton of bricks. But Trent is looking at me with a soft expression, though he looks almost as stunned as I feel. He shakes his head. I don't have words. You? I smirk. You always seem to have words. I know. He shakes his head, laughing softly. I think you sucked them all out of me. He cracks a grin, and I once again find myself blushing. Funny how he always seems to have that effect on me. He reaches out his hand and pulls me to my feet, and then he's grazing his lips against mine. For a moment, I let my arms twine around his neck, letting my body press against his. Even with the orgasm he just had, I can already feel his cock stiffening against my belly as we kiss. I lose myself in the moment. His lips move against mine, and when he slips his tongue across them, I don't resist. I let him kiss me. There's a passion in his kiss, and a tenderness in his touch that makes my knees feel weak. It feels like a real kiss. For a half a red-hot second, I even let myself believe it. I let myself believe that the chemistry I feel with Mr. Bigshot is something real. that it's more than just words on a screen. Trent's arms around me feel too good to be true, though. This whole thing feels too good to be true. And don't they always say that if something seems too good to be true, it probably is? I force myself to break off the kiss. I turn away so that he can't see how hard it is for me to catch my breath. I have to go, I tell him abruptly. Anna? There's confusion in his voice. I'll see you around, or something. Then I grab the knob, push open the door, and get away from his office as fast as I possibly can.
24. Love Mail. From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: or something? I'll see you around, or something? That simply isn't good enough. When can I see you again?
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: well, we work in the same building. You can see me anytime you want.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: still not good enough. I mean, when can I see you? / insert sexy inflection.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: sorry. I don't know.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: huh? What's going on here, sweet?
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: the problem. What's going on here is you're my boss.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: pfft. I was your boss the other day, too, and that didn't seem to stop us. Don't tell me you're having second thoughts.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: ha. Oh, I'm on my 5th or 6th thoughts by now.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: how about this? Okay, well, let's go back to a version where this worked out better for me. Was there a version where you said yes to going out with me?
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: smartass. I think that was version 3, but it was heavily influenced by cheap beer.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: why, thank you. Perfect. So I'll take version 3. I'll just make sure there's cheap beer there.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: right. Somehow I can't picture you drinking cheap beer.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: double question mark. Why not?
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: seriously? Let's see. Maybe because you wear suits that cost more than 6 months of rent for me.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: then you may be interested to know. that when we were first trying to get Loft and Barn off the ground, Luke and I used to go to Freaky Freddy's pool hall every week for Friday buckabeers.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: Freddy's? I just spit coffee all over myself.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: Oh dear. Then you must let me make it up to you.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: Well, only if you take me to Freaky Freddy's pool hall.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: Done. It's a date.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: ? Wait. Really?
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: I win. Yes, really. Wear something slutty. Winky smiley face.
25. Hannah. I can't believe I'm doing this. How in the hell did I let Trent Whitaker talk me into going to a dodgy pool hall with him? I mean, those things are so incongruous. I can't believe Trent, with his bespoke suits and his $400 haircut, spending any time at all in a bar with a name like Freaky Freddy's. I'm starting to think it was my very own incredulity that made me say yes. Freaky Freddy's pool hall is in an area of town I haven't really ever been to before. Way too dodgy, even for me. Trent had offered to drive me, but I didn't want to be dependent on him for a ride, so I took a cab. When it pulls up in front of the building, I almost tell the driver to take me somewhere else. The building is old, with peeling beige paint and a red and green hand-drawn sign that just says Freaky Freddy's. It's a little serial killery, to be honest. I force myself out of the cab and push open the dusty glass door. Fortunately, the inside isn't nearly as dodgy as I'm expecting. The place is clean, and instead of the old-timers I'm expecting, it's mostly bustling with hipsters. Even though it's not what I expected, I still can't picture Trent here. I wander around, but there's no sign of him yet, so I go back to the door to wait. It feels like I wait forever, but that's probably just my nerves. A few minutes later, I see a huge black SUV pull up in front of the pool hall. I know instinctively that it's him. No one else in this neighborhood would drive a car that expensive. Trent pulls the glass door open and smiles when he sees me. The smile lights up his entire face, and I feel my legs go a bit wobbly. They only get worse when he leans over and kisses me. It's not an intense kiss, just a soft peck on the side of my mouth. But somehow, the casual intimacy of it is even more beguiling. Every time I see him, the dynamic of our relationship seems to change. "I'm sorry I'm late," he says. "Traffic was terrible." I blink a few times as I take him in, and I have to admit that the view is pretty spectacular. He's traded in his usual suit for a navy blue polo shirt and a pair of darkly, perfectly worn jeans that probably cost more than my whole wardrobe. But the way they fit him, yeah, I'd say they were worth every penny. They hug his muscular thighs and sit just low enough on his hips that I can imagine the V of his body underneath, the treasure trail that leads to... I force my mind off that train of thought and follow him over to the bar. I look around while he pays for a table, and when he finally turns back to me, I have to tell him. "I have bad news." "What?" He looks worried. They don't do buck of beers anymore. I gestured to the sign over the bar. They're $2.59 a beers. Fucking inflation, he curses. I laugh and he grins. That's okay. We're going all out tonight and getting a pitcher. And fries? Anything you want. Wow, I say breathlessly. I never knew dating a CEO would come with so many perks. Stick with me, babe. You might even get an ice cream cone out of it later. I'd rather have something else to lick. The words are out before I realize what I'm saying. I clap my hand over my mouth, but Trent just laughs and slings his arm around my shoulder. That can most definitely be arranged as well. The flush on my cheeks fades to a comfortable warmth as Trent orders a pitcher from the bar and we make our way over to an empty table at the back of the room. It's dark back here except for the green globe light hanging over the table. Trent pours us each a beer, and we clink our glasses together and drink. I feel another rush of warmth, but I don't know if it's the beer or the way Trent is looking at me over the rim of his glass. Ladies' break? Trent asks finally, as he sets down his glass and starts racking up the balls. Sure, I say. I feel like I have to warn you, though. I'm really terrible at this. Oh, I don't believe that. I laugh. You don't have to believe it. You're going to find out for sure in about 2 minutes. Sure enough, I break and the balls barely scatter. That was good, Trent says, and I laugh again. I told you. You just need to put some muscle into it. Here. He comes to stand behind me, and even though it's cliché as hell, it still sends a shiver from my head to my toes when he leans his body against mine. Hold it like this, he says, as he adjusts my arms and the way I'm holding the cue. Come on, Hannah. I know you know how to handle a stick. My cheeks flush. A stick I can handle, I say. It's the balls I seem to be having a problem with. No, I'd say you're rather adept at balls as well. I don't know what to say to that, so I just let him bend me further over the table and wiggle my ass back a little bit just to tease him. Ahem, he says, holding his hand over mine. Now, in pool, I find it helpful to think about someone you really hate. Someone I hate? An ex is usually a good choice in my experience. An image of Matt pops into my head. I almost giggle when I think about what he would say if he could see what I've been up to with Trent. Trent and I haven't even had sex, and it's still the best sex I've ever had. Got someone in mind? He asks. His body is still pressed against mine, and it's hard to keep thinking about Matt when I can feel the beginnings of Trent's erection digging into me. Yes. Good. Now, all you have to do is imagine that the cue ball is this person's face. I try to picture Matt's face on the ball. Now, hit it. I shove the cue into the ball, and for once, there's some power to it. It hits the other balls, which are still tightly clumped at one end of the table, and they scatter. The yellow one goes into one of the side pockets. I did it! I turn around and face Trent, who's grinning at me. See? A little bit of hate can be a powerful thing. I take a sip of my beer and smile. I like it. So, who do you picture? Trent doesn't answer. He grabs his beer and takes a long swallow. Sorry, I wince. I forgot. The ex-fiancé. He nods. The ex-fiancé. Trent had mentioned his former fiancé a few times, but he had never said exactly what happened between them. I'd be lying if I said my curiosity wasn't piqued, but the way Trent's eyes darken in the already dark bar tells me I'm better off changing the subject. So, where did you learn to play pool? I ask instead. College, he says.
He takes another sip of his beer and then lines up a shot. Luke and I used to play all the time. That and foosball. He takes the shot and sinks the red ball in the corner pocket, then gestures for me to take a turn. Where'd you go to school again? Harvard. Right, I think you mentioned that once. MBA? He nods. We both started out there, though Luke ended up dropping out partway through. He absolutely hated it. I think he'd be happy if he never had to see another number again in his life. Unless it's a measurement. So you guys split the work now? Luke does the design stuff, and you handle the business side? He nods. Must be nice for him. Sounds like you got the short end of that stick. I don't mind it, he says. Business is like a combination of art and science, and I like that it appeals to two different parts of me. Besides, I look better in a suit than he does. That I would definitely agree with. We finish the game and then play another, although calling it a game is a stretch. Mostly we just take turns and Trent sinks most of the balls. I've got a little more strength in my shot now, but they still go wild as hell, and I'm lucky to even hit another ball with the cue ball. But between the conversation and the beer, I end up laughing more than I have in ages. I never would have believed it. But it turns out that Trent Whitaker is a fun date. By the time our picture is done, I'm slightly tipsy and enjoying myself a little too much. I lean into Trent's chest. Kiss me, I tell him, surprising myself. He looks down at me, the corners of his mouth twisting up into a smile. With pleasure. He snakes his arms around my waist and pulls me to him. I have to stand on my tiptoes, but when he finds my mouth with his, it's heaven. His lips move softly against mine at first. It's so gentle and sweet that it makes me dizzy, and I lean into him even more. I kiss him harder, opening my mouth to him and swirling my tongue around his. I want to taste every part of him. I want to feel every part of him. I want to... As if he can read my mind, Trent pulls away. His eyes are hooded, his breathing short and quick. Want to get out of here? He asks. Goosebumps prick my arms, and a heat courses through me. With pleasure.
26. Trent. I text Ted, my driver, and tell him to bring the car around. He appears in record time, and I hold the back door of the SUV open for Hannah. You have your own driver? She whispers, as if he might hear her, even though the privacy partition is closed, and it's quite soundproof. I chuckle. Yes. Does that surprise you? She shakes her head, looking bemused. Nothing about you surprises me. I laugh as I climb in behind her. Well, then that makes one of us, because so far, everything about you has surprised me. She turns to face me as I close the door behind me and the car pulls away from the curb. What does that mean? It means you keep me on my toes. Is that a good thing? She looks suspicious, and I have to laugh again. Yes, sweet, it's a good thing. Now come here. I pull her onto my lap so that she's facing me, and then I pick up where we left off. Her mouth is so fucking soft and amazing, and kissing her makes me think of how her lips felt wrapped around my cock the other day. The memory alone makes me groan into her mouth. She moves her hands up and tangles them in my hair, tilting my head so she can kiss me even deeper. I run my hands over her body and bring them to her chest, cupping her full tits in my hands. That makes her moan this time, and when she tilts her head back, I kiss the soft hollow of her throat. Hang on, I tell her, and stop caressing her nipples. Trent, she groans, which makes me grin. Just a second, I tell her. I reach for my phone, and then open up the Love Mail app and the email I have queued up. I start to read to her. Have you ever had sex in a car? I would love to do that someday. I would love to just crawl into your lap, push my panties aside, and slide down onto your cock while we drove down Lakeshore. I look up at Hannah. Her eyes are wide, her cheeks flushed. Look where we are, sweet. I press my nose against her neck as she turns to look out the window. I feel her sharp intake of breath, though I don't know if it's because she's just realized we're on Lakeshore now, or if it's because of the way I run my tongue along the soft hollow of her throat. She turns to look at me again. Her brown eyes are dark with lust, and her lips part as she leans in toward me. She finds my mouth, and then we're kissing again. She braces her hands against my chest, and I reach around to cup her ass, nestling her in tighter against me. She squirms in my lap, and I know she can feel how hard my cock is right now. It's straining against my jeans, and I shift to try to get comfortable. But it's not happening. There's no getting comfortable right now. Every part of me is calling out for her. I can't wait to bury myself in you, I say. My words are almost lost in her mouth, but I know she hears them because she groans against me. Her lips are moving all over my face now, kissing me everywhere, and she grinds herself back and forth in my lap. She's wearing another one of those fucking little sundresses. I'm starting to think I should send a thank you note to whoever manufactures them, and I push it up her thighs so that I can feel her soft skin. Her knees are on either side of my thighs, and she's already riding me, rocking her hips back and forth. I slide my hand in between our bodies and press my fingers against her core. Fuck, you're so wet already. Her panties are absolutely drenched, and my fingers come away damp. Yeah, she whispers, breathless. You kinda have that effect on me. I grin. Well, you have this effect on me. I take her hand and press it against the front of my jeans so that she can feel how hard my cock is. A gorgeous smile crosses over her face. I want you inside me, Trent, she says. Her voice is husky. Now. Fuck, I want that too, Hannah. She reaches her other hand down, and then she's using both her hands to undo my button and then my zipper. She frees my cock and then gasps as it springs forward, as if it's reaching for her on its own. She wraps it in her tight little fist and strokes it a couple of times, and I have to bite my lip to keep from coming all over her hand. Come on, Hannah, I groan into her hair. Push your panties aside like you wanted. Let me feel your sweet pussy. She keeps my cock in one hand, but reaches the other hand down and yanks aside the crotch of her panties. She moves her hips forward a little so that she's pressed up against me. I can feel her slit against the length of my cock, and then she starts moving her hips, coating me in her juices. She's got a look of precious determination on her face. I throw my head back and groan. This woman has no fucking clue how goddamn sexy she is. I let her rub her pussy against me a few more times, but then I can't stand it anymore. I wrestle a foil packet out of my pocket and rip it open with my teeth. I need to be inside you, I growl. I sheath my cock, then grab her by the hips and lift her just enough to position her over me. She uses her hands to line my shaft up at her entrance, and then she's sinking down onto me, and it's the closest fucking thing to heaven that I've ever experienced. She moves slowly because she's so tight, and my cock is so big. But inch by determined inch, she takes me. Her mouth opens further and further, with surprise or with pleasure, and she keeps sinking down on me, until finally I'm all the way inside her. "Oh, my God, Trent." Her voice sounds pained, but there's nothing pained about the way she leans forward and kisses me. There's nothing pained about the way she starts slowly moving her hips, grinding away in my lap. I grab the front of her dress and pull it down so that I can see her gorgeous tits. She's got a lacy little purple bra on, which somehow seems appropriate. It's cute and sexy at the same time, just like her. And I yank that down too, exposing her nipples, which are pink and puckered. I lean forward and take one in my mouth, swirling my tongue around it and then nipping it lightly. She yelps and then laughs. She presses her body closer to me, and I take her other nipple in my mouth and do the same thing. They're so hard they're like little pencil erasers, and I torment her by running my teeth over them lightly. She's still moving her hips against me. I can't believe how tight she is. Even though her pussy is so wet I can feel her juices pooling between us, it's still a snug fit. My balls are starting to ache, and what I really want to do is flip her over and just slam into her. But I kind of like having her on top. I don't think it's a natural position for her, and I like seeing her just on the edge of her comfort zone. "Come on, Hannah," I say. "Do you like fucking me? Fuck me harder. Use me. I want to see you get yourself off." She bites her lip, but there's no hesitation this time. Her hands dip down between us, and she finds her clit and uses her fingers to stroke it. "Does that feel good?" "Mm-hmm," she nods. She starts moving her hips a little bit faster, and then closes her eyes and throws her head back. I grip the back of her head and pull her back upright. "Eyes open," I tell her. "I want you to look at me when you're fucking me." She opens her eyes, and I let myself fall into them, just for a second. She's so goddamn beautiful, and the way she's looking at me right now, with such naked vulnerability, is just... fuck. I feel my cock start to ache, and I know my orgasm is close, but I'm gonna be damn sure she gets off first. "You're so tight, Hannah. Oh, you make my cock feel so good." She moans, but doesn't take her eyes off me. She's bucking her hips even faster now, so hard her tits are bouncing. She's still fingering her clit. I can feel her pussy start to clench around me, and if I thought she felt tight before, this is just a whole other level. I feel my eyes start to roll back in my head, but I force myself to keep them on Hannah, the same way I instructed her to do. She's biting her bottom lip now, and she's bucking hard against me, and then her pussy is spasming, and her mouth is opening into an "oh." She can't even manage my name this time. The sounds coming out of her mouth are just a series of primitive screams, building as her orgasm crests through her. Her pussy is squeezing me so tight that I can't hold off anymore. I grab her hips and thrust up into her a few times. I can still feel her clenching, and then my balls churn and... oh, fuck, Hannah! I buck up so hard, I'm afraid I'm going to tear something inside of her. But her mouth just opens wider as the orgasm continues to pummel her. My abs clench, and I buck up one more time, and then I'm joining her on the pleasure wave. I wrap my arms around her waist and hold on to her, forcing her down onto me hard as I come. It takes minutes for both of us to stop shuddering. I'm soft now, but still nestled inside of her. And it feels right somehow, like I'm not quite ready to pull out just yet. I reach up to the back of her head and pull her in for another kiss. The franticness of earlier is gone, and now it's surprisingly tender and sweet. Her chest is still heaving, and her breath in my mouth comes in soft pants. I run my hands up through her hair and scratch my fingers lightly along her scalp. She moans and squirms in my lap. I'm so sensitive that the slight rocking motion is enough to make me gasp. And then, before I know it, blood is starting to pool in my cock again. Hannah pulls back and raises one eyebrow. Again, Trent? I shrug, grinning as I fumble for another condom. What can I say? There's a reason they call me Mr. Bigshot. She grazes her lips against mine and rocks her hips again. Well, there's a reason they call me Sweet Vixen. We drive around for a very long time that night.
27. Love Mail. From sweetvixen@lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot@lovemail.com. Subject: What's next? See subject line.
From Mr. Bigshot@lovemail.com to sweetvixen@lovemail.com. Subject: Do you mean like, where is this going? Winky smiley face.
From sweetvixen@lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot@lovemail.com. Subject: Oh shit. No, we agreed just sex. Remember?
From Mr. Bigshot@lovemail.com to sweetvixen@lovemail.com. Subject: I'm teasing. Of course I remember, though I find it amusing that you would be so appalled by the question.
From sweetvixen@lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot@lovemail.com. Subject: I just don't want you to get the wrong idea about me. What I meant was, we exchanged a lot of emails, a lot of fantasies. So which one is next?
From Mr. Bigshot@lovemail.com to sweetvixen@lovemail.com. Subject: Too late. Well, I'm quite sure I have exactly the right idea about you, but this is a fun question, I'll give you that. Let's see. There's the one about sex in an airplane bathroom.
From sweetvixen@lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot@lovemail.com. Subject: Let's leave that as a fantasy. Not the most practical.
From Mr. Bigshot@lovemail.com to sweetvixen@lovemail.com. Subject: Frowny face. True.
From sweetvixen@lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot@lovemail.com. Subject: How about... There's the one where I go down on you while we're driving down the interstate.
From Mr. Bigshot@lovemail.com to sweetvixen@lovemail.com. Subject: I do like that one, but I'm afraid my mother would kill me.
From sweetvixen@lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot@lovemail.com. Subject: Your mother has what to do with this?
From Mr. Bigshot@lovemail.com to sweetvixen@lovemail.com. Subject: It's not as weird as it sounds. She worries about me driving and texting. She made me swear on my father's grave that I would never do it. So I can't imagine she'd be pleased about driving and coming.
From sweetvixen@lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot@lovemail.com. Subject: It's still a little weird. That is both incredibly sweet and incredibly disturbing.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. To Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: well then. That's how I roll. Smiley face.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. To Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: so? Okay, there must be others.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. To Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: oh! I've got it. The chair.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. To Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: ? The chair?
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. To Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: winking smiley face. The chair. / wiggles eyebrows.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. To Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: surprised face. Oh, that chair.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. To Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: lucky for you. I have one in my office.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. To Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: really? You do? I don't remember seeing that.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. To Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: I hate to be the one to point this out. Well, both times you've been in my office, you've been rather distracted.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. To Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: true. Fair point. I'm not sure about your office, though. Last time was reckless.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. To Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: an alternative? Well, I'm personally a big fan of that flavor of reckless, but I take your point. I have one at my penthouse, too. That one I sent you the picture of. That was actually in my apartment.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. To Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: too soon. I'm looking at your picture right now. It looks like a nice place, but I think it might be too soon for me to go to your apartment.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. To Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: So the office then?
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. To Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: ...
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. To Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: a third alternative. It's either that or we go to one of the L&B retail stores. But I can't say I think that would make for good press.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. To Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: no. You're probably right about that.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. To Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: that brings us back to... That's why they made me the CEO. Great mind for business I have. So my office it is, then?
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. To Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: maybe. I have to think about it.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. to sweetvixen@lovemail.com. Subject: let me make this easy. What's there to think about? You, me, the chair. It'll be magical.
From sweetvixen@lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot@lovemail.com. Subject: you're not helping. I said I'll think about it.
From Mr. Bigshot@lovemail.com to sweetvixen@lovemail.com. Subject: neither are you. You're toying with me. I don't like toying. Tomorrow at 3.
From sweetvixen@lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot@lovemail.com. Subject: tongue sticking out face. Okay, fine. Smiley face.
From Mr. Bigshot@lovemail.com to sweetvixen@lovemail.com. Subject: big mouth smiley face. Good girl.
28. Hannah. I sit and stare at my laptop for a minute, shaking my head dumbly. How in the hell had he talked me into that? The man should have been a lawyer. He'd win every case he tried. I open my bedroom door and come out into the apartment, and it's as if I'm coming out of a thick fog. Hey, Allie says, glancing up from the couch where she's parked again. She barely glances up from the TV. Did you ever agree to do something and wonder just what the fuck you were thinking? Allie smirks. What did you do? I come this close to telling her. I really do. And then I think about how upset she got the other day. She's so worried about losing this apartment. I suppose I should be too. But the more I get to know Trent, the more sure I feel that he wouldn't fire me for this. Even when this comes to an end, which it inevitably will, I think we'll be able to handle it maturely and with no ill will. But the thought of ending it literally takes my breath away for a second. I flop down in the chair across from Allie and try to get my heart rate back to normal. Are you okay? Now she looks concerned. What did you agree to do? I shake my head and try to smile. No, it's nothing bad. Just agreed to take on this new assignment at work. That's great, she said. If they're giving you new assignments, they must like you. Yeah, I say, feeling bad about my lie. Something like that. Allie is looking at me expectantly, as if she expects me to elaborate. Hey, want to do something this weekend? Sure, like what? I don't know. Movie, dinner, we should get out of the house. Allie rolls her eyes. You don't need to mother me. I'm not mothering you, Als. Honestly, I'm doing this as much for me as for you. Work's been nuts lately, and I could use some chill time with my sister. Is that so bad? Her face softens. I know she doesn't mean to be so defensive all the time, but things are so much harder for her now than they used to be. Sometimes I think she still hasn't quite come to terms with the fact that this is her life now. That would be nice, she says finally. Good. It's a date. The next day at work, Sloane confronts me before I can even make it to my desk. Coffee today? Maybe, I say noncommittally. I have a lot of work to do. We haven't gone for coffee in ages, she says with a pout. The truth is, I've been avoiding hanging out with her for the last little while. I'm afraid she'll be able to tell that there's something going on with me. I already know how perceptive she is, and the last thing I need is her asking questions. I want to tell her. I just know that I can't. No one can know that I'm sleeping with the boss. Trent might not fire me, but it's career suicide if anyone else finds out. I slump down behind my desk, start up my computer, and try to look busy. How am I going to make it until 3 p.m.? I promised Charlene I'd get her a revised version of the wingback chair copy today, so I open up the document I was working on. I peck away at it listlessly, but the only thing on my mind is Trent. His dreamy, dark eyes, his soft lips, his muscled arms, his thick, fat cock. I squirm in my chair. This is torture, pure and simple. It should be illegal. In fact, it probably is illegal in some countries. Somehow, though, I eventually managed to get my assignment done and emailed off to Charlene. I take lunch by myself and walk around the block a dozen times or so to try to burn off some of this nervous energy. When I get back to the office, I do a little bit more work, and then at long last, it's almost 3. I make my way discreetly to the elevator. I can feel Sloane's eyes on me, but I refuse to meet her gaze. I hate having to lie to her, and to Allie. But I don't know what else to do. As soon as the elevator door closes behind me, I put it out of my mind. I pop a breath mint, reapply my lip gloss, and ready myself to see the man who's been haunting my dreams. I find him in his office waiting for me. He looks just as sexy as I remember. This time, he's wearing a dark charcoal suit and a deep maroon-colored tie that brings out his eyes. "Hi," I say. I suddenly feel shy. He somehow has that effect on me even now. He doesn't say anything, just nods with his chin at something behind me. I turn and see the chair. My breath hitches in my throat, but I force a smile. "Huh, you do have one of these chairs in here." He chuckles. "Did you think I was lying?" "No." "Good." He crosses the room and drops into the chair. He gives me a grin that makes me shiver, and then beckons me over to him. Unlike the other times I've been in his office, this time, I don't hesitate. I crawl into his lap and wrap my arms around his neck. His lips are the drug I've been craving, and as soon as I feel them, my entire body relaxes. I melt into him. For the longest time, we just kiss like teenagers. Only I feel wilder and more delirious than I ever did back then, with those awkward high school boyfriends. Soon I'm burrowing down into him, grinding my hips against his. I can feel him getting hard underneath me, and it turns me on immediately. Memories of our night in the SUV come crashing back, and soon I need to feel his cock inside me again. My body craves it. My pussy aches for it. "I want you," I whisper in his ear. He makes a sound that's something between a groan and a roar. I reach down to stroke his cock through his pants, and he nips playfully at my ear, making me giggle. Neither of us are interested in any more foreplay. I stand up just long enough to shimmy my panties down and kick them over to the side, while Trent undoes his pants and yanks his dick out. He strokes it slowly with one hand while he reaches for a condom, and then I climb back onto his lap. I hold myself over him again and slowly, oh so slowly, sink down. He's so huge that he stretches me completely. If he was even a fraction of an inch bigger, I don't know if I could do this. But he's the perfect size to fill me. I bite my lip at the searing pain, a pain that's mixed with equal parts pleasure, until he's finally fully inside me. "You're so tight," he whispers, his voice hoarse. His words make my pussy spasm in pleasure, and he groans again. I start moving my hips against his, slowly at first. I'm just starting to pick up speed, moaning in his ear when... Knock, knock, knock. His office door. Trent holds a finger to his lips, Ignore it, he mouths. He rocks his hips against me again, but I'm frozen in place.
Mr. Whitaker!
Oh, God. That voice, it's...
Mr. Whitaker, it's Charlene from marketing. I need to speak to you about the catalog.
It's my boss, I hiss. Charlene starts to twist the doorknob. 29. Hannah. I hop off of Trent's lap, and he hastily stuffs himself back in his pants, condom and all. I smooth my dress down and try to get my breathing under control. My heart is racing, and I'm sure my skin is flushed bright pink. "Sorry," she sang, as she pulls the door open and steps into Trent's office. "Your secretary wasn't there, and it's really important that I speak to you." She trails off as she notices me standing there.
Hannah.
Hi, Charlene.
What are you doing here?
Her voice is as cold as ice. Hannah was here to discuss some catalog copy with me. I wanted to get her opinion on naming some of the new fabrics and colorways we're going to be using on this chair. He gestures to the chair we were just sitting in, and I almost laugh. That's when I notice my panties balled up on the floor next to the chair. I try to catch Trent's eye, but he's too busy staring down Charlene. "I see," she says, because there's not much else she can say to him. Me, on the other hand, she lances with the iciest eye daggers I've ever seen. "We were just finishing up," I assure Charlene and stare pointedly at Trent. "Thank you for your time, Mr. Whitaker." "Of course," he says politely. "Thank you for your most valuable input." I hightail it out of there before either of them can say anything further, and then I race to the elevator. My heart is threatening to beat straight out of my chest, and even when I'm back down on the 18th floor, I don't even begin to relax until I've been sitting at my desk for a good 10 minutes. That was way too close. I can't believe we almost got caught. What am I doing? I'm still shaking a few minutes later when the elevator doors ping open and Charlene walks out. Her eyes zero in on me immediately. She has to walk by my desk to get to her office, so I put my head down and try to look busy, but it doesn't work.
"I would like to see you in my office, please," she hisses as she goes by.
I get up on shaky legs and follow her across the room and into her office. She closes the door behind us and gestures at the guest chair across from her desk. My heart is in my throat. This is it. I'm going to be fired. Charlene turns to her computer.
"I'd like to read you something," she says brusquely.
Read me something. My mind is racing through the possibilities. Oh, God. Our love mail messages. Somehow she found out about them. I brace myself as she starts reading. "The toned arms will ripple delicately under your fingertips. The firm back will cradle you from behind, pressing against you, cushioning you, perfectly firm and yet soft at the same time. Sink into its bliss. Let it caress the full length of your body. Shall I go on?" It takes me a second to even realize what she's reading, but then I finally figure it out. It's the chair copy I sent her earlier today. My cheeks go bright red. I hadn't realized until I heard her read it out loud how utterly, pornographic it sounds. Charlene shakes her head.
"This is basically erotica, Hannah. We can't publish this."
"I'm sorry, I was trying something new. I'll rewrite it."
"Yes, you will. I want a new copy in my inbox by tomorrow morning. I don't care if you have to stay late to finish it."
I understand. I start to get up, and she doesn't stop me, so I breathe out a sigh of relief. I can't believe I dodged that bullet. I'm just about to pull open the door when Charlene speaks again.
"Hannah?"
"Yes?" I turn reluctantly around.
If you ever go over my head with Trent Whitaker again, I'll fire you so fast your head will spin. Her voice is icy cold, and I don't doubt that she means business. Yes, ma'am, I say, and then scuttle out of her office as fast as I can. Once I'm back at my desk, I collapse into my chair and put my head on the desk. The cool laminate surface feels good against my hot skin. This is a disaster. I have to put a stop to this. I pick up my phone. My hands are still shaking. I flick over to the Love Mail app and am just about to delete it when the phone buzzes in my hand. You have one new Love Mail message.
30. Love Mail. From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. To Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: Well, that was a disaster, and more than a little frustrating, I might add.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: Ugh. It was worse for me. The disaster part, I mean.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. To Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: Frowny face. Did I get you in trouble?
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: Sad face. No, I got me in trouble.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. To Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: Frowny face. So maybe seeing each other at work is a bad idea.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: Tongue sticking out face. You think?
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. To Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: tongue sticking out face. Fine. Well, how about this? I'm going out to the country to visit Luke this weekend, on Saturday. Why don't you come with me? You can see where the sausage gets made.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: Sausage? Seriously? Well, as weird and strangely delicious as that sounds, I have plans to hang out with my sister this weekend.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. To Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: Metaphorical sausage, silly. Bring her along.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: I wish. Ha! She'd love that. But it's not that simple.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. To Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: ? Why not?
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: Because. Reasons. I think I mentioned she has MS. She's in a wheelchair.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. To Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: Those aren't very good reasons. I remember, but that's totally fine. We can make it work.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: Really? She needs some special accommodations. I mean, not a lot. She's pretty used to the chair, but...
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. To Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: Seriously. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of everything.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot lovemail.com. Subject: maybe. Okay, let me talk to her. No promises, though.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. To Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: smiley face. From you, I'll take even the promise of a promise.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. To Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: are you for real? That was so cheesy.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. To Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: they call me the appetizer. Cheese and sausage, baby. That's how I roll.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. To Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: weirdo. I'm logging off now. 31. Hannah. I find Allie, as always, parked on the couch. She's eating something out of a brown ceramic bowl. I made fruit salad, she says. A big bowl of it. In the fridge if you want some. Thanks. Fruit salad does sound good, actually. I haven't had much appetite since what happened in Trent's office. I go get a bowl and then take it back into the living room. So, you know how we're going to hang out on Saturday? Allie turns to look at me suspiciously. Are you canceling? No, not at all. Actually, I have something kinda cool we can do. At least I hope she'll think it's cool. Oh? How would you like to go to the Loft and Barn workshop? The workshop? Allie's eyes are already gleaming. Yeah, it's where Luke Whittaker designs all the furniture. Are you kidding? That is so cool, right? Phew. How in the hell did you get me an invite? Is this a company trip? No, actually, it's, a private tour, I guess you could say. Allie's eyes narrow again. What do you mean? Remember I told you about how I'd been emailing that guy, and he turned out to be my boss? Well, we're kind of still keeping in touch, and he invited us out on Saturday to see the shop. Just us and him and Luke. I can see the war playing out on Allie's face. She wants to be pissed at me for still being in touch with Trent, but she's also desperate to go out to Luke's studio. How deep are you? She finally asks. Not deep at all, I say quickly. Well, just a little deep. We're sleeping together, I admit. I hate keeping secrets from my sister. Hannah! Allie looks horrified. He's different than I thought, I tell her. Honest, he's actually really sweet. And sexy as hell, I add mentally. He could still fire you if this goes south. I shake my head vehemently. He wouldn't. I don't mention that even if he wouldn't, Charlene definitely might. No need to bother her with that particular little detail. Allie is shaking her head. I don't know, Han. You say that now, but in a few weeks, when he's moved on to the new flavor of the month, what are you going to do? Thanks a lot. Her words make me feel physically ill. Is she right? Is Trent just going to get bored in a couple of weeks? I'm sorry. It's not a comment about you. I'm just trying to be realistic. How do you really know you can count on this guy? How do I know? I don't. All I have is the way I feel when we're together. The way he kisses me. The way he makes me laugh. The way I make him laugh. That has to count for something, doesn't it? I shake my head, trying to clear it. This is stupid. It doesn't matter if she's right or not. Trent and I had agreed that this is just sex. So even if it does go downhill in a few weeks, that's okay. We can part ways amicably. And that will be that. Easy as pie, right? I stab a piece of pineapple with my fork and bite down on it so hard that my teeth snap together. Do you want to go or not? I ask Allie. I can't help the irritation that seeps into my voice. I just have to let him know one way or another. My sister stares at me for a moment, then gives me a half-smile. Please, of course I want to go. Plus, it'll give me a chance to scope this guy out. Make sure he's good enough for you. I can't help but smile. I think you're going to like him, I assure her. I'll be the judge of that, she snarks back. But she's smiling, and I feel my irritation quickly start to dissipate. Funny how sisters can have that effect on you. The next morning, I managed to sneak into the office without running into Charlene or Sloane. But my luck only holds out until 10 o'clock or so. Charlene emerges from her office and claps her hands, her signal that we're all together in the middle of the room. I pull my chair over along with everyone else, but I try to stick to the back so that I'm not directly in her line of sight. I had sent off my revised copy last night before I went home, but I hadn't heard anything back from her about it. And right now, I don't want to do anything else to draw her attention to me. Okay, people, she trills, sounding relatively cheerful at least. The photos and the product lists are starting to come through, and that means we have a lot to get done in the next few weeks. She pauses and looks out over us dramatically. Unfortunately, that means we're going to have to work some weekends. There's a collective groan in the room. We all knew it was coming, but now it's real. I've divvied up the team so that everyone only has to work every second weekend, which I think is more than fair. This weekend we have Jim, Hannah, Judy, and Grant. Next weekend will be Corbin, Sloane, Sakshi, and Manny. We'll rotate that schedule for as long as it continues to be feasible, but if we need to reevaluate, we will. Everyone clear? There's another grumbling in the room, but it's more resigned this time. I can't help but catch Sloane's eye. She raises her eyebrows and shakes her head. We both noted the fact that Charlene was nowhere on that list. We go back to our desks, and I'm just getting into the groove of my work again, when someone comes to stand behind me and roughly spins my chair around. Huh? I scramble as my earbuds are yanked out of my ears, and I accidentally fling my mouse on the floor. Sloane is standing in front of me, purse slung over her shoulder and sunglasses perched on her head. We're going for coffee, she announces. That's a command. I laugh. I'm really busy right now, I try to say, but she's already grabbing my purse and my phone off my desk. Not too busy for coffee. Come on. I have no choice but to hop up and follow her. That's Sloane for you. When we're out of the office, Sloane turns to me. Okay, I'm dying to know. Why did you get called into Charlene's office yesterday? Ah, so she had noticed that. For a moment, I think about telling her the whole story. All about Trent and about Charlene almost walking in on us. But then I think of Allie's reaction, and I start to second-guess myself. Sloane actually knows Trent, and I know I would have no choice but to take her seriously if she thought it was a bad idea. And to be honest, I just don't want to hear it. I already know it's a bad idea. I don't need one more person to tell me. Instead, I tell her part of the truth. I wrote some copy for a chair for the catalog, and it was a little pornographic. Inadvertently, I add hastily. Sloane stops in the middle of the sidewalk and turns to me. Wait, what? I laugh and tell her about the description I wrote, and by the time we get to the coffee shop, she's doubled over laughing. She has to wipe tears out of her eyes.
That is possibly the best thing I've heard since I've been working here, she says. You have to send me this copy. I need to read this masterpiece for myself. I promise her I will, and then we grab our coffees. It actually feels like old times, before I started sleeping with Trent and didn't have to worry about watching what I say around her. Hey, Sloane? I slip into the seat across from her at the coffee shop. Can I ask you a favor? Of course. Do you think you could switch work weekends with me? I promised Allie we'd spend the day together on Saturday. She's been kinda down lately. I feel terrible about the lie, but I don't want to cancel on Trent, especially now that I've gotten Allie to agree. Sloane waves her hand. Of course. It's not like I have anything even resembling a social life right now. We'll just have to make sure Charlene is okay with it. Right. Charlene. I dread having to ask her about the switch, even though there's no real reason for her to say no. Sloane and I are both copywriters, so it doesn't really matter which of us is here. At least it shouldn't. You never know with Charlene, though. When we get back to the office, Sloane wants to go talk to her right away, so we stroll over to her office together. Hey, Charlene, Sloane says, knocking on her door. Hannah and I were wondering if it was okay if we swapped weekends. She's got plans this weekend. Charlene looks at us suspiciously. Or more accurately, she looks at me suspiciously. I can tell she's trying to think of a reason to say no, but finally, she drops her shoulders. Fine, but I don't want a bunch of switching back and forth. Sure thing, Sloane says cheerfully. As soon as we're out of earshot of Charlene's office, she leans over and giggles. Okay, you seriously have to send me this chair copy you were talking about, because whatever you wrote has clearly offended Charlene all the way down to her cold, dead heart. I laugh, and then when I get to my desk, I find the chair copy from yesterday and email it to Sloane. I can tell the moment she reads it because I hear her guffaws of laughter coming from across the room. I glance back, and she's fanning her face, laughing so hard her skin is bright red. She clicks something on the computer and then walks over to the printer. Then she comes back over to my desk, waving the piece of paper. I'm pinning this on my cubicle for all of eternity, she announces. You could seriously sell this online as erotica. Chair erotica? Hey, it's the internet. I'm sure there's a market for it. I shake my head and turn back to my screen, barely able to suppress my smile.
32. Trent. On Saturday, I wake up humming like an idiot from a fucking Disney movie. Like if I held out my arms, little birds would land on them, or something equally ridiculous. And why? Because I get to spend the day with one of my employees? And her sister? Not just one of my employees, a little voice in my head whispers. Her. Hannah. I still don't know what it is about her, why she's gotten under my skin like this. She's cute, yes. Beautiful, really. And the juxtaposition between the dirty emails she'd sent me and her real-life persona are a turn-on, sure. But it's more than that. There's something about the way she can put me in my place with one breath, and then completely give herself over to me the next. Something about the way she makes me laugh. The way she looks out for her sister and her friends, the way she makes sundresses look sexy as hell. Fuck. I glance at myself in the mirror. You need to seriously cool it, loser. I shake my head. I can't remember the last time I was this hung up on a woman. But Hannah is like a drug, and I only want more. Hannah had given me the address of their apartment, so I hop in the modified SUV I rented for the day and head over there. No driver today. I like the drive out to Luke's place in the country, and it will be nice to spend the time with Hannah and get to know her sister. When I get to their apartment, I'm relieved to see that it's a pretty nice building, with a doorman and a secure front entrance. I'd hate to think about them living alone in a rough neighborhood or a bad building. I ring the bell, and Hannah and her sister come down. Hannah introduces me to Allie. "It's nice to meet you," I say, shaking her hand. "You too," she says. But there's a coldness in her voice, and she looks me up and down as if she's assessing a bag of rotting cabbages. I just give her my most charming grin. I'm used to sisters and best friends not exactly being a fan of me. Though in Allie's case, at least I can say that she has no real reason to worry. I open the back door of the custom SUV and hit a button which unfurls a low ramp onto the sidewalk in front of us. "Will this be okay?" I ask Allie. She glances at Hannah and nods reluctantly. "Thank you," she says, and I can see Hannah biting back a grin. I glance at her and wink, and she gives me a smile that's almost enough to make me start with the damn humming again. Luke's place is about an hour outside the city, and on a Saturday afternoon, it's a nice drive. The conversation's a little awkward at first, but Allie seems to be a big fan of Lofton Barn, so I find myself telling them all about how Luke and I grew the business. Luke's always been good with his hands. Our father was in finance, but he enjoyed woodworking as a hobby. He tried to teach all of us, but Luke was the only one who picked it up. I, on the other hand, am terrible with my hands. I feel Hannah glance at me, and when I look over, she raises her eyebrows. I can't hold back the smirk that flits across my lips. "What about your other brother?" Hannah asks. "You never talk about him much." "Jace. He lives in New York." Jace was a sore point in my history, the one part of running a business that I wasn't proud of. He used to work for Lofton Barn too for a while, but it wasn't a great fit. We don't talk that much anymore. I think he works at a bar." "And Luke," Allie asks, "does he really still design all the pieces himself?" I nod. "All the main pieces, yeah. Designs and builds the prototypes. When we expanded into soft furnishings, we started outsourcing that stuff, but the heart of the collection is still all Luke." "I didn't even realize that until I started working for you," Hannah says. "Well, Luke's not a fan of the spotlight. He likes to just do his thing." "Tortured artist type, I got it." I force a grin. "Pretty much, yeah." I don't want to tell her that Luke's insistence on still being so hands-on was holding us back. We couldn't mass-produce his complex designs nearly as efficiently as we could have with a simpler line, and it seemed like every year it took longer and longer, and cost more and more money for us to get the collection together. Luke refused to see that, but he wasn't the one staring down the numbers every day. We reached the turnoff for Luke's place, and I take the SUV up the mile-long driveway. Luke likes his privacy, but this place is so far off the beaten path that it feels like going back in time. We finally pull up to the house. Luke lives in a fully restored farmhouse. Well, more of an estate, really. It's that impressive. His workshop is what used to be a grain warehouse. It's massive. He can fit an entire season's collection in there, with room to spare. I've been here hundreds of times, and I still feel a moment of awe whenever I walk into that space. I can't wait for Hannah and Allie to see it. I'm just helping Allie out of the car when Luke comes out of the front door. My brother and I look a lot alike, except for our style. While I prefer custom suits, Luke is much more at home in jeans and flannels. Even the few times I've tried to get him dressed up for investor meetings or launch parties, he's fought me tooth and nail. Once, he even showed up to an industry dinner wearing a plaid flannel tie he'd cut out of one of his shirts. It was his form of protesting when I told him he absolutely had to wear a suit. That was the last time I ever tried to dress my brother. Today is no exception. He strolls out of the house wearing a tight black t-shirt and worn-out jeans, lightened along the thighs by constantly wiping his sawdust-covered hands on them. Even though my outfit isn't much different, black polo and jeans, we wear it completely differently. I introduced Luke to Hannah. I'd already filled him in on the fact that I was dating someone who worked for us, and he thankfully hadn't seemed too concerned. "Nice to meet you," he says to Hannah, shaking her hand. "I've heard a lot about you." Hannah smiles and raises her eyebrows at me. Not that much, I protest, but Luke just grins and claps me on the back. He turns to Hannah's sister. You must be Allie, he says. Luke Whitaker. Oh, my God. She shakes his hand. Her face pinks up the same way Hannah's does when she's flustered. This is... Wow, I can't believe I'm meeting you. Hannah laughs and squeezes her sister's shoulder playfully. Allie, you have absolutely no chill. I'm sorry, she says to Hannah, laughing, and then says it again to Luke. I'm just a huge fan. Hey, Luke says, don't apologize. You're making me feel like a rock star. You kind of are, at least to Allie, Hannah laughs. The vibe is so easy and good-natured that I can't help the smile that takes over my face. I admit I'd been a bit nervous about bringing everyone together like this, but so far so good. Anyone for some iced tea? Luke asks, and the girls both nod. He goes into the house and reappears a few minutes later with a pitcher and a tray of glasses. He pours out some tea, and we all hang around inside for a while, enjoying the view of the wide-open fields that surround Luke's place. Finally, my brother turns to the girls. Well, you didn't come out here to drink my iced tea. Can I show you around the workshop? Allie actually claps her hands together, and even Hannah looks excited. We all start towards the barn, but I let Allie and Luke pull out of us, and then pull Hannah into an embrace. Hey, I say, leaning down to kiss her. I've been waiting to do that all morning, but I wasn't sure what she was comfortable doing in front of her sister. Now, though, she kisses me back, pressing her lips against mine, letting her tongue get tangled up with mine. Hey, yourself, she says breathlessly, when we finally break apart. This is going well, right? She nods, looking up at me with the softest chocolate eyes. Good. I squeeze her hand, and we start off after the others.
33. Hannah. Luke's barn, or workshop, or whatever you call it, is incredible. The space is huge, cavernous, and the ceilings must be 20 feet high, with old wooden beams crisscrossing over our heads. There's furniture everywhere, some of it half-completed, and power tools that look like they'd be more than capable of slicing off your arm if you weren't careful. I glance down at Allie. She's wheeling forward quickly, trying to take everything in, hanging off Luke's every word. I shake my head and smile. I haven't seen her like this since before she had to get the chair. I squeeze Trent's hand. Thanks for bringing us here, I say. He smiles down at me. My pleasure. We follow Luke as he shows off the different pieces he's working on. The wishbone chairs, the live edge coffee tables, the 3-drawer nightstands. Trent squeezes my hand, and he winks when Luke shows us the updated wingback chair he's come up with. But otherwise, he seems to get more agitated as we go through the space. This is amazing, I tell him, trying to distract him from whatever is bothering him. Why don't you showcase this stuff more? You could have pictures of the workshop in the catalog. Show Luke's designs and all this in-progress stuff. People would love that. Trent smiles tightly, but doesn't answer. We all stop walking as Luke pauses in front of a huge dining room table. This piece, he says proudly. This piece is going to be the center of the collection. It's a farmhouse table, big enough to comfortably seat 10, and the top surface is a weathered gray wood. The spindled legs, however, are black iron. I had to find a local metalsmith to weld these for me, he says proudly. But I love the contrast between the metal and the wood, the play on the farmhouse aesthetic. Trent runs a hand through his hair and lets out his breath in a huff. A metalsmith? Seriously, Luke. I thought we talked about this. Luke shrugs, and I look back and forth between them. I think it's beautiful, I offer, and Allie nods. That's not the point, Trent says. The point is we can't afford fucking metalsmiths. I told you, we need to move towards keeping the collection more affordable, to produce and to sell. How much do you think we'd have to price this at to make any profit? So we price it higher, Luke says with a shrug. Right, and then everyone goes to IKEA and buys the Jorgenblork whatever because it's only $80. Allie and I glance at each other. Maybe we'll just go wait outside, I say. We hurry towards the front of the barn. You know the company is in trouble, I hear Trent saying. We just can't afford your design whims anymore. I don't want to have to start outsourcing this stuff, but I will if I have to. Allie and I duck out of the barn and close the door behind us. I give her an awkward smile. Sorry, I had no idea things were that tense. Don't worry. It was still really cool getting to see the workshop. We wait outside for a while. We can still hear their raised voices, but not exactly what they're saying. Eventually, we end up wandering around the property just to have something to do. Finally, we see Trent coming up over the field towards us. He's got a smile plastered on his face, but I know him well enough now to know it's not real. Sorry about that, he says, trying to sound casual. Just a little business disagreement, comes with the territory. Don't worry about it, I say, squeezing his hand. Luke's had some lunch brought in if you ladies are hungry. Allie and I glance at each other. Sure. We head back towards the house. Luke is already lugging food out of the house and setting it on a picnic table around the side. Trent heads in to help him, and by the time they're done, they've put out a full feast. Fried chicken, potato salad, tiny little ears of corn. We all sit down at the picnic table, and Allie pulls her chair up awkwardly to the side. There's never a good way for me to sit at these, she says apologetically. I'm sorry, Luke says, looking embarrassed. I didn't even think of that. Would you prefer to eat inside? No, that's okay. Trent glances at me, as if for confirmation. But I know Allie hates it when I baby her, so if she says it's fine, it's her decision. I give my head a small shake, and Trent nods. We set about eating, and the food is delicious. But the icy silence between Luke and Trent stretches out, and I can tell Allie isn't really comfortable trying to eat at the picnic table. I'm glad when it's finally time to leave. We say our goodbyes, and Trent drives Allie and I back to the city. At the apartment, he holds the door open while Allie wheels inside. I stay out on the sidewalk with him for a minute. Do you want to come up and have a coffee or something? I ask. I feel a little weird asking him that, but he seems so out of sorts that I feel even worse letting him just go home like this. But Trent shakes his head. I'm kind of tired, actually. Okay, sure. He doesn't look tired at all, but I know there's no point in arguing with him. He leans in and kisses my cheek. I'll talk to you soon. You know where to find me. I watch him drive off in the SUV, and then I push open the building's glass door and join Allie inside.
34. Love Mail. From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: Ugh. Well, that didn't go exactly as I had planned.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: Question mark? Everything okay?
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: Brotherly love. Just business stuff. Luke and I have different ideas about what we need to do to keep the company profitable. Of course, he's not the one who has to sit in the budget and HR meetings.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: I'm sorry.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: my bad. It's not your fault. And anyway, I should be the one apologizing. I kinda ruined Field Trip Saturday.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: sisterly love. Oh, don't apologize. Allie can't stop talking about it. Everything out of her mouth is like, Loft and Barn is amazing. Trent and Luke are so great. Ha ha.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: ha ha. I'm glad she enjoyed herself, and then I officially have the sister's stamp of approval. I still feel like I need to make it up to you, though. Dinner this week?
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: sure. That would be nice. Where do you want to go?
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: smiley face. I was thinking l'amour?
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: ha. Ready to try that one again, are we?
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: yup. I think we can make it work this time. Friday?
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: smiley face. It's a date.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: smiley face. I like the sound of that. 35. Trent. Unlike our last date, to Freaky Freddy's pool hall, this time Hannah actually lets me pick her up at her apartment. I considered driving myself, but eventually decide to have Ted drive me over there. I don't want to miss an opportunity for a repeat of what happened after we went to Freddy's that night. I go up to the apartment to get her, and do a double take when she answers the door. You look... wow. She's wearing a little black dress, and she's got her hair pinned up, instead of down over her shoulders the way she normally wears it. It shows off her long, elegant neck. Recognize the dress? She smooths it down over her delicious hips. I wore it on our first date. I think back again to the night at Freddy's. I thought you wore a sundress that night. I have a very vivid recollection from when you climbed on my lap in the back seat. Shh, Hannah snaps, looking around for her sister. But she's laughing. Not that night. A real first date at L'Amour. Oh, you mean the date you ran out on? She grins. Maybe. I had such high hopes for that night, I tease. Instead, I got drunk by myself and jerked off looking at your pictures. Trent! She swats me playfully in the arm. I'm just going to go say goodbye to Allie, and then we can go. A few minutes later, I have her in the back of the SUV with me. I can barely keep my hands off her. Her dress might be tasteful and elegant, but in the back seat of the car, it rides up, showing off her creamy white thighs, and all I can do is think about what's between them. All I can think about is being between them. I lean over and nuzzle at her neck, and she responds instantly to my touch. She tilts her head and finds my lips with hers. She feels so soft against me that I want to push her down on the leather seats and slide my hand right up her dress. As if she can read my mind, Hannah lets her legs fall open and drops my hand on the upper part of her thigh. "Are you trying to corrupt me?" I tease. She bites her cute little lip. "Maybe." It's working. I go in for another kiss, but the way her hands are splayed against my chest makes me crazy. I run my hand further up her thigh until I'm almost pressed against her heat. When she whimpers, I move it the rest of the way up, pressing against her, and then stop in surprise. "Are you not wearing panties, young lady?" Her cheeks color, and she shakes her head. I move my hand against her briefly. She's drenched already, and my hand comes away soaked. My cock surges inside my pants, so hungry for her that there's no way it's going back down anytime soon. At least, not until it gets what it wants. "This won't do," I say. My voice is hoarse with need. I want to fuck her right now, but not in the car. "Are you up for a change of plans?" She sucks in her lip. "What do you have in mind?" I slide the privacy partition open just enough so that Ted can hear me. "We need to make a different stop," I tell him. "Back to the penthouse, please." "Yes, sir." I slide the partition closed again and look at Hannah. "Think you're ready to see my place?" We get there just 20 minutes later, but it feels like an eternity. We kiss the entire time, and by the time we get out of the SUV, my cock is uncomfortably hard and constrained in my pants. We cross through the lobby and then take the elevator up to the 40th floor. I sneak a glance at Hannah as she first steps into the apartment, but she doesn't even bother looking around. She lets her purse fall to the floor and wraps her arms around my neck, pressing her hot little body against mine. My cock strains even harder, and I lean in to kiss her. I can't get enough of kissing her, the way her lips mold to mine, the way her tongue dances up against mine. It's like having sex with our mouths. Hannah's fingers move to my chest and start slowly undoing my buttons. I can feel her brush my skin as she makes her way down, pulling the shirt out of the waist of my pants and then slowly sliding it off my shoulders. When it's finally off, she gasps, tracing her fingers around the tattoos that cover my chest. "I'd seen them in your pictures," she whispers, pressing her palm against a dragon on the side of my torso. "But I had sort of forgotten about them. They're so sexy." I grin and bring her fingers up to my lips, kissing them one by one. "Yeah? You like them?" "I've been collecting them for a while, ever since Luke and I were in college. They're only on my chest, where they can't be seen under a suit, and I imagine most of my business associates would be surprised to even know they exist, but I like knowing they're there. I take strength from them somehow." "I love them," she says. She bends her head and runs her tongue across the lines of ink. I groan at her touch. Her hands and mouth roam all across my chest, feeling me as intently as if she were blind. When she's satisfied, she moves down to my waist and tugs at the button of my pants. My cock strains toward her immediately, but I don't do anything to touch her. Just let her continue her exploration. She yanks down my zipper and pushes my pants and boxer briefs down over my hips. My cock springs out at her, and she gasps a little, and then giggles. I kick off the pants so that I'm standing there naked in front of her. She looks at me hungrily, and then pulls me into another kiss. This time, with her body pressed against me, there's only her dress still separating my cock from her, and the way the slinky fabric rubs against my raging dick makes my muscles tense. "I need to feel you," I tell her. I grab the hem of her dress, and she obediently lifts her arms while I yank it up over her head. She's got a little black bra on, but no panties, of course. I reach around her back with one hand and make quick work of the bra, letting it fall to the floor beside us. That was impressive, she giggles. I have so many hidden talents, I tell her, nuzzling my lips against her ear. Just wait. Trent, she whispers, biting her bottom lip again. I don't want to have to wait. Her words drive a bolt of lust through my body. Good, I say, scooping her up. Me neither. I carry her like that to the bedroom, as she laughs breathlessly against my shoulder. Then I throw her down on my king-sized bed. Despite everything we've done together, I've never seen her completely undressed, and I take a moment to admire the exquisite beauty of her body. I knew roughly what she would look like, obviously, and I had seen pictures, but there's something about seeing her prone on my bed, everything open to me, that completely undoes me. You're really beautiful, you know. My words catch in my throat. Stop. No. I'm serious. She turns onto her side and curls her knees up against her chest, suddenly shy. Hey. I kneel on the bed in front of her and nudge her gently so that she's lying on her back again, and then I kneel over her. My cock aches for her, and being so close to her pussy right now, part of me wants to just push myself into her, take her right now. But I want her to know how fucking perfect she is. I start with her face, kissing her all over. Her eyelids, her ears, the side of her nose, the line of her jaw. I make my way down her neck, kissing the hollow of her throat, and then the curve of her collarbone. I kiss my way down her arms, and then back up to her chest. I find her breasts with my mouth, and kiss those too, grazing my teeth across her nipples, which are perfect little peaks. Her breath is coming in short pants as I swirl my tongue around her little buds, kneading her tits in my hands. As much as I would love to just stay there all night, I keep working my way down her body, kissing my way across her stomach, down over hips, up and down her thighs. I kiss her knees, her ankles, the tops of her feet. When I've covered almost every inch of her body, I nudge her legs apart and kneel between them. I've saved the best for last. I lean into her, breathing in the sweet scent of her pussy. There's something about her that I find completely intoxicating, and I feel almost lightheaded at the anticipation of tasting her again. I brace myself against the bed and then lean forward further until I can reach my tongue out and flick at her clit. She immediately gasps and tenses, then giggles nervously. I look up. If this is funny, then I'm doing something wrong, I tell her, and she immediately stills, watching me with intense, dark eyes. I go back between her legs and flick my tongue out again. Her clit is hard and swollen already, big enough that I could suck it right into my mouth if I wanted to. Instead, I swoop my tongue around it a few times and then flick at it again. Hannah squirms, and I put my hands on her hips, locking her into place beneath me. I keep flicking at her clit until I feel her legs start to shake. Then I back off a little and lick my way further down her pussy. I graze my teeth along her lips and lick the flat, smooth crease between them. I find her entrance and lick her there, too. Now she's really shaking, though with my hands holding her in place, she can't do much else. I find my way back up to her clit and tease her there some more. She's making a mewling noise now, over and over, like a fucking little kitten, and her whole body is quivering. I'm torn between wanting to make her come all over my face or wanting to finally sheath myself inside of her. I decide to let her choose. "Do you want me to keep doing this?" I say, letting my words tickle her clit. "Or do you want me to fuck you now?" She doesn't answer, just mules again at a higher pitch and shimmies her hips down closer to my face. I grin. I'll take that as my answer. Greedy, aren't we? I kiss her clit and then pull her lips between my teeth, running my tongue all over them. Then I harden my tongue again and flick it back and forth over her clit. Her body starts shaking even more violently, and then her hands are in my hair. She pushes my face forward and grinds her body against my mouth. I work my tongue harder, trying to make it as good for her as it is for me. When I suck her clit between my lips again, I feel her body tense and finally arch. Her hips buck up against my mouth as her climax takes her. I keep her clit firmly between my lips, sucking and flicking it with my tongue, while her body bucks again and again. Finally, she gives one final shudder and stills. I release my grasp on her hips and take my mouth off her. I lean in and kiss her clit one more time, and she shudders again. Her breath is coming in huge, heaving pants. I pull my way up her body until we're face to face again. She wraps her arms around my neck. "Trent, that was... wow." She still hasn't quite caught her breath, but she pulls me in for a kiss anyway. I'm sure she can taste her juices all over me, and I wonder if she finds it as sexy as I do. Our bodies are pressed together as we kiss. I break away just long enough to reach into the nightstand for a small silver packet. I sheath myself, and then Hannah wraps her legs around my hips, pulling me closer to her. My cock is almost right at her entrance now. I don't want to wait anymore. As if she knows exactly what I want, Hannah angles her hips towards me. "Fuck me, Trent," she whispers. "Take everything." I don't need any more prompting. I nudge my cock between her legs and find her entrance. She's soaked, but I take my time pushing into her. I'm still scared I'm going to hurt her. She's so tight. She keeps her legs wrapped around my hips, though, and with every inch that I push forward, she pulls me closer. Finally, I'm completely inside her. Her arms are locked around my neck, and with her thighs around my waist, I can barely get any traction. But somehow, that makes it hotter. I move slowly against her, wanting to feel every exquisite inch of her around my cock. "Fuck, Hannah," I whisper into her ear. "Your pussy feels so good. Everything about you is fucking amazing." I lean in and kiss her as I slowly move against her, inside her. We're locked together in a primal rhythm, and the closer I get, the harder I thrust. My breath is coming in short pants, and I groan when I feel Hannah run her nails down my back. "Come inside me, Trent," she whispers. I don't need any more invitation than that. I finally let go, and the wave of pleasure I've been coasting on since she first put my hand on her thigh in the car finally breaks. It washes over me, and for a second, I feel like I might drown in it and never come back up. The orgasm rips through me. My balls churn, and my cock jerks, and then I'm shooting out wave after wave of semen inside of her. It seems to keep coming, long after the orgasm should have ended. Just keeps pouring out until there's literally nothing left in me. I finally collapse on top of her And now I'm the one laughing a bit manically. That was... Yeah, she kisses my forehead. Wow. Yeah. We lay like that for a minute, coming back to earth. Finally, when I can breathe again, I look into her dark brown eyes. I have good news and bad news, I whisper. What? Her face goes concerned. What's the bad news? I think we missed our reservation at Lemoore. She giggles. I think you might be right. What's the good news? Since we no longer have to be anywhere, we have time to do that again. She says, as she snakes her hand around my neck. That is good news. Hannah asks if she can shower first, so I set her up with a towel and some bath things. I'm half tempted to join her, but I make the mistake of checking my phone and see that I have a bunch of missed calls from Luke. As soon as I hear the water running in the bathroom, I call him back. I finished the collection, he says, by way of greeting. That's great. Oh, you say that now. Why? What's wrong? I took your advice. It's all stuff that you can mass produce and mass market. You could fucking flat pack that shit if you wanted to. That's great. Relief floods through me. Luke has been resisting this direction for months, so I'm glad to see he's finally on board. It's not great, Trent. It's a fucking mess. I'm sure it's not that bad. Why don't you look at it and then tell me? Fine. I'll come out tomorrow. How's that? Fine. He sounds like he's pouting, which I'm sure is just his artistic side coming out. He doesn't like to go against his vision. And part of me hates making him, but he doesn't understand the realities of competing on this scale. We need to be agile, and these fucking cast iron tables aren't agile. I hear the water stop running in the bathroom. I'll see you tomorrow then, okay? Fine, Luke says again. But Trent, I'm not doing another collection like this. It's bullshit. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Bye, Luke. I hang up the phone just in time to see Hannah emerge from the bathroom, wrapped in nothing but a fluffy white towel. I lunge toward her and scoop her up, carrying her fireman style back to my bed. It's all I need to take my mind off my worries about the future of the company. At least for now. 36. Love Mail. From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: a question. Would it make me look like less of a man to say I miss you already?
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: an answer. Maybe a little. Winky face.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: a justification. Then I must not be much of a man, because I miss you like crazy. Your voice, your smell, your laugh.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: a clarification. My ass, my tits, my mouth?
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: an admission. Those two, obviously.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: an eye roll. Obviously.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: another question. What are you doing on Thursday night?
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: another answer. Eating a pint of ice cream and watching HGTV with my sister. I mean,
assuming it's like most Thursday nights.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: a follow-up. How would you like to go to the Lofton Barn launch party with me?
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: an answer that's really a question. Really? Are we ready for that?
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: another admission. I'm ready. Are you?
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: a concern. I think so. I'm worried about Charlene, though.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: an assurance. Oh, she won't be there. This is just the company execs and the industry folks. Absolutely no middle managers. No one even has to know you work for Lofton Barn.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: an acceptance. Okay, sounds like fun. Deep breath. Pretty sure I don't have anything to wear to something this fancy, though.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: an offer. I think I can help you with that.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: a raised eyebrow. You have a dress I can borrow? Silly face.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: a silly girl. No, but I have a credit card you can use tomorrow after work.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: a firm no. I can't let you do that.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: a protestation. Why not? You know I can afford it. And besides, I want to spoil you. I like seeing you happy. And you deserve to be able to wear something special.
From Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com to Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com. Subject: a reluctant yes. Okay, twist my arm, but only because I really don't have anything else to wear. But remind me to check my ass for horseshoes, because I honestly have no idea how I got so lucky as to end up finding someone like you.
From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject: an offer. I would be more than happy to assist you with this ass inspection, though I'm pretty sure we won't find any horseshoes. You're not lucky, Hannah. Just amazing.
37. Hannah. I never understood that expression about floating on cloud nine. That is, until I met Trent. Now I seem to understand exactly what it means. We had spent the most amazing night together at his penthouse. Nothing but talking, laughing, eating takeout food, and oh yeah, fucking like bunnies. It was perfect. Almost. I could tell he was distracted by something. Every once in a while I'd catch him checking his phone. He said it was just work stuff, so I didn't ask too many questions. I blink a few times and realize I've been staring at my computer monitor for so long that it's gone into sleep mode and is now black. I wiggle my mouse to wake it back up and then look around to make sure no one else has noticed that I've been sitting here doing absolutely nothing. I haven't been able to concentrate all day. All I want to do is daydream about the man up on 30.
Or maybe just pop up there to visit him. If it wasn't for my deathly fear of getting caught by Charlene, I would probably do just that. It's torture knowing he's so close and that I can't have him. I shake my head, thinking how crazy it is that things have progressed this way. Who would have thought that night that I first saw him at L'Amour, the night I'd run out in a panic, that we would be here now? The sound of Charlene clapping her hands draws me out of my daydream. "Gather around, people." She looks particularly excited today, and Sloane and I exchange a look as we pull our chairs over. "I have excellent news," Charlene says. "We finally have the rest of the photos in, all the key pieces that Luke Whitaker has been hard at work on." "Finally?" Jim folds his arms. "Though I suppose this means more weekend work." Charlene glares at him. "It means we work until the catalog is done. If you can't finish it during regular work hours, then yes, that means more weekend work." "Then maybe we should get started instead of sitting in this meeting." Charlene almost says something, but then she plasters on a smile. "Of course. Why don't you all go back to your desks, take a look at the photos, and then we can talk about whether you have any questions or specific concerns. You can find the photos and the full product list in our shared drive." We all drag our chairs back to our desks. I click open the folder right away, excited to see all Luke's beautiful pieces from the other day. Instead, I see... "Is this a joke?" Jim asks, clicking through the photos. "This stuff looks like something you'd buy at Walmart." Charlene cuts him off. "This is the collection," she snaps. "I personally think it's brilliant. It's simple. It's modern. It's plywood." I don't disagree with Jim. I don't see the wishbone chairs, the raw-edge coffee table, the beautiful farmhouse table with the iron legs. Instead, it's spindly little stools, a boring desk, and a table that I could probably build myself if I bought a big enough piece of wood. "I'm sorry," Charlene says to Jim. "I didn't realize you had a degree in interior design." "I don't, but I've seen 10 fall collections and none of them have ever looked like this. I knew there was something going on here. If Luke's phoning it in, it's worse than I thought." I bite my lip and think back to what I overheard when we were at his workshop the other day. Trent had definitely seemed concerned about mass-producing Luke's original pieces. He'd wanted him to do something simpler, and it looks like he had won that argument. But to what end? I shake my head. It's not my business how Trent and Luke run their company. As long as I still have a job, I'm happy. After work, I meet Trent at the coffee shop down the street, the one Sloane and I normally go to. I don't dare meet up with him at the office. I've been scared straight on that idea. We climb into the SUV, and he has his driver take us out to Mag Mile. He's still insisting on buying the address, and even though I feel a little weird about it, I figure there's no harm in trying a few things on. If I find one I really like, I'll just buy it for myself. But as soon as we step into the first store, I know there's no way that I'm going to be buying anything in here. Just breathing the air costs more than I spend on a month's rent. Or at least it does, judging by how the snooty shop girls look at me. I relax a little when Trent puts a protective arm around my waist. But then he starts pulling things down off the rack for me. Everything is so fancy. Elegant, dramatic dresses with plunging necklines or open backs. Sometimes both. I'm not sure any of these are right, I say noncommittally, trying to swallow my nerves. "You don't like them?" he asks, surprised. "I like them," I say. "I just don't think I could ever wear something like this." "Why not?" I look at him as if he's stupid. Have you met me? I'm sundresses and cardigans, not whatever material this is. I finger one of the dresses he's holding. Oh God, that feels nice. The fabric is slinky and soft, and I can't stop petting it. Yes, he says, smiling. And it'll feel even nicer on, I promise. Now humor me and try some of these on. He hands the dresses off to a shop girl who's been hovering near us, and then drags me back to the changing rooms. Once I'm inside with the door closed, I take one of the dresses down and examine it. There's no way I could ever wear something like this. I already know that. But maybe if Trent sees me in it, he'll realize that I'm right. I strip off my sundress hastily and grab the dress he picked out for me. It's a shimmering gold, the color of a burnished crown, and something I'm sure I've never worn in my life. There's no way I can wear a bra with it, so I take that off too. I pull the dress on over my head and reach around awkwardly for the zipper. I hop around for a minute or two before I have to admit it's not happening. "How's it going in there?" Trent calls from outside the dressing room. There's a bit of a chuckle in his voice, and I realize he probably heard me jumping around. A flush colors my cheeks. "I don't think it's really me," I say without opening the door. "Let me see," he says. "No." "No?" He chuckles again. "Hannah, just open the door." "Fine." I turn the lock and open the door. "I can't get the zipper up," I mutter. I suddenly feel very foolish, standing here in a dress that looks terrible on me, with a man who deserves a date who can actually pull this kind of thing off. "I can help you," he says. He comes and stands behind me, and I feel him slowly pull the zipper up. His fingers graze against my bare back as he does, and it sends a shiver of lust straight down my spine. Dear God, now I have to worry about leaving a damp spot on a dress that costs more than I make in a month. He pulls my hair back and then turns me so that I'm facing the mirror. "How can you tell me you think this doesn't look good?" I look into the mirror with surprise. Now that the dress is actually zippered, it doesn't look as bad. It needs to be hemmed, but otherwise, it hugs my hips and makes my torso look long and elegant. The color makes my complexion look fresh and rosy. Not to mention it makes my tits look fantastic. I purse my lips, trying not to smile. "It's okay, I guess." Trent chuckles. He's still standing behind me, and he catches my eye in the mirror. "I think it's a bit better than okay." He kisses the back of my neck, making me shiver. And I turn back to my reflection. I have to shake my head because it's so strange to see myself in something like this, and especially with this handsome man behind me. "I don't get it," I tell him. "This is the first dress I tried on. How did you know it would look good on me? I thought it would be terrible, and I've been dressing myself for years." He lets his fingers slide down my arms and then glide back up my hips. He turns me around so that I'm facing him. "Maybe because you don't see yourself the way I see you." He leans in to kiss me then, and even though I kiss him back, I'm so overcome with emotion that I have to blink back tears. That emotion quickly turns to something else, though, when Trent lets his hands dip lower, cupping my ass and pulling my body into his. I lean into him, deepening our kiss, and I'm just gliding my hand up under his shirt when the shop girl raps on the door to the dressing room. "How's the dress working out? Is there anything else we can get you?" I glance up at Trent, my eyes wide, and hold a finger to my lips. "I'm fine. The dress is good, thank you." "You can put it on my card," Trent calls out. My eyes widen even further. There's a pause from outside, and then, "Certainly, sir." I dissolve into giggles as soon as she's gone. "You're bad," I tell him. "Am I?" he says, nuzzling at my neck.
Or am I very, very good? Get out. I have to change. Fine. After he's gone, I peel off the dress and put my regular clothes back on. They seem so frumpy in comparison now, even though this is one of my favorite outfits. Or at least it was. I finger the silky gold fabric of the dress one more time before bringing it out of the dressing room. Despite my protestations, Trent insists on paying for the dress. Consider it a thank you for attending this dreadful event with me. Well, thank you, I say, once we're out of the store, and I'm carrying the shopping bag with my dress neatly wrapped up inside. But I'm sure this event can't be that bad. Oh, no, it's really quite terrible, he cheerfully assures me. Great, thanks for telling me that before I agreed to go. He wraps his arm playfully around my shoulder. Oops, guess you're stuck now. So what do you normally do at these events? Schmooze mostly. We put a bunch of the signature pieces from the new collection on display, and then a bunch of industry and media types wander around and tell us how great it is. That's the hope anyway. He looks slightly pale at this. I saw the pictures from the new collection, I say tentatively. It's very different than what Luke was showing us the other day. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing, just that it's different. Trent runs his hand through his hair and blows out a burst of air. Yeah, it is. People need to evolve, you know. You can't just do the same thing year after year. We have to be able to compete with the big boxes. But are those really the businesses you want to align yourself with? What Luke does, it's really fantastic. I think again of the farmhouse table he'd shown us. Trent stops walking and turns to glare at me. When you have an MBA, then you can give me advice on how to run a business. As soon as the words are out of his mouth, he stops. I'm sorry. That was horrible. I do value your opinion. It's just, there are a lot of complicating factors in this. And I don't really want to get into it right now. I get it, I say. And I do. But that doesn't stop the twinge of unease I feel in my chest as we walk, and the sour feeling I get when I toss my brand new dress into my closet that night.
38. Trent. I look around the room and don't see her anywhere. I glance down at my watch. Okay, it's only a little after 6, so she's not really that late yet. Still, I should have insisted on picking her up. She better not be taking the train. I make my way around the room, greeting people I know, and smiling politely at a few others who look familiar, but whose names I can't place. Despite what I had told Hannah, I normally don't mind these kinds of events. But tonight, I envy Luke for skipping this one. I'd much rather be locked away somewhere with my sweet Vixen. The event is being held in an old candy factory that's been converted into one of those modern open lofts. Every year, we try and find an innovative space to hold the launch, and this year, the team hit it out of the park. The only problem is, it's making the collection look like shit. I already know the buzz isn't good. Usually, I get people coming up to me at these things, fawning all over Luke's designs, and telling me what a genius he is. This time, they're avoiding me like the plague, and every time I look around the room, it seems like I see people exchanging whispers. No one looks impressed. I look at Luke's pieces critically. In this huge hip space, they look cheap and flimsy. I'm not an idiot. I know these aren't great designs. I know Luke is capable of doing better. Hell, the pieces he showed us that weekend at his workshop were the kind of knockout things we used to be known for. But I can't sell those pieces. These I can sell. I think. I run a hand lightly over the desk he put together and flinch when I get a splinter. I plaster a smile on my face as someone takes a picture, then turn around so that I can pry the little shard of wood out of my palm. I use the opportunity to also discreetly pop a couple more Tums. This whole thing is making me heartsick. I forced Luke to take the collection in this direction because I wanted to save people's jobs. But if I can't sell this line, then what? I turn back around, another 1,000-watt smile stiff on my face. I'm just gonna have to sell it myself. Make them believe it. I hadn't gotten this far in the business because I roll over when things get tough. I steel myself to face the reporters and then stop. From across the room, I see her. Hannah. I breathe a sigh of relief at the sight of her, and a level of tension drains from my body. Fuck, she looks beautiful. That gold dress had looked perfect on her in the store. But now that she's all done up, hair back, dangling gold earrings, bright red lipstick lighting up her face, she looks better than perfect. She looks like an angel. She's deep in conversation with a man who has his back to me, but as he turns to point something out to her, I catch a glimpse of his face and realize it's Kevin Hartley, a reporter with the Post. The same one who seems bent on painting loft and barn as a dinosaur, fated for extinction. I don't want Hannah to have to talk to any journalists, and especially not this one. And I'm just crossing the room to swoop her away from him when I feel a hand on my arm. I turn, and the ball of acid that's been brewing in my stomach finally bubbles over. Fuck. What do you want? I came to say congratulations on the new collection. Lara smiles, her lips stretching out the lines around her mouth. Great. Thanks. I start to walk away, but she corners me. Interesting direction, she says, gesturing at the pieces behind us. I don't even look at them. I don't have to. I know their shit, and more importantly, I know she knows their shit. We're expanding the line, I tell her, making it more accessible and more affordable for the modern consumer. I'm torn between wanting to convince her about the value of the line and needing to cross the room to get Hannah away from that media vulture. My fists are balling at my sides, and I shift from foot to foot. In other words, you're going cheap. Say what you want, Lara. In 5 years, every house in North America is going to have at least one piece of loft and barn furniture in it. Probably more. Now, if you'll excuse me. I don't give her a chance to say anything else. Hannah is throwing her head back and laughing at something Kevin Hartley just said, and it's making my blood boil. As soon as I reach her, I wrap my arm around her waist and whisk her away from him, mid-sentence. Hi, she says, a startled expression on her face. I'm so fucking glad to see you, I say. I press my lips against hers in a kiss that is way too intense for this public a setting. I can't help it, though. I want everyone in this room to know she's mine. When I come up for air, she has a stunned expression on her face. She touches her lips lightly and laughs nervously. Why were you talking to the editor of the Post? I demand. You didn't say anything about Loft and Barn, did you? That guy? She gestures back at him. I don't know who he is. He just cornered me when I came in. He told me how much he liked my dress. Right. Sure he did. Kevin Hartley might be a bastard, but he's not an idiot. I remind myself that Hannah isn't an idiot either. She wouldn't have said anything less than glowing about Loft and Barn, even if he'd pressed her. Who was that woman you were talking to? She says it casually, but I can see the way her lips turn down a little. I sigh. That was Laura Bennington. Your ex? It isn't a question. The style editor at Design Times. And your ex. Yes, but I don't like to dwell on that part. She's beautiful. She nibbles at her bottom lip. Compared to you, she's a troll. That earns me a small smile. I take a glance around the room and spot the woman from the Errant Design online news site trying to get my attention. Shit. I unfortunately have to go talk to someone right now. I tell Hannah, can I get you a drink on my way back? Champagne? She glances around, and I can tell she doesn't want me to leave her alone. I lean over and kiss the tip of her nose. I'll only be a moment. I promise. I leave her standing there, even though I don't want to, and go find Liliana Ivanov. She has a bunch of inane questions about the collection, and I try to answer them as politely as I can, even though all I want to do is get back to Hannah. Eventually, I manage to brush her off. I glance around, looking for one of the waiters bustling around with champagne trays. I spot one and make eye contact, signaling for him to come over. But before he arrives, I feel a hand on my arm. So, who's the little tart in gold? Lara again. Christ. This night just keeps getting better. None of your business. She's cute. Young, but cute. Where did you meet her? None of your business, I repeat. She laughs. Her laugh is nasally and shrill, and I have no idea how I tolerated it for 3 years. That means you don't want to tell me. Let's see. I don't know her from the industry, so I'm going to guess she works for you? I glare at her, my jaw working, and she laughs again. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, Trent, hasn't anyone ever told you not to shit where you eat? God, she's crass. It's not like that, I say, even though I don't owe her any kind of explanation. Oh, you don't have to explain anything to me. I can understand why the impressionable young girl would want to sleep with the sexy boss. I suppose she's a little like me in that regard. She is nothing like you, I spit out. The thought alone is enough to make me feel sick. Really? Then why is she talking to Kevin Hartley? She certainly knows how to charm the right people. I look over and find Hannah once again locked deep in conversation with him. What the fuck? This time she seems to be standing even closer to him. I feel as if the room shifts a little under my feet. Suddenly, Lara is running her hand up my arm. I jerk it away and turn to glare at her. Why are you wasting time with her? There's nothing she can do for you, Trent. Not like me. She makes me happy. My throat feels dry all of a sudden. I made you happy once. Yes, and then I found out you were fucking half the city on the side. That's how this business works, Trent. Don't be so naive. I helped you, you helped me. We both got what we wanted. I can do the same for you again. I want to cut her off, but her last words stop me. What are you talking about? This collection is shit, Trent. I know it and you know it, and every damn person in this room knows it. But if you make it worth my while, I can make sure everyone in the country thinks it's the most revolutionary line since the fucking Eames chairs. Her proposal makes me sick. Sorry, Lara. I'm not interested in... She cuts me off by pressing her mouth against mine. Her hard lips feel so familiar and awful. It's not even a kiss. It's like pushing your lips against a dead fish. I push her off me, but then I see it. Hannah, standing just behind Lara, staring at me with the most stricken expression on her face. Hannah! I push past Lara, desperate to get to her, to take her in my arms and make her realize she didn't just see what she no doubt thinks she saw. But I'm not fast enough. She's already flying out the front door of the warehouse. 39. Love Mail. From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject, please pick up the phone. I've tried calling you 6 times now, and you're not picking up. Please pick up. From Mr. Bigshot at lovemail.com to Sweet Vixen at lovemail.com. Subject, okay. You're still not picking up. I would prefer to be able to talk about this in person, but for now I'll say this. You didn't see what you think you saw. I mean, yes, Lara kissed me, but it happened so fast, I was just pushing her off me when you saw us. I know that sounds like a line, but it isn't, I swear. I care about you so much, Hannah, and the thought of Lara ruining what we have is making me feel physically ill. Love, Trent.
40. Hannah. I climb inside the cab and slam the door closed behind me and let out a shaky, sobbing breath. I give the driver directions to my apartment. We're just pulling away when I see Trent burst out of the building. His eyes meet mine for just a moment, but I force myself to look away. And then we're gone. Tears streak down my cheeks, and I brush them angrily away. I don't know if I'm more upset that this happened, or upset that I let myself get to the point where it bothers me. I always knew Mr. Bigshot and I were temporary. It's not like the billionaire CEO ever ends up with the junior copywriter. It's a nice fantasy, but it's not real life. But somehow I'd let myself get caught up in the dream. Trent has been so sweet, so attentive, so fucking sexy that he had completely made me forget who and what he is. Who and what I am. Laura is exactly the kind of woman someone like Trent should be with. Tall, blonde, beautiful, successful. She had looked completely at home at that party, and she had totally owned that red dress she was wearing. I could never pull off that kind of cool elegance. The cab pulls up in front of my building, and I make my way to the apartment on unsteady feet. I feel stupid in this gold dress now. All I want to do is sneak past Allie, change into my pajamas, and go to bed. Of course, Allie, as usual, is in the living room when I try to silently edge the door open. "You're home early," she says. Her eyes narrow. What's wrong? I put my hand over my stomach. The dress is ridiculously soft under my hand. I think I ate some bad shrimp, I lie. I've gotten surprisingly good at lies since I started seeing Trent. Allie's face turns concerned. Oh, God, that doesn't sound good. Can I get you anything? No, I wave her off. I'm just going to go to bed. Hopefully I can sleep through the worst of it. Okay, well, just yell if you need anything. Thanks, Alice. I go straight to my room and start yanking the dress off before I even close the door. I shove it deep into the closet where I don't have to see it. It seems like nothing but a cruel reminder of just how much I deluded myself over the last few weeks. I slip on my pajamas, the ugliest, slubbiest ones I own, and climb into bed, pulling the covers up to my neck. I wish I could do what I told Allie. Sleep through the worst of it. But I already know that there's no way sleep will come easy tonight. In the morning, I'm bleary-eyed and exhausted. I think about calling in sick to work, but I decide that sticking to a routine might be good for me. Plus, I'd be lying if I said that I didn't secretly hope that Trent would try to see me. I had ignored his message last night, and all his calls, but at work it would be harder to avoid him. Stepping into the office, I immediately know something is wrong. A hush falls over the cubicles as I walk to my desk. I glance over at Sloane, but she has her head bent studiously over her computer, and she doesn't look up as I pass. I'm just about at my desk when Charlene emerges from her office. Her expression is colder than it's ever been. Come into my office. She doesn't bother with any niceties. I follow her, even though my legs are wobbling. I know this can't be good. Like, really not good. Charlene is already sitting behind her desk by the time I reach her office, and she gestures brusquely at the guest chair across from her. Did you think I wouldn't find out? She's twisting a pen between her hands, and I can see how white her knuckles are. What? I already have a sinking feeling that I know what she's talking about, but I figure I'll play dumb until she comes right out and says it. "It's all over the company's social media," she says. She turns her monitor so that I can see the picture. It's me, in the gold dress, leaning up against Trent. His arm is draped around my waist. We're both smiling. We both look happy. Seeing it hurts my heart almost as much as knowing Charlene has seen it. "I never expected this from you, Hannah," she's saying. She's twisting the pen harder now, and I get the sudden idea that she's imagining it's my neck. "But it all makes sense now." "I'm sorry, Charlene," I say. I don't know what else to say. It just sort of happened. "You're fired." The words are like an electric shock. "What? You can't do that." She laughs. "Oh, I most certainly can, and I will. Security will be here to escort you out. Your things will be packed up and sent to you. And don't expect your boyfriend to protect you, unless he wants HR up his ass for the rest of eternity." I'm already getting up out of the chair, stumbling backwards towards the door. I can't let security walk me out. I can't imagine anything more humiliating. "I'm sorry," I say one more time. I pull open the door to the office and fall back out into our cubicle area. This time I manage to catch Sloane's eye. But as soon as she sees me looking at her, she looks away. She looks pissed and hurt. I think of all the times I've lied to her over the past few weeks, and the sick feeling in my stomach gets even worse. I hit the button for the elevator, but it seems to take forever to come. I can feel everyone's eyes on my back. Sloane and Jim and Charlene and everyone else on our team. All the people that were starting to feel a little like friends. I can't even imagine what they all must think of me now. Finally, after what feels like hours, the elevator doors slide open. I get in and hit the button for the ground floor. But then it seems to take another hour for the doors to actually close. Sloane is looking at me again, and this time I'm the one who looks away. I don't want her to see the tears that are falling from my eyes. She probably thinks I'm getting exactly what I deserve. Maybe she's right. When I finally stumble out onto the city street, the sunlight feels blinding. I have to hold my hands up over my eyes. I scan the street for a cab and then realize I don't have a job anymore. No more splurging on cabs. I'll have to take the train. A fresh wave of tears pricks my eyes. I can't even parse through everything that's happened in the last 24 hours. Trent kissing Laura, losing my job, Sloane hating my guts. This is a disaster. And the worst part is, I totally should have seen it coming. I mean, what did I think was going to happen? I trudge to the train and slowly make my way back to my apartment. Soon I'm going to have to tell Allie what happened, and then I can add another disaster to the running tally. Hurting my sister. Jesus, you scared me. Allie is in her chair in the kitchen, unloading some dishes from the dishwasher when I open the front door of the apartment. What are you doing home? Can you get that? She gestures at the coffee mug that fell from her hands when she startled. I pick up the mug and put it in the cupboard. I don't want to answer her question. I just want one more minute of pretending not to be a total fuck-up. Allie stops unloading dishes and stares up at me. Sudden understanding crosses her face. She nudges the chair a couple of feet closer to me. You lost your job, didn't you? Trent, he fired you? No. I mean, yes. But not like that. Not exactly. I flop down at the kitchen table
and the whole story comes tumbling out. The launch party with Trent. Seeing him kiss Laura. Charlene firing me today. When I finish, she's quiet for a minute. I think you need a glass of wine. I'd been mentally preparing for the worst, so her words actually make me laugh. It's like 10 in the morning. She raises her eyebrows. Are you really going to argue with me? I laugh again. Okay, no. She goes to the fridge and pours a glass of white out of an open bottle. She hands it to me, and then shrugs and pours one for herself too. So, do you hate me? I ask, after I've taken a fortifying gulp of wine. Allie looks surprised. Of course not. What a stupid question. But we talked about this. Without my income, we can't afford this apartment. Well, I can't say I'm not stressed about it, but we'll figure something out. She takes a sip of her wine. Do you think there's a chance Trent would give you your job back? I consider her question. I hadn't thought about it. He had always promised me I wouldn't lose my job over this. But we had both neglected to factor Charlene into the equation. Obviously, he could easily go above her head and give me my job back. Or even, if not that one, maybe there was somewhere else in the company he could put me. Charlene had threatened HR action, but Trent had to be above that. Didn't he? I start to feel almost hopeful. Of course, this means having to actually suck it up and ask the man for my job back, and ignoring what I'd seen last night at the launch party. I glance over at Allie, even though she hasn't said anything. I can see the way her forehead is already starting to crease with worry. She's had so many obstacles already. I have to make sure my naivety isn't one of them. I'll talk to Trent. It's the only thing I can do.
41. Trent. I look at my phone for the 700th time in the last hour. Still no reply from Hannah. I'd called her a dozen times since last night, and messaged her a couple of times as well. I'd even thought about going over to her apartment, but I figured I would give her a chance to get her thoughts together. She'll eventually understand that that kiss, if you could even call it that, had meant nothing. Less than nothing. She has to. I can't even fathom the idea that Laura might come between us this way. It's just wrong on so many levels. I won't let it happen. I glance one more time at my phone. Still nothing. With a sigh, I decide to start going through my actual emails. I've only looked at Love Mail all morning. I haven't even looked at the coverage from last night's launch. Then again, I haven't exactly minded avoiding that. Part of me is dreading reading the reviews. I'm sure there will be at least a couple panning the new collection. Laura will surely be one of them, especially after I'd laid into her last night after Hannah had run off. I throw my phone down on the desk and open up my work laptop. The first thing I notice is that I have an inordinate number of new emails. I mean, I always get a lot of email, and I know I've been avoiding it for almost 12 hours now, but still, this seems excessive. I quickly scan through them. Tons of Google alerts, which I was expecting after last night, but tons of emails from names I recognize, reporters I've dealt with, suppliers we deal with, even a shit ton of email from people within the company. A bunch from our HR head, from our legal counsel, from accounting. I start clicking through the personal emails first. My stomach starts to sink as I read them. Everyone keeps talking about a story, asking if it's true, if I have any comment. I switch from the personal emails to the Google alerts, but there's so much noise that I can't find what I'm looking for. Finally, I just hop over to Google, type in Loft and Barn, and hit enter. There it is, right at the top, in the news section. Loft and Barn going under? I start skimming the article. Last night, National Home Furnishings powerhouse Loft and Barn debuted their new fall collection, and it would be a kindness to call the reception lukewarm. Designer and head creative Luke Whitaker's usual stylistic flair is nowhere to be seen in the new collection. Instead, the pieces represent the worst of modern consumerism. They are cheap, uninspired, and lacking even the basic Swedish chic of IKEA products. To say they would be at home in a strip mall law office is to do a disservice to strip mall lawyers everywhere. Inside sources say the company's new direction is entirely the work of CEO Trent Whitaker, who has been pushing Loft and Barn to compete with mass producers and major market players like Wayfair and the aforementioned IKEA. But what this Whitaker brother has overlooked is the skill brought to the table by brother Luke, where the company could have gone high-end, commanding higher prices and more prestige, if not a greater market share. The CEO has instead taken the company towards nose-diving prices and knock-off quality products. Paired with the company's recent decision to scale back retail operations, these moves signal a company desperate to avoid bankruptcy. Indeed, these same inside sources indicate that the company is also contemplating other expense reduction measures, including potential layoffs. It goes on like that, but my eyes cross and refuse to read anymore. How in the fuck did they know all this? I had expected some critics to pan the collection. I knew it wasn't great work, but there were people out there who would like it. But to accuse me of forcing Luke's hand? To mention the layoffs? Someone had fed them this information. But nobody knew this much about our inner workings except me and Luke. And Hannah, I realized with a start. It's been so long since I confided in a woman about my business concerns that I'd almost forgotten about the things I'd said to her in confidence. And the things she overheard, I remember. Thinking back to the day we went out to Luke's, she had heard us arguing that day. Me telling Luke to scale the collection back to something we could pump out in less time and for less money. I flip back to the article and scroll up, looking for the byline. Panic is racing through me. I silently pray that it isn't Kevin Hartley. Anyone but Kevin Hartley. But there it is, in black and white. Article by Kevin Hartley. The guy Hannah had been talking to last night at the launch. I don't want to believe it. Hannah had always seemed so sweet. I had thought she'd be the last person to do something like this. When Lara had done it to me, I'd been hurt, but not entirely shocked. Lara had always been a schemer, willing to do whatever she had to get ahead. Hannah just wasn't like that. Or at least she hadn't seemed that way. I think of the expression on her face when she saw Lara kissing me, though. The hurt and betrayal that had been written so plainly across her features. Maybe she had seen this as a way to get back at me. I have to talk to her. I click open the Love Mail app one more time, but unsurprisingly, I don't have a response from her. I think about calling her, but I know she won't pick up. I'm going to have to force her to talk to me. I push my chair back from my desk and stand up. The woman works 12 floors down from me. She's just going to have to face me in person. When I get to the 18th floor, I stride through it with purpose, until I realize I have no idea where Hannah sits. I stop in front of the desk of a blonde girl whose cubicle nameplate says Sloane McAdam. Do you know where Hannah Cole sits? Mr. Whitaker, she stammers, glancing nervously around her. She licks her lips. She sits right over there, but... I glance over at the empty desk Sloane is pointing to. There's no one sitting there, but I can tell right away that it's Hannah's desk. The yellow coffee mug with a ceramic bird on the handle, the collection of purple pens, even a picture of her and Allie pinned to the gray fabric of the cubicle wall. But what? I snap. She isn't here? Where is she? Sick? I feel my nerves start to jangle again. Is she really sick? Or just faking sick because she doesn't want to admit what she's done? Sloane is still looking around wildly. Maybe you should talk to our boss, Charlene. She sits over there. Fine, I snap. I'm obviously getting nowhere with this girl. I walk past Hannah's empty desk and over to Charlene's office. Her face lights up when she sees me, but it quickly flattens when she sees the expression on my face. Mr. Whitaker, what a pleasure. What can I do for you? Hannah Cole. Oh, yes. She smooths down her bleached blonde hair. She looks as if she's steeling herself for something. Finally, she takes a deep breath. Ms. Cole is no longer employed in this department. Regardless of her relationship with you, she has proven herself disloyal to this team. I can't work with an employee I can't trust, Mr. Whitaker. I hope you'll honor my decision to dismiss her. Disloyal to the team? Something turns and cracks inside of me. Maybe I really had misread Hannah. Maybe she was more scheming than I'd given her credit for. I knew she and Charlene had butted heads before, but I only had Hannah's side of the story. And the hard truth was that someone had given Kevin Hartley that information. It wasn't me, and it wasn't Luke, which only left Hannah. Thank you, Charlene. I twist my tie once. I will respect your decision. Have a good day. I leave the office. I can feel everyone's eyes on me as I make my way back to the elevator. I hesitate just for a second at Hannah's desk, and then reach out and grab one of her purple pens, stuffing it in my jacket pocket. I look up and see Sloane staring at me, her blue eyes wide. I glare at her, and she hastily turns back to her computer. I make my way back to my office and slam the door, throwing the stupid purple pen down on my desk. So this is how it ends. Betrayed again. Played as a fool. I feel the edges of my heart, the ones that had just started to soften, harden once more.
42. Hannah. It takes me approximately 52 years to figure out what to wear to meet with Trent. It has to be professional, because I want him to take me seriously, but sexy enough that he'll be a little more receptive, but not too sexy, just a little sexy. Professional and sexy and cute and modest. I go through my entire closet and decide this mythical perfect outfit simply doesn't exist. I fling everything on the bed in disgust. Allie shows up at my bedroom door just as I get to the very back of the closet, to the things I haven't touched in years. I pull out an old Halloween costume, a figure skating outfit I'd worn a few years ago. I hold it up in front of me. Professional and sexy? Allie shakes her head, fighting back a grin. Too many feathers. You're probably right. I toss it on the bed with the rest of my discarded clothes. Allie comes over to the bed and starts pawing the rejects. Are you nervous? She asks, not looking up at me. I hesitate, but then shrug. Yeah. Very. No point in lying to my sister. We had decided that I would go to Trent, ask for my job back, or at least a job. At this point, I would take anything. Give me a job in the mailroom or something, as long as it gave me a paycheck while I searched for another job. After everything that happened, I knew that one way or another I had to leave Lofton Barn. I just couldn't afford to do it so abruptly. I'd be lying if I said I didn't hope we could work out the rest of it, too. I had read Trent's love mail message 100 times. His insistence that Lara had kissed him, that he'd been trying to push her away when I saw them. I want to believe him. I want it with all my heart. And I have this idea that if I just see him in person, maybe I'll be able to get a better read on the situation. Which is why I need the perfect outfit. One that's professional, but sexy, but not too much or too little of either. "What about this?" Allie asks, holding up a royal blue pencil skirt. I'd bought it on a whim one day, but had never actually felt brave enough to wear it. I take it from her and hold it against my hips. "This could work. What shirt?" Allie keeps rummaging through the clothes that are heaped on the bed. She extracts something white and gauzy. "How about this?" Brilliant. It's a white-collared shirt, professional, but made of a sheer fabric, sexy. I'll wear it with a camisole, professional, with a plunging neckline, sexy. "You're good at this," I tell my sister, taking the blouse from her and holding it up with the skirt. I admire the effect in the mirror, and yes, it's perfect. "Ha! Well, when you're in this thing," Allie says, smacking the chair with the heel of her hand, "you end up staring at people's clothes a lot. Now, have you figured out what you're going to say?" I take a deep breath. I don't know. I'm hoping the words just come to me when I see him. "Just don't go all loopy when you see him," Allie warns. Her green eyes flash. "Me? Loopy?" I bat my eyes at her, and she cracks a smile. "Come on, Hannah. This is serious." I know it is. Her words bring me crashing back down. I've been throwing all my worries into picking out the perfect outfit, mostly because if I let myself think about what I'm doing, I'm going to be a wreck. The truth is, I'm scared to see him again. I'm scared that I won't be able to believe him about Laura. I'm scared that I'm going to have to grovel for my job back. I'm scared that he won't give it to me. I have to try, though. And even though I'm terrified, a part of me can't wait to see him. I had managed to get very attached to him over the past few weeks. Months, if you count the time I knew him as Mr. Bigshot. And the truth is, I just miss him. I miss his smile, the way he makes me laugh. And yes, the way he kisses me, the way he can make my toes curl, make me scream his name. I've never had that in my life before. And now I'm afraid it's slipping out of my grasp. I take the train down to the office. When I get there, I hesitate, hovering just outside the big glass doors. I look through them for a minute, worrying I'll run into someone I know, Charlene or someone else from our team, worrying that I'll see him. But the lobby is almost deserted, and eventually I force myself to go in. The security guards merely wave me in when they see me. I guess no one told them that I got sacked. I ride the elevator up to the 30th floor, and the entire ride it feels as if I've left my stomach in the lobby. I just get tenser and tenser as the elevator climbs. By the time the doors ping open on the 30th floor, I've pretty much decided to hit the ground floor button and go right back downstairs and out the door. The only thing that stops me is that when I get to the 30th floor, there's a crowd of people waiting to get on the elevator. They step aside to let me off and stare at me expectantly, and I find my feet moving automatically, walking me right down the hall. My feet are clearly more confident than I am. As I make my way towards Trent's office, my heart thuds in my chest the entire time. When I get there, I find Lottie sitting at her desk, typing away at a furious pace. She looks up when she sees me, although her fingers keep moving. "Hello, Hannah," she says. Her tone is cool, and my nerves get worse. Maybe this is a bad idea. "Is Trent in?" I ask. "Yes," she says, but it's hesitant. "I don't suppose you have an appointment?" I've never needed an appointment to see him before, but I don't say that. I just shake my head. "I was hoping he'd just have a few minutes." "One moment, please." Lottie picks up the phone and speaks so quietly into it that I can barely hear what she's saying, even though I'm standing less than 6 feet away from her. Finally, she sets the phone back in its cradle. "He'll see you." "Thank you." I breathe the words out in a sigh of relief. For a second there, I'd been genuinely afraid. He hadn't called or messaged since yesterday morning, and I was worried that I'd made a mistake in not getting back to him earlier. I walk through the first door and then down the hall towards his office. The door is closed, and I knock lightly. There's no response, and I'm just about to knock again when I hear a gruff, "Come in." I pull the door open slowly. He's sitting behind his desk, and right away, I'm hit with a wave of feelings. Worry, fear, lust, affection, you name it. It's coursing through my chest right now. The expression on his face looks just as complicated. His eyes narrow at me, and I can't read what's written there. "Hi," I say softly, tentatively. I step into his office and cross the floor towards his desk. He doesn't get up or say anything at all, so I slip into the guest chair across from him. This already isn't going how I expected, and now I swallow down a lump of anxiety that's gathered in my throat. "I got fired," I blurt out. Trent steeples his hands together, his eyes narrowing even further. "I heard." "You did?" Somehow that surprises me. I would have thought I would have heard something from him if he already knew. Was he really just going to let Charlene fire me? For going out with him? "I hear everything, Hannah. You should know that by now. I'm the CEO of this company, and nothing here happens without my knowledge. I wish that was a lesson you could have learned earlier." His mouth is thin, but his voice is thick with barely suppressed rage. It stuns me for a second. "What are you talking about?" My mind is racing. He shakes his head. "You know what I'm talking about." "I honestly don't, Trent. I came here to ask you for my job back." The words feel even more humiliating now. He's looking at me like I'm worse than the mud on the bottom of his shoe. "What is going on?" I finally ask. I bite back the tears that threaten to fall. "Kevin Hartley," he says. "Huh? Who?" "From the launch, the journalist I saw you talking to." "What about him? I told you he just asked about my dress." "And you didn't speak to him after that? Maybe after you thought you saw me kissing Laura?" My mind is racing now. What in the world is he talking about? "No. I left the party right away after that happened." He leans back in his chair and folds his hands behind his head. Normally I would be salivating at the sight of his ab muscles stretched out like that. But right now, all I can think about is how this conversation seems to have somehow gone from bad to worse. Trent reaches out to tap a button on his laptop, and then he starts reading. "Inside sources say that the company's new direction is entirely the work of CEO Trent Whitaker." He keeps reading, and as the full scope of the article hits me, my breath catches in my throat. I know immediately how bad this is for Trent. This kind of coverage. I shake my head. I can see why he's upset. Then I realize why he's looking at me the way he is. You can't think I gave them this. My fear is replaced with indignation. Who else could it have been, Hannah? I think about the fight I overheard the day we were out at Luke's workshop. Luke, Trent, me, and Allie. My mouth snaps closed. He really thinks I did this. That's what I thought. The expression on his face is one of smug satisfaction, as if some part of him is enjoying the thought that I might have screwed him over. As if I've just proved him right about everything he thought about women all along. I grip the arms of the chair, so hard my knuckles turn white. I force myself to keep my voice level. I can't believe you would even think that about me. I can't believe I went so long without thinking it. Tears are finally starting to prick my eyes, despite my best efforts to stay them. I sit there stunned, unable to speak or move. I can't believe this is happening. I feel like I'm watching a sandcastle get washed under by a huge wave, and there's nothing I can do to save it. It's the most helpless feeling in the world. I think you should go, Trent says. His voice is cold, but when I look up, his eyes are sad. He really believes I did this. He really believes I betrayed him. I force myself to stand up, even though my legs feel as weak as little matchsticks. I try to think of something clever and cutting to say, something that will make him realize the mistake he's making. But all I can do is shake my head. Goodbye, Trent.
43. Love Mail. Welcome to Love Mail. You have 0 new messages. 44. Trent. My phone rings, and a surge of adrenaline runs through my chest. Every time it rings, every time my email buzzes, I wonder if it's going to be her. Hannah. I don't even know if I want to hear from her. Her betrayal cut like a knife. But my traitorous heart, not to mention my cock, still pulses at the very thought of her. I glance down at my phone and curse when I see it's just Luke. He's been calling me nonstop for the last couple of days, but I haven't taken his calls. I don't know why exactly. I guess I just don't want to hear him say, "I told you so." After that piece in the Post came out, the rest of the reviews came in fast and furious, all of them talking about what shit the new collection was, how I was a terrible CEO, too arrogant for my own good, blinded by profits, shackling the creative genius of my brother at the expense of a few measly dollars. I wanted to punch someone. Kevin Hartley would be a good place to start, but frankly, I could go for just about anyone right now. I'm so irritated that I stabbed the answer button on the phone just so I'll have someone to curse out. "What?" I bark. "Hey!" Luke sounds surprised. Probably wasn't expecting me to answer this time. "What?" I bark again. "I was just calling to see how you're doing." "How do you think I'm doing, Luke? I'm picking out a fucking suit, since the Post is already planning Lofton Barnes' funeral." "About that." He pauses, as if he's trying to choose his words carefully. Finally, he just sighs. "Do you want to come out to the house? I think it's time we have a serious conversation about the business." His words deflate me. "Yeah," I say, running my hands through my hair and sighing. "Yeah, you're probably right." A couple of hours later, I'm at Luke's. I climb out of the SUV, and he comes out of the workshop to meet me. His brow furrows immediately. "Dude, you look like shit." I let out a shaky laugh. Yeah, tell me about it. I feel like shit, too. Is this all because of the Post stuff? I hesitate, then shake my head. It's Hannah, too. I ended it with her. Luke looks genuinely surprised. Why? What happened? I take a deep breath. This is the moment I've been dreading the most. She's the one who talked to Kevin Hartley. She was upset after she saw me kissing Laura, and I guess she thought this was a good way to get back at me. Luke's face looks horror-stricken, and I can't say I blame him, but the first words out of his mouth take me by surprise. You kissed Laura? Laura Bennington? Laura fucking half the city Bennington? Are you fucking crazy? I shake my head, trying to catch up on why that's the thing he's dwelling on, when I just told him Hannah put our entire company in jeopardy. Nah, it wasn't like that. She kissed me, and I pushed her off, but Hannah got the wrong idea. And it was just... I blow out a deep breath. Fuck, everything's just a mess. Come on, Luke says. Let's go inside. I think you need a beer. I smile gratefully. Yeah, that sounds good. We head into the kitchen, which is blessedly air-conditioned, and Luke pulls a couple bottles of Lakeport out of the fridge. He twists the caps off and hands me one, and I take a long swallow, sucking back half the bottle in one desperate gulp. I'd prefer a scotch, but that hit the spot, I say, clinking the neck of my bottle against his. Luke sits down at the table across from me. He's picking at the label of his bottle, which is something he usually only does when he's nervous. I watch him for a minute without saying anything, wondering what it is he has to be nervous about. The silence stretches out between us like a chasm. Finally, Luke looks up. There's something I have to tell you, and there's no easy way to say it. So I'm just going to say it. He pauses, and my stomach clenches. I'm the one who talked to the Post. The words hang there over the table like a toxic gas. What? My teeth are gritted, and my hand grips the neck of the bottle so hard, I'm afraid I'm going to crush the dark glass. Luke has the decency to look embarrassed. I was pissed at you about how you're treating the collection. I wanted you to see that you were making a mistake. I stand up from the table so fast that my chair flies out backwards behind me. Do you know what you've done? You've put our entire business in jeopardy. Everything we worked for, Luke. All those jobs. All those people. I trail off as the full impact of everything going on hits me. And all because Luke got his ego bruised? I'm sorry, he's saying. I didn't think it would blow up this much. I thought it was just going to be something they would put in a sidebar in the review of the collection. Just, a mention that it hadn't been my decision to go in this design direction. He does look sorry, but I can't see past my own rage. What Luke has done is just... I don't know if I can forgive this, I tell him. Luke looks like I've punched him in the guts. I'm glad, though. I want to hurt him. It's just unbelievable that he would have done this. Almost as unbelievable as when I thought Hannah had done it. Hannah. Her name is like a punch to my own guts. I had accused her so fucking adamantly of doing this. It had seemed incredibly out of character for her, and now I know why. I need to talk to her. Now. Where are you going? Luke calls out, but I'm already out the front door. I can hear him calling to me as I make my way to the SUV, but I'll have to deal with him later. Right now, I have to find Hannah. I have to make this right. I jam her contact info on my phone even as I'm starting up the car, but it just rings and rings, and then goes to voicemail. I keep trying her every couple of minutes as I make my way back into the city, and instead of driving home, I go straight to her apartment. I haphazardly park the car right in front of her building and dash to the door. I hit the buzzer for her unit once, twice, 3 times. There's no answer. God damn it! I'm so angry and frustrated right now, not to mention worried that I may have blown things with Hannah. I can't believe I didn't trust her when she told me she hadn't talked to Kevin Hartley. I guess that's another thing I can blame Lara for, making me think all women were untrustworthy. That isn't an excuse, and I know Hannah has every right to not forgive me for the way I'd acted. I can only hope that she can see past my idiocy. I buzz her apartment again, but there's still no response. I take a few steps back onto the busy sidewalk and look up, trying to see if I can pick out her window. I don't even know what side of the building she's on, though. I let out a groan of frustration, but just as I turn back to my SUV, I see a familiar figure coming down the street. Allie! My voice is loud, and people around me jump. Allie stops in surprise, and then starts coming towards me again. She's got a few shopping bags piled on the back of her chair. I can see the carrier bags poking up over her shoulder. I need to see Hannah, I tell her as soon as she's close. She shakes her head. I don't think she wants to see you. Please, I fucked up horribly. I have to explain that to her. Allie pauses, seeming to consider me. I try to look as sweet as possible, so that she'll forget I'm the asshole who probably broke her sister's heart. Finally, she shakes her head again. She's not home right now. She's out passing her resume around to every place in the city. She says it as if it's a personal dig, which I suppose it is. I want to punch something, but the last thing I need is Allie telling her sister that I have a temper. Instead, I shove my fists deep into my pockets and try to look like the kind of guy you want your sister to forgive. Can you tell her I came by? I say. I'll keep trying her on the phone, but if you can let her know I really need to speak to her, that would be great. Sure, Allie says, though her expression gives nothing away, and I have no idea if she'll actually do it or not. Thanks, I try to say graciously. She wheels up to the front of the apartment and hits the push button to open the door. She waits a second, but nothing happens. Christ, I hear her swear under her breath. Not this bullshit again. She reaches for the door handle and tries to pull the heavy glass door open while maneuvering her chair around it, but the angle is too severe. Here, I say, rushing to help her. Let me get that for you. Thanks. She doesn't look pleased about needing my help, but she seems to feel she has no choice because she lets me hold the door open for her. Do you need any help getting upstairs? I ask. Allie rolls her eyes. I'm perfectly capable of getting around on my own, she retorts. I'm just sick of all this stuff that doesn't accommodate my chair, like this stupid door. It's so big and heavy that when the button doesn't work, which is pretty much at least once a week, I can barely get the damn thing to budge. She reaches out her foot and kicks weakly at the steel frame of the door. I don't really know how to respond, so I just nod. That sucks. It's not something I ever thought much about before, but yeah, we're not really very accommodating of people with any kind of different needs or abilities. I make a mental note to call the property management company and see if there's anything I can do to pressure them into fixing the damn door. Fuck, I'd pay for it myself if it would make life a little easier for Allie and Hannah. Well, Allie says, clearly ready to be rid of me, I'll tell Hannah you came by. Thank you, Allie, I say. I appreciate it. I try calling Hannah 6 more times that night, though of course she doesn't answer. I even think about sending her a message through Love Mail, but I feel like this is something I have to tell her in person. We've spent so much of our relationship corresponding through email, but we're past that now. I need to see her face. I need her to look into my eyes when I apologize, so that she'll know how truly sorry I am. Over the next couple of days, Hannah is constantly on my mind. I miss her like crazy, but I also feel tremendously guilty for the strain she must be under. I can't believe I let Charlene fire her, that I was so willing to believe the worst about her. I have to give her a job back, or hell, an even better job, as soon as possible. I still haven't heard back from her, though. Not a peep. She must be furious with me, and I can't say I blame her. I won't let myself believe it's over, though. There has to be a way to fix this. I still haven't spoken to Luke, either. I'm still furious with him, but the longer I sit with the idea, the more I can somewhat understand why he had done it. The terrible reviews have continued to come in on the collection, and our sales are plummeting at an alarming rate. Most of our usual third-party distributor stores are scaling back their orders, and the only people who seem interested in the new direction were the big-box retailers who thrive on high-volume movement at rock-bottom prices. We haven't built up Loft and Barn into the company it is just to sell out now. I shake my head. How did I get everything so wrong? Hannah, Luke, Loft and Barn. I fucked everything up. And all because I thought I had all the answers. Because I thought I was infallible. Because I thought I was such a big shot. I stare out the window of my penthouse, taking in the view of the lake, and thinking about the first real date I went on with Hannah, of driving down Lakeshore in my SUV, of pulling her onto my lap, of sinking into her beautiful wet pussy. God, it seems like a lifetime ago. The sky is dark now, but the city is still lit up by thousands of lights. The windows of skyscrapers and cars, streetlights and stoplights and storefronts. I press my forehead to the glass of my own window as I look out over the city. I wonder what Hannah is doing now. Is she at home, watching television with Allie, drinking wine and complaining about what an asshole I am? I think of Allie again and wonder if they ever got the front door of their apartment building fixed. I still haven't called the property management company, but I remind myself to do that tomorrow. It's the least I can do for them at this point. I picture Allie trying to get into the apartment, struggling with that huge door, and I feel another pang of guilt for the stress I'm putting both of them through. I remember taking them out to Luke's place that day, how happy the two of them had been to see Luke's workshop. It had been the perfect day, really, until I had lost my temper at Luke over the collection. And, of course, Allie not being able to sit at the picnic table with us. My mind starts churning. I get up and pace the living room. Maybe there's a way to fix everything. Things with Hannah, and things with Luke, and things with Loft and Barn. A way to make everything right, once and for all.
45. Hannah. I add the empty wine bottle to the pile that steadily accumulates.
Thanks for listening. Before we move ahead, take this peaceful moment to simply be. This free audiobook continues shortly.
contemplating by the front door, waiting to be brought down to the building's recycling bins. I haven't left the apartment in 4 days now, except once to go to the bodega on the corner to stock up on frozen pizza pockets and more wine. Allie's been the one keeping us on track, actually making it to the grocery store and making sure I eat at least 1 serving of vegetables a day. I'm grateful for her attentiveness, but it's just another way I feel guilty for making her life harder. I wander back into the kitchen and start pulling things out of the cupboard. Flour, sugar, baking powder, vanilla. So far, baking is the one thing keeping me sane. But Allie and I can't keep up with the amount I'm making. I actually dropped some cupcakes off at one of our neighbors last night, but they looked at me as if I was secretly trying to poison them. Allie wheels in and realizes what I'm doing. "No more cupcakes," she pleads. "Haven't slept in 2 days thanks to crazy sugar highs." "I'm sorry," I shrug, roughly cracking open an egg and letting it slide into the bowl. I need something to take my mind off all this stuff. "So you still haven't talked to him?" "Nope. And I'm not going to." Allie bites her lip and nudges her chair in closer. "You know, he did seem really apologetic when he was here the other day." "Well, that's Trent. He can make you think whatever he wants. After all, he made me think he was falling in love with me," I think bitterly. I still can't believe how badly everything got fucked up. We had been so happy up until a couple of weeks ago. In fact, I was starting to think this could actually be something real, that this might be the person I wanted to spend the rest of my life with. And then the launch party had happened. And then somehow he was kissing his ex, I was out of a job, Loft and Barn was supposedly on the verge of bankruptcy, and Trent was accusing me of airing the company's dirty laundry to the Post. It would almost be laughable if it didn't hurt so damn much. I stir the batter roughly, then dump in some canned pineapple for a little variety. Hey, pineapple cupcakes are basically a serving of fruit, right? Allie pulls her chair up to the table and opens up a notebook she'd been working in earlier. "I don't know if this is the best time to talk to you about this," she says hesitantly. "But maybe there's no good time, so just tell me," I snap, more brusquely than I mean to. I pause my stirring and turn to face her. "I'm sorry. What's up?" "Well, I've been working on the math." She bites her lip and looks down at the notebook. "If we keep spending as we currently do, we can make it for about 2 months on our savings. If we cut back significantly on miscellaneous expenses, cut out cable and maybe the landline, drop down to 1 shared cell phone, we could probably do about 4. I turn back to the batter, stirring it distractedly. My stomach is twisting into knots. "That's it?" "Yup." Damn. Tears start to prick my eyes. "I'm so sorry," I say. "I fucked everything up." "You must hate me." "I don't hate you," Allie says immediately. "Was it the best idea to sleep with your boss? Maybe not. But you've been working so hard for so long. You gave up so much to help me. I don't blame you for wanting to follow your heart for once. I just wish it had worked out better." I give a bitter laugh. "Yeah, me too." I start pouring the batter into the lined muffin tins, while Allie and I discuss other cost-saving measures. Hopefully it won't come to that. I have enough retail experience that I'm really hoping I can land something in the next few weeks, but it feels good to have a plan nonetheless. And it feels good to be working on it with Allie, as a team. I'm just throwing the muffin tins into the oven when the door buzzes. Allie and I look at each other. "Are you expecting anyone?" I ask her. She raises her eyebrows. "Who would I be expecting?" she says sarcastically. "Are you?" Same, I say, equally sarcastically. Do you mind getting it? I'm going to rinse out these bowls. Sure. She heads over to the door and hits the intercom button. It's so loud that I can hear it crackle even from in the kitchen. Hello, Allie says into the speaker. It's Trent. Even through the intercom, the voice is unmistakable. My stomach does a triple somersault. Is Hannah there? Allie looks over at me, eyes wide. Should I let him up? No! I shake my head frantically. She turns back to the intercom. She's not here right now, Trent. Sorry. There's a pause and then another crackle. You left the intercom on. I heard you ask her if you should let me up. Allie looks at me again, a nervous laugh escaping her lips. I throw my hands up. Fine, I'll tell him in person that I don't want to talk to him. There's another crackle. I heard that too, Trent says. Instead of replying, Allie just hits the buzzer, which unlocks the door downstairs. A couple of very short minutes later, there's a knock on our apartment door. By this time, my stomach has twisted itself into a mess of knots. Allie heads to her bedroom to give us some privacy, and I take a deep breath and pull open the front door. I suck in my breath as soon as I see him. He looks as handsome as ever. He must have come from work because he's wearing a black suit, a crisp white button-down, and a red striped tie. His presence in my doorway makes my legs feel rubbery, and there's a small, weak part of me that wants to simply throw myself into his arms and let him kiss all of this heartache away. His face brightens as soon as he sees me, but it doesn't hide the fact that his eyes have dark circles around them, and lines crease the sides of his mouth. To be perfectly honest, he looks as bad as I feel. The thought makes me feel strangely satisfied, and also sad as hell. What do you want? I ask, folding my arms. I refuse to let my mushy heart get the better of me. I need to be strong. I've been trying to call you. I know. I wanted to apologize. For all of it. For Laura. For not believing you about the post thing. For letting you lose your job after I promised you wouldn't. That's a long list of things, Trent. Why should I forgive you for any of them? It's so hard to stand there in front of him, but I force myself to do it. I force myself to stay strong, even though the heat of his body across from me is making me feel wobbly. It's amazing I can keep breathing when he's around, because he seems to just burn away all the oxygen in the room. Because I'm an idiot, he says with a half grin. But at least I know it. I find I'm smiling a little despite myself. I don't want to be charmed by him, I don't. But he makes it so damn difficult. You don't have to believe me, he says. But I came to give you this. He pulls a slick note card out of the pocket of his suit jacket and hands it to me. What is this? I don't make any motion to take it from him. It's an invitation, he says. Take it. My heart is hammering in my throat as I slowly unfold my arms and reach out to take the card he's holding. Our fingers briefly touch, and a jolt of equal parts lust and heartache go coursing through me. I busy myself by looking at the invitation so that I don't have to look at him. I read the text in confusion. A launch party? You already had the Loft and Barn launch for this season. We're having another one. Why? Just come and you'll see. I hold the invitation gingerly, as if it might turn to dust in my hands. Trent sees my hesitation. You don't have to be my date or anything. Just come. And bring Allie. There's something I want her to see, too. Now I look up in interest. Something he wants Allie to see. Ah, see? Now you're intrigued. Trent grins, and the sight of it sets my heart to flutter again. Okay, I admit, I'm a little intrigued. Good. That means you're more likely to come, right? I'll think about it. Good, but don't think too hard, okay? Go with your heart on this one. With that, he leans in and lets his lips graze against mine. I'm too surprised to push him away, and instead, I let his lips linger there, soft against me. So perfect and right and messy and complicated. He pulls away before I can decide whether or not I want to push him away. He disappears down the hallway towards the elevator, and I stand there in the doorway, touching my lips, and wondering what the hell I'm going to do now. 46. Hannah. Are you sure you want to go? Allie is clutching her purse and looking at me nervously. Of course. It's just, you kind of look like you might throw up. Truthfully, I kind of feel like I might throw up. But after Trent had shown up at our apartment the other day with an invitation to a second Loft and Barn launch party, my curiosity had gotten the better of me. I had to know what he was doing. Plus, as soon as I told Allie about the invitation, I saw the way her eyes lit up. I've already fucked things up for both of us. I figure the least I can do is let her have the fun of attending a real Loft and Barn party. Which is why we're currently waiting in our living room, watching out the window for the ride Trent arranged to have pick us up. I don't know what the dress code is, but I refuse to wear that gold dress again. This time I'm wearing one of my own dresses, a deep purple wrap dress that shows off my curves. I normally found it a bit too sexy for regular wear, but there's a part of me that wants to make Trent eat his heart out tonight. I want him to see what he's missing. I don't know if it will work, or if I even really want it to, but it makes me feel better to know I look good. Well, we can just go for a little while, I tell Allie, forcing a smile. If it's terrible, we can leave. Right. And it's probably going to be terrible, she says with a laugh. Oh, almost definitely, I grin. How could it be anything but? I glance out the window. Shit, the car's here. I guess this is it. The wave of nausea passes over me again. It's not too late to change your mind, Allie says, offering me one last out. I shake my head. It was too late the day I first clicked on Mr. Bigshot's stupid love mail profile. Allie looks confused, but I just link my arm through hers. And we make our way to the elevator. When we emerge from the building, Trent's driver, Ted, greets us. Miss, he says, nodding curtly. I blush, remembering the time that he had driven us down Lake Shore while Trent and I fucked in the back seat. I really hope the privacy partition is as soundproof as Trent claimed. Ted helps Allie into the car. It isn't Trent's usual SUV, but a modified one similar to the one he'd driven us out to Luke's place in last time, with a wheelchair ramp. Well, I'll give the man one thing. He's certainly thoughtful about Allie's accommodations. My heart gives another tender little ache as I climb into the car beside her. The party is all the way out at Luke's house, which is a first for Loft and Barn. According to Allie, who followed their social media religiously, this is the first time Luke has ever invited media to see the workshop, and it's creating quite a buzz in the design world. The drive to Luke's takes a little over an hour. Traffic is heavy, and it takes us forever to get outside of the city limits. Allie and I are quiet in the back seat, both of us lost in our own thoughts. What am I going to say when I see Trent again? He's apologized for everything, technically, but how do I know I can really trust him?
I want this to be real for him, as real as it had begun to feel for me. I don't want to be just the stupid junior copywriter naively screwing the boss. I look out the window as the city turns to suburbs, and suburbs turn to country fields. And then finally, we're pulling up in front of Luke's place. I'm not any closer to an answer. "Wow, it's packed," Allie breathes. She's right. There are hundreds of cars lining the mile-long driveway, and some even parked on the lower part of the lawn. "I'll drop you off up closer to the house, miss," Ted says over his shoulder. "Thank you." I was dreading having to push Allie's chair up that long driveway. Ted makes his way slowly up to the house, nosing around cars and clusters of partygoers. Oh my God, there's Sloane. I grab Allie's hand and point to the unmistakable blonde in the blue dress, standing on Luke's lawn, drinking a glass of champagne. I feel a wave of relief at the thought of having a friend to talk to, until I realize she's probably still pissed at me. "Your work friend?" "Yeah. What's she doing here? I thought these parties were just industry types." Allie shrugs, and we both continue scanning the crowd. Finally, Ted pulls the car to a stop and gets out, letting me out and then helping Allie with her chair. He disappears with the car, and then we're alone there, in a crowd of hundreds. "This is crazy," Allie breathes, looking around and taking it all in. "It really is." The crowd has to be at least double, probably triple, the amount of people who were at the last launch party. The whole vibe is different, too. That one had been much more formal and businesslike, whereas people actually seem to be having fun here. There are people holding mason jars of something that looks like lemonade, and there's country music blasting out of speakers that are set up somewhere out of view. It's more like a giant picnic than a fancy corporate party. Now I'm doubly glad I didn't wear the gold dress. We wander through the crowd. I've lost sight of Sloane, but there are quite a few other people I recognize from around the office. No Charlene, though, thank God. There's a bunch of furniture set up on the lawn, including Adirondack chairs with extra-high ornate backs, sexy tufted lounge chairs, and huge octagonal picnic tables in rich dark woods. No one is sitting at any of them, but people are clustered around them chatting. I stop in my tracks, grabbing Allie's arm. "I know what this is," I say, looking around at the pieces. "This is the new collection." "Oh my God, you're right." We make our way closer, and sure enough, there are little plaques beside each piece, bearing descriptions of the new items. I'm just bending in to read the car on the Adirondack chair when I feel it. A presence. A warmth. Trent. I spin around. My heart is already buzzing, fluttering like a trapped hummingbird. "Hi," he says. His brown eyes shine. "Hi." My voice is barely more than a whisper, but somehow I know he can hear me, even over the hum of the crowd around us. "I'm glad you came," he says. His smile is warm, and his face looks relaxed, happy, though there's a note of hesitation as he tries to read my expression. "Me too," I say finally, and he relaxes further. "So?" He looks around, gesturing to the pieces scattered over the lawn. "What do you think?" "I think it's fantastic." Lofton Barnes' first outdoor collection. "I absolutely love it." Luke outdid himself. "Believe it or not, I had a bit of a hand in this." "You did?" "Yeah, well, I kind of had to make up for it last time. You know, when I practically destroyed our brand. Come on, I want to show you something. Grab Allie, too."
I glance over at Allie and shrug in confusion, but we both follow Trent over to one of the octagonal picnic tables. "This is for you," he says to Allie. "Check this out. Fully adjustable." He lifts up the seat on one of the sides, and the whole thing comes off. He removes another section of seating next to it, and then folds under the corner of the table, making a perfect opening, easily big enough to roll a wheelchair up to. Allie looks up at me, her eyes shining. She's laughing and crying at the same time. You did this for me?" He nods, a bit sheepish now. "Yeah, for you. For your sister, for the whole company. I realized I was trying to make us stand out for the wrong reasons, and that maybe a better way to carve out our share of the market was to create something that truly brought value to people's lives." Allie reaches out and squeezes my hand, and when I look down, I see the tears in her eyes. I blink back a couple of my own. Trent is smiling hesitantly, as if he still isn't quite sure how I'm going to respond. He looks so handsome, standing there in the early evening sun, and his face looks so open and hopeful that I have no choice but to throw my arms around his neck. "It's lovely," I tell him. "The table and the sentiment." We hug for a long time, and the feeling of his hard body pressed against me makes me feel weak in the knees again. He feels so familiar, so warm, so safe. And the bulge that's growing between us, the dampening between my own legs, is familiar too. Only it's not warm and safe at all, but delicious and dangerous. I have to force myself to pull away. "Thank you for inviting us," I say politely. "It was really sweet of you." I start to turn away, but Trent reaches out and grabs my hand. "Have dinner with me." It's not a question, but a command. And though I want to be strong and say no, I can feel myself waffling. It doesn't help that Allie's looking at me as if I'm crazy for trying to walk away from the man who built her a damn picnic table. Trent's face is imploring, but as usual, it's quick to turn into a grin. "At L'Amour," he prods. "Come on. Maybe we'll finally make it this time. Third time's a charm, right? Isn't that what they say?" "They do say that," I murmur, unable to keep the hint of a smile off my own face. Even though Trent hurt me, he's clearly trying to make things right, and the least I can do is let him. "Okay," I say finally, much to the delight of Allie, who practically claps her hands together in glee. Trent looks pretty happy, too, because the cocky grin melts into a genuine smile. "Great. That's great, Hannah. Thank you." Trent has to go talk to a couple of reporters there, so Allie and I say our goodbyes and find the drinks table. We help ourselves to mini mason jars filled with lemonade and nibble on cucumber sandwiches. I'm just thinking we should head out when Luke wanders over. "You made it," he says, giving me a hug, and then leaning over to hug Allie as well. "What do you think?" "It's fantastic," Allie says before I can say a word. Luke grins. "I think you guys inspired Trent. I don't know what you did, but I'm the one who should be thanking you. Loft and Barn is finally back." "Oh, we didn't do anything," I say, embarrassed. "I wouldn't be so sure of that, Hannah," Luke says with a kind smile. "I think you did do something. I've known Trent a very long time. Well, our whole lives, if you want to get specific. And I've never seen him like this before. Ever." I swallow down a lump of something that's part fear and part hope. But Luke isn't done. "Trent's always been, well, kind of an asshole, if we're being honest. But lately he's been thinking outside of himself more. This whole collection, this wouldn't have happened a year ago. I think he's finally ready. A lump is forming in my throat. Ready for what? I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. Luke doesn't answer, though. He just smiles magnanimously and nods at Allie and I, and then strolls away. I can't quite bring myself to look at my sister. But then I feel her poke me in the thigh. You have to give him another chance, Hannah. There's no room for argument in her voice, and I find myself nodding slowly. She is my big sister, after all. Yeah, I say softly. I think I do. 47. Hannah. On Thursday, I meet Trent at L'Amour. There's a different hostess working this time, and I feel like a different person too, as I follow her through the restaurant to the small corner table where Trent is seated. How nervous I was that first time I came here, knowing I was about to meet Mr. Bigshot, and how shocked I was to see Trent Whitaker sitting there instead. I can still remember the way I'd stumbled out of here, tottering on my heels, falling into a cab, and crying the entire way home. This time I'm still nervous, but for completely different reasons. I know Trent has asked me here so that he can apologize, but I still don't know what I'm going to say. Am I ready to give this a real chance? Is he? He stands up as soon as he sees me approach the table, looking hot as hell in a dark gray suit. He doesn't have a tie this time, and his shirt collar is unbuttoned, revealing a small V of his muscled chest. I can make out just a few faint lines of the blue ink that covers his pecs. You look beautiful, he says, kissing me softly on the side of the mouth. I'm wearing the same black dress I've worn both times we've attempted to come to L'Amour, and Trent grins when he realizes it. Hey, you said third time's a charm, right? I shrug. Here's hoping, he says. His smile stretches across his face, showing off those perfect teeth. I hope you don't mind. I took the liberty of ordering us a bottle of Beaujolais. I had it the first time I was here, and I think you'll like it. That's lovely. Thank you, I say, slipping into the seat across from him. The restaurant is crowded, but we're tucked away in a quiet back corner. Trent pours me a glass of the light red wine that's already on the table. I take a sip. He was right. It's delicious. So, the new collection seems to be doing well, I eventually say to break the silence. The coverage has been nonstop, partly because it was so unusual for a company to do such an about-turn right before the collection drops, and partly because critics were eating up the new outdoor line. Trent nods. Yeah, I think it's safe to say it's a runaway success. Luke did a fantastic job. It wasn't just Luke, I remind him. What you did for me, for Allie, well, no one has ever done anything like that for us before. A small smile crosses his lips. What can I say? You inspire me. A shiver runs through me. I don't think I've ever inspired anyone before. In fact, I spent a lot of time thinking I never would. And here's the most handsome, sexy, successful man I've ever met, telling me that that's what I did for him. I take a sip of wine just to calm my nerves. What are you doing with the first collection? The one you scrapped? Well, luckily, we were able to halt production before too much of it got made. But we're donating everything that did get created. It's not the most beautiful furniture in the world, but it's functional, so we've arranged to have it go to a community housing project. And we've committed to follow up with an equal donation of the new line once it's ready. I figured someone might as well benefit from my mistake. That's really sweet of you, I say honestly. Yeah, well, I look at him in surprise. Are you blushing, Mr. Whitaker? Trent grins, Keep calling me Mr. Whitaker, and I'll be doing more than blushing. A heat pulses through me, and I'm brought right back into the moment, to this gorgeous man sitting across the table from me. We're interrupted by the arrival of the server, who's come to take our orders. We haven't had time to even look at the menu, so Trent just asks him to bring us whatever their specialty is. I can't believe we finally made it here, I admit, looking around the restaurant once the server has left our table. I know. I can't believe we made it here either. Trent's voice is serious, and instead of looking around the restaurant, he's looking right at me. Trent, I say, taking a deep breath. I have to say this before I lose my nerve. It really hurt me that you didn't trust me. I never would have— You're right, he interrupts. I stop cold. I am? I hadn't exactly expected him to give in that easily, but Trent is already nodding. You're absolutely right. I should have trusted you. I should have believed you when you said it wasn't you that went to the post. It's just that, well, I'm not used to trusting people. Let's just say trust doesn't get you very far in the business world. Yeah, well, it's kind of crucial in relationships, I point out, taking a long sip and draining the last of my wine. I know. That's why I made a list. A list? I wrinkle my nose in confusion. What the hell kind of list did he make? It seems I'm not going to get an answer right away, though. Our food arrives, and the coq au vin in front of us looks so delicious that we both dig in. I say, swallowing my first mouthful. Worth the wait. We eat in relative silence, only stopping every once in a while to groan at how good the food is. It isn't until our plates are cleared away that I bring it up again. So, a list? Trent grins and reaches for something down by his feet. When he sits up, he's taken a tablet out of his briefcase. He taps it a couple of times before he looks back over at me. It's a list of all the things I've never told anyone before. Things nobody knows but me. And now you. So that you can see how much I trust you. I'm going to need something stronger than wine for this, though. He sets the tablet down for a second and lifts his hand to get the waiter's attention. When he arrives at our table, Trent requests a double scotch. Neat. I shake my head when the waiter turns to me, wanting him to leave already so that I can hear what Trent has to say. However, he doesn't start until the waiter returns with his drink. Then he tops up my wine glass and takes a long, deep, fortifying swallow of the scotch. He sets the glass down and picks up the tablet again, finally ready. When I was 7, I used my dad's electric razor to shave all the hair off our Pomeranian's back. His words take me by surprise that I almost snort wine out of my nose. You did what? I'm not done. I shaved her back and then told my parents that Luke did it. To this day, my mom still blames him for the infamous day of Sparky's mullet. I put my hand in front of my mouth and giggle. I could just imagine how cute Luke and Trent were when they were boys. Does Luke know it was you? He shakes his head. He has his suspicions, I'm sure. Well, your secret is safe with me. I know it is, because I trust you. He emphasizes the word trust, and I remember the point of this little exercise. Okay, the next one isn't pretty. He continues. When I was 16, I asked a girl to go to a dance with me, but I ditched her halfway through the night to hook up with another girl. Oh, Trent. I shake my head. I know. I was an asshole. A stupid, teenaged, horny asshole. I felt terrible about it later. The follow-up secret is that I sent her anonymous flowers about 5 years ago. Figured I could stand to even out my karma a little. She was happily married with 2 kids by then. I laugh. You sent a married woman anonymous flowers? Hope her husband was understanding. His face pales. Oh, God. I never even thought of that. Guess my karma still needs some work. He shakes his head and turns back to his tablet. He clears his throat. Firing my brother is one of the greatest regrets I have. Your brother, Jace? The one who lives in New York? He nods. Yeah. He used to work for us, and he screwed up. Big time. But I still shouldn't have fired him. Or I should have found a better way to do it. He's family. And family deserves better. Trent takes another sip of scotch as I twist my napkin. It's strange to see him so vulnerable, but it reminds me of all the emails we used to exchange. All the ways we'd shared our souls before we ever even met. I always knew this side of Trent was in there somewhere. He just kept it buried most of the time. The next thing is something I swore I would take to the grave with me, Trent says, turning back to his tablet. I can see him steeling himself, the way he sets his shoulders and hardens his jaw. You know, Laura and I broke up because she was cheating on me, he starts. But what nobody else knows is that I actually caught her. I had to drop by our condo in the middle of the day to pick up something I'd forgotten. And I caught her in bed with the editor of Design Times, the magazine where she works now. I clap my hand over my mouth. That's horrible. His face is grim. It was. They didn't even stop fucking. I still remember this. She was on top of him, and she just turned around to glare at me with his dick still inside of her, and asked me to close the door. When I didn't, she rolled her eyes and said, "Come on, darling, it's just business. Just business, can you believe that?" His expression is so pained that I have to reach across the table and take his hand. She's just... yuck! What a horrible human being. She was. That's why you have to understand that kiss you saw, that wasn't me. That was just how Laura thinks you should conduct business. She doesn't care who she uses or who she hurts in the process. It makes me sick. I finally believe him. Seeing them kiss that night at the launch party had devastated me. But it had always seemed so out of character for Trent that I found myself doubting what I had seen. Now I know my gut was right. Trent may pretend to be a bad boy, but deep down, he really is one of the good guys. He's definitely proven that tonight. I'm still holding Trent's hand across the table. With the other, he's holding the tablet, but now he sets it down on the table next to his glass. He reaches his now free hand across the table to clasp it over mine. I only have one more thing, he says. One more thing to tell you. His voice is hoarse now, catching in his throat. I look up at his face, his beautiful face. His eyes are clear and confident, and his smile is soft. I feel a flutter in my stomach and wonder if that feeling will ever go away. I hold my breath, waiting for him to speak. Trent takes a deep breath. I love you, Hannah. The flutter erupts into a typhoon, a wave of warmth that washes over me like water. My breath comes out in a whoosh, and Trent chuckles. You're smiling. That must be good, right? I am? I touch my cheeks, and sure enough, they're bunched up in a wide, goofy grin. I guess I am. I laugh. Then I hope that's a good sign. Look, Hannah, I know I've done everything wrong. I know you'd be well within your rights to tell me to fuck off and to walk away right now. But all I'm asking for is a chance. You make me want to be a better person. And I hope that if you stick around long enough, I can prove that to you. His words are making me melt into a little pool on the silk-covered dining chair. Trent is everything I've ever dreamed of and then some. And the words he's saying to me right now are hitting me right in the softest part of my heart. The part that, for so long, I tried to pretend didn't exist. I love you too. You do? Trent's eyes light up, his grin growing even wider. Of course I do. We gaze at each other across the table for a minute, a wordless connection deepening between us. Our hands are still linked, and the feeling of his fingers between mine feels like all the safety and security I'll ever need. I know now that Trent will never hurt me, that he'll do everything he can to take care of me. "What do you say we get out of here?" he says finally. I'd say, I'd like that very much. 48. Hannah. A few minutes later, we're standing in front of L'Amour, waiting for Ted to arrive with the SUV. Trent is still holding my hand. In fact, he hasn't let go the entire time. Not when he was texting his driver or when he was settling up our bill. Now he turns to me and presses my back up against the cool brick of the building. "I really want to kiss you," he says, his voice gruff. "But I'm going to wait until we're in the car. Because once I start kissing you, I'm not going to stop." All I can do is nod dumbly. Our faces are mere inches from each other, and I can feel his breath warm on my skin. My lips part, and I lick them involuntarily, causing Trent to groan. "Are you trying to torture me?" he grins. "This does feel a little like torture, doesn't it?" I whisper, my lips still so close to his. "It really does. Where is that damn car? I'm going to have to fire Ted." I giggle. "Don't fire Ted, please." He grins. "Oh, don't worry. I wouldn't really. He knows almost as much about me as you do. I'm afraid Ted and I are destined to grow old together." I giggle again, but stop just as I see the black car pull up in front of the restaurant. "I think our ride is here." Trent sighs. "Thank fuck, because if I had to wait one more minute to kiss you, well, let's just say we probably would never be welcome back at L'Amour." Trent holds the back door of the SUV open for me, and I climb in, aware I'm probably flashing my panties at him as I do. I notice the privacy partition is already closed as Trent settles in beside me and closes the door. He's on me before the car is even out of park. His hand slips over my cheek and turns my face towards his. He looks into my eyes for a moment, a long moment, a moment that says everything. And then he's kissing me. It feels so good to kiss him again that I melt against him instantly. His lips are rough and frantic, and his tongue explodes past my lips, forcing my head back against the leather seat as he strokes the inside of my mouth with his tongue. His hands go to my hair, tugging my locks loose from the neat little twist I had done. As my hair tumbles down around my shoulders, he grips it in his fist, tugging. A tiny moan escapes my lips, and Trent chuckles. "There's no being nice right now, darling. That'll come later, when we're back at my apartment. Right now I'm gonna fuck you the way Mr. Bigshot wanted to fuck Sweet Vixen. Hard, fast, and so good, it hurts. Do you want that?" I moan again. "That's not an answer, sweet." Yes, Trent." He wraps his arms around my waist and yanks me over to him. I can feel the heat of his body against me, and I let my hands splay against his chest as I try to catch my breath. My fingers clumsily roam over the buttons of his shirt as I try to undo them. I need to see his beautiful, rock-hard body. When his chest is bared, I run my fingers over it again, stroking the edges of his ankh, grazing his nipples with my fingernails, drawing out a moan from deep in his chest. But Trent is in no mood for teasing. He yanks my hips again, drawing me even closer to him, and then pushing me down so my back is flat against the leather seat. He kneels over me and reaches for his belt, undoing it hastily and then shoving his pants down over his hips to free his cock. It springs forward eagerly, as huge and hard and magnificent as I remembered. He wraps his fist around it and strokes, gazing down at me with such lust and adoration that it makes me squirm. "Lift up your dress," he says. My hands move instantly to the hem of my dress, and then I'm pushing it up over my thighs. He looks down at the black lace thong I'm wearing. "Pretty," he acknowledges. "But they're in my way. Take them off." Breathlessly, I push the edges of the thong down over my hips. Trent reaches out, and I lift up my ass as he yanks them off. "That's better," he says, letting them fall to the floor. "Spread your legs." I keep one leg on the seat, bent at the knee, but I let my other foot drop to the floor, spreading my legs as much as I can so that my pussy is completely exposed to him. I'm soaking wet already, I know, and my core tingles in hot anticipation as he gazes down at me. "Touch yourself," he says. "Trent," I bite my lip. My skin is flaming, both with lust and embarrassment. "Do it." He's still holding his cock, stroking it faster now, with more need, and the burning desire in his eye is all the prompting I need. I let my hand trail down and part my cleft. My fingers slip easily through my folds, and I use my middle finger to run soft circles around my plump clit. I'm still biting my lip, harder now as I pleasure myself. "Use your other hand, too," Trent commands. His voice is husky in the back of the car. "I want you to fuck yourself with your fingers." This time I don't protest. The way he's looking at me is so hot, and my pussy is clenching hard around nothing, aching for something to hold on to. I let my other hand trail slowly down my body, grazing across my breasts first, and then finally dipping below my waist. I angle my hand and plunge 2 fingers as deep inside me as I can. "Oh, God," I moan, arching my hips. Trent is still watching me intently as I use one hand to rub my clit and the other to penetrate myself. "Oh, God," I moan again, my breath coming hard and fast. "Fuck, you are so sexy," he says. His pupils are dilated now, his cock fully engorged and dripping pre-cum. "Does that feel good?" I nod. "It would feel even better if it was your cock instead of my fingers." Trent groans and leans over me. His face is close to mine now, and he trails his tongue across my lips. He's still holding his cock in his fist, and he rubs it over my pussy so that my juices mingle with his. When he rubs the head of his dick over my clit, I shiver. "Please, Trent," I whisper. He grins and then adjusts his cock so that he's at my entrance. My body is already clenching in anticipation, wanting to pull him deep inside me. Only he hesitates. His brown eyes turn serious. "No condoms," he says, though it's part statement and part question. "There hasn't been anyone but you since we met. I don't want there to ever be anyone but you again." I bite my lip and nod, meeting his lust-filled and loving gaze. "Nobody but you," I echo. It's both an assurance and a promise. He glides in devastatingly, painstakingly slowly. Every inch feels like equal parts torture and bliss. My breathing is coming in short pants, but Trent holds himself steady above me and continues his slow push forward. With every inch, he stretches me further. And with every inch, my body crests closer to climax. Feeling him inside me,
with nothing between us, is everything I ever wanted, and more than I ever dared to dream. When he's finally all the way inside me, he stops. His hands are still on the side of my face, resting his weight on his elbows on either side of me, and he leans in to kiss me again. I devour his lips. My body is quaking, just holding him there inside of me. "I love you," he says again. His words are barely more than a breath against my lips. "I love you too," I breathe. My chest is heaving, and my pelvis is tightening, and I realize I'm about to come. I just have enough time to grab his hips, holding him in place while my hips arch and buck. I scream his name as my body rocks. Trent looks amazed and aroused, but he holds himself steady as I clench around him. When the wave finally passes, I let go of my grip on his hips and sigh. "That was really fucking hot," he says, brushing his lips over my forehead. "Yeah." I look up into his deep brown eyes, the eyes I think I want to spend forever looking into. "But I still really want you to fuck me." He grins. "With pleasure." Trent starts moving his hips, gently at first, but then with a greater urgency. Soon he's pounding his cock in and out of my tight pussy, and I'm feeling a second orgasm build. His hands make their way into my hair again, tugging just hard enough to send shivers down my neck. I feel his cock tense and surge inside me, and I squeeze my pussy tighter around him, wanting him to taste the same pleasure I did earlier. It takes only seconds before his breathing catches, and he bucks his hips once, twice, 3 times, spilling all of himself into me. The sensation is enough to push me over the edge for a second time. I grab his hips again, forcing him as deep inside me as I can take him. And then my hips rock underneath him. I bite at his shoulder to keep from screaming again. When I finally stop quaking, I gaze up at him. The look on his face is one of pure pleasure, and he nips at my bottom lip. Yeah, I say again. I trace the line of one of the tattoos that line his chest. "I was thinking about something you said in the restaurant." "Oh?" He raises his eyebrows. "Yeah. You said you did everything wrong when we were dating, but..." I trail off, grinning up at him. "Yes?" He still looks curious. "I'd say you did some things right. In fact, I'd say you did some things very, very right." Trent laughs, resting his full weight on top of me as he kisses me again. "I'm glad you think so," he says, "because I could spend a lifetime doing that." "Me too." We lay there for a minute, catching our breath, and trying to come back down to earth. I find myself thinking back to something Sloane said once, when I was telling her about Matt, the ex who had said I was boring and passionless. "If you weren't passionate, it's because he didn't make you feel passionate," she had said. I hadn't really believed her at the time, but now, seeing who I am, who I can be with Trent, makes me realize she was right. Because Trent makes me feel like I practically ooze passion. Even better, he makes me feel like I can be all the different parts of myself. That I can be sexy and sweet. That I can be Sweet Vixen and Hannah Cole. After all, maybe they were the same person all along. I curl into Trent's arm and look out the window as we drive. A smile crosses my face as I see we're heading down Lakeshore Drive again, just like last time. And just like the fantasy, I squeeze Trent's hand and sigh happily.
49. Love Mail. Hello, Mr. Bigshot. You have successfully deleted your account. We're sorry to see you go. Wishing you the best in all your romantic endeavors. The Love Mail Team.
50. Epilogue. Hannah. I look around the office and tug nervously at the light blue button-down shirt I'm wearing. It still feels weird to be in here. After all, this used to be Charlene's office. When Trent had first offered me this job, I had resisted. Sure, it was my dream job, but it didn't feel right taking the job this way. But Trent had insisted. He had moved both Charlene and Jim into retail management, handling signage and displays at all the retail stores, which meant they were barely ever in the office. And when they were nowhere near the catalog. Plus, Trent had said that he wanted to take my idea of showcasing more of the behind-the-scenes work in the catalog, photos and stories from the workshop, plans and progress pictures of the pieces Luke was working on. Really sell the idea of Loft and Barn as an artisan furniture company, as a way to distinguish it from its competitors. Since it had been my idea to start with, Trent said he didn't trust anyone else to bring the vision to life. I'd finally accepted, but only on the condition that I didn't report directly to him. That seemed like a bad idea for our relationship, as well as for my career. Instead, I report to Richard Carrier, the longtime chief marketing strategist. He's such a vet that the fact that I'm in a relationship with the boss doesn't faze him, and he has no qualms about calling me out when I'm doing something stupid, which is actually what I wanted. I want to learn while I'm here. Eventually I'll move to a new company, something that'll give Trent and I more separation. But for now, I'm going to soak up everything I can from this opportunity. There's a knock at my office door. "Hey," I say with relief, as Sloane pops her head in. "Is it coffee time yet?" She grins. "Dear God, yes, I'm dying. I have a quick question about the new section first, though." "Sure, grab a seat." Sloane sits and we chat through the plan for the outdoor section of the catalog. With Jim gone, I needed a new section editor, and Sloane was the obvious choice. We had thankfully been able to patch things up after I told her everything about Trent. When she realized we were actually in love, and that I wasn't just banging the boss to get ahead, she had forgiven me for keeping it from her. If anything, our friendship has gotten deeper over the last 6 months. After we're done talking, Sloane and I head out to our usual coffee shop. "Any fun plans for this weekend?" she asks, sipping her iced Americano. "Trent's taking me out to dinner," I tell her, as I break off a piece of banana muffin. "L'amour," I add. She raises her eyebrows. "L'amour? That's your special place, isn't it?" "Yeah." "Wonder if he's planning something special." I shrug uncomfortably. Probably just going to ask me to move in with him again. We've been talking about it for months, but I've been putting him off. I'm not ready to leave Allie alone yet. And even though we've never loved our apartment building, lately they've been making all kinds of upgrades. They fixed the front door so that the push button never seems to break anymore. And they recently added a 24-hour concierge, which makes things safer and easier for Allie when she's coming and going. The strange thing is that each of these improvements seem to come after Trent and I have one of our discussions about how I'm not ready to move out yet. "I don't know," Sloane says with a chuckle. "My guess is that if Trent is taking you to L'amour, it's for something special." "We'll see," I say. "I'm sure it's just about the apartment, though."
Trent. I glance around the restaurant as I wait for Hannah, and I can't help but think back to the other times I've waited for her here, and the time we didn't even make it here at all. That first night, when I was Mr. Bigshot, and she was Sweet Vixen. The night she saw me and ran as fast as a frightened deer. The second time we tried to come here, when we didn't even make it to the restaurant, we'd ended up back at my penthouse, which admittedly was better than anything we could have eaten here. The last time we'd come here was the night I'd first told Hannah I loved her. The night we'd agreed to give this relationship an honest try. A decision I thanked God for every day. I glance up just in time to see her scurrying across the restaurant. "I'm sorry I'm late," she breathes. She looks beyond radiant in a ruby-colored curve-hugging dress, and there's a flush in her cheeks that matches the dress almost perfectly. I think about canning this whole night and just taking her back home with me. But then I feel the weight of the small box in my pocket and know I have to do this. Now, I don't want to spend another day without a real commitment, without knowing she'll be mine forever. I get up and kiss her lightly on the cheek, and then pull out her seat for her. She slips into it with a breathless laugh. "Aren't you a gentleman tonight?" she says with a grin. "Hey," I say, pretending to be put out. "Aren't I always?" She smiles, and it lights up my heart. "Yes, I suppose you are." I want to wait until dessert to do it, but it's torture getting through our other courses. Hannah keeps up a constant stream of conversation, mostly about work, and I'm sure she's wondering why I'm so quiet, and why I seem to be sweating so much. When they've finally cleared away the last of our meal, the server arrives with our creme brulees and a bottle of champagne I had requested earlier. I wait impatiently as he pops the cork and pours out 2 bubbly glasses. Hannah looks confused, looking from the server to me to the champagne and back again. "Did you order this?" I nod. "I thought you'd like something a little special." "What's the occasion?" She picks up her glass and holds it out to me to clink. But I make no motion to pick up my glass. The confusion on her face deepens, and she sets her glass back down without taking a sip. "Hannah," I start, and then I take a deep breath. This is it. "Do you remember the first date we tried to meet here? Our first date, well, the date that wasn't?" She raises her eyebrows and nods, and I go on. "I saw you coming across the restaurant, and I admit I was a bit surprised. You didn't look like the women I normally dated, but your wholesome beauty somehow knocked me on my ass. And I had the strangest thought." I take a deep breath. I thought, this is the kind of girl you marry. Hannah sucks in a breath. I grin and reach into my pocket, pulling out the small and unmistakable black velvet box. Hannah claps a hand over her mouth as I get down on one knee. Everyone in the restaurant is staring at us, but I only have eyes for her. My sweet, sexy beauty. I want to do it, Hannah. I want to marry that girl. For real. Will you do me the honor of agreeing to be my wife? "Oh, God, yes. Yes, Trent." She practically falls off her chair into my arms as everyone in the restaurant applauds, and then our lips are smashing together, over and over and over, too excited to even kiss properly. When she finally pulls away, she's laughing and crying, and I take her hand and slide the ring onto her delicate finger. "It's a perfect fit," she announces, looking down at the diamond I picked out. "And it's beautiful, Trent. I couldn't imagine a more perfect ring." "And I couldn't imagine a more perfect woman," I tell her honestly, and then she's crying again. I tilt her head up and kiss her lips for real this time, soft and slow and deep. "There'll be more of that later," I tell her softly, and she giggles, then takes a sip of her champagne. When she seems to have caught her breath, I lean forward. "This engagement comes with one condition," I tell her. Her brow furrows, but the smile doesn't drop off her face, because I know she finally trusts me. "Oh, yeah?" she just asks. "What's that?" I don't want to be engaged forever. I don't want to spend one more day than necessary without having you as my wife." Her eyelashes flutter as she laughs. "I think that could be arranged." She bites her lip as she glances up at me. "But I have one condition for you." "Oh, yeah?" I say, taking a sip of champagne and meeting her gaze with a grin. "What's that?" "We invite your brother Jace to the wedding. It's time for you to patch things up, once and for all." My grin drops off. Jace. I hadn't even thought about that. Of course I'd invite him to the wedding. But I'm not sure we're ready to patch things up yet. I shake my head. "Hannah, it's a little more complicated than that." "It's not," she says, leaning forward. "You're just making it complicated because you're stubborn." "Hey now," I start, but I don't have the energy to finish. The truth is, she's right. I have been stubborn. Maybe all Jace and I need is someone to make the first move. Hannah is still staring me down, so finally I nod. "I'll invite him," I promise her, "and I'll try." "Good," she says with a satisfied nod. She takes a sip of champagne, and her eyes follow the path her ring takes as she moves her hand to her mouth and then back to the table. Her lips twitch into a smile. "Happy with the ring?" I tease her. She blinks, realizing I caught her admiring it, and then laughs. "I love it," she says. "Sloane isn't going to believe this. She guessed that you were up to something when I told her you were taking me to Lemoore." I grin sheepishly. "Well, Sloane may have known a little more than she was letting on." "What do you mean?" "I had her and Allie weigh in on the ring when I was trying to pick it out." Hannah's jaw drops. "You mean Allie knew too? Oh, I'm going to kill her." I laugh. "Don't hold it against them. I did swear them to secrecy after all." She smiles. "Well," she says, taking another sip of her champagne, "I suppose it was worth it." Yes, it really was. It was all worth it. Every last minute. It was all worth it to end up here, sitting across from the most perfect woman in the world. My sweet Vixen. This concludes Bigshot Boss by Kat Carmine. Narrated by Kendall Taylor and Rock Engel. Copyright 2017 by Kat Carmine. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Kat Carmine and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.